All these were honored in their generations, and were the glory of their times. There be of them that have left a name behind them, that their praises might be reported. And some there be which have no memorial, who are perished as though they had never been, and are become as though they had never been born, and their children after them. But these were merciful men, whose righteousness hath not been forgotten. With their seed shall continually remain a good inheritance, and their children are within the covenant. Their seed standeth fast, and their children for their sakes. Their seed shall remain forever, and their glory shall not be blotted out. Their bodies are buried in peace, but their name liveth forevermore. Ecclesiasticus, chapter 44. Part 1. Chapter 1. Another Grand Design. Late afternoon of a raw, gusty day in early spring, March 8th, a Tuesday, 1864, a desk clerk at Willard's Hotel, 2 blocks down Pennsylvania Avenue from the White House, glanced up to find an officer accompanied by a boy of 13 facing him across the polished oak of the registration counter and inquiring whether he could get a room. A short, round-shouldered man in a very tarnished Major General's uniform, he seemed to a bystanding witness to have no gait, no station, no manner, to present instead, with his ill-fitting jacket cut full in the skirt and his high-crowned hat set level on his head, a somewhat threadbare, if not quite down at heels, conglomerate impression of rough, light brown whiskers, a blue eye, and rather a scrubby look withal, as if he was out of office and on half pay, with nothing to do but hang round the entry of Willard's, cigar in mouth. Discerning so much of this as he considered worth his time, together perhaps with the bystander's added observation that the applicant had rather the look of a man who did, or once did, take a little too much to drink, the clerk was no more awed by the stranger's rank than he was attracted by his aspect. This was, after all, the best-known hostelry in Washington. There had been by now close to 500 Union generals, and of these the great majority, particularly among those who possessed what was defined as station, had checked in and out of Willard's in the past 3 wartime years. In the course of its recent and rapid growth under the management of a pair of Vermont brothers who gave it their name along with their concern, it had swallowed whole, together with much other adjacent real estate, a former Presbyterian church. The president-elect himself had stayed here through the 10 days preceding his inauguration, making of its Parlor 6 a little White House. And it was here, one dawn 2 years ago in one of its upper rooms, that Julia Ward Howe had written her Battle Hymn of the Republic, the anthem for the crusade the new president had begun to design as soon as he took office. Still, bright or tarnished, stars were stars. A certain respect was owed, if not to the man who wore them, then in any case to the rank they signified. The clerk replied at last that he would give him what he had, a small top-floor room, if that would do. It would, the other said, and when the register was given its practiced half-circle twirl, he signed without delay. The desk clerk turned it back again, still maintaining the accustomed condescending air he was about to lose in shock, when he read what the weathered applicant had written. U.S. Grant and Son, Galena, Illinois. Whereupon, for such was the aura that had gathered about the name Unconditional Surrender Grant, hero of Donelson, conqueror of Vicksburg, deliverer of Chattanooga, there was an abrupt transformation, not only in the attitude of the clerk, whose eyes seemed to start from his head at the sight of the signature, and who struck the bell with a force that brought on the double all the bellboys within earshot, but also in that of the idlers, the loungers round about the lobby, who soon learned the cause of the commotion in the vicinity of the desk. It was as if the prayers of the curious had been answered after the flesh. Here before them, in the person of this undistinguished-looking officer, 41 years of age, 5 feet 8 inches tall, and weighing just under 140 pounds in his scuffed boots and shabby clothes, was the man who, in the course of the past 25 months of a war in which the news had mostly been unwelcome from the federal point of view, had captured 2 rebel armies entire and chased a third clean out of sight beyond the roll of the southern horizon. Now that he made a second visual assessment, more deliberate and, above all, more informed than the first, the bystander who formerly had seen only an ordinary, scrubby-looking man with a slightly seedy look perceived that there was more to him than had been apparent before the authentication that came with the fixing of the name. The blue eye became a clear blue eye, and the once stolid-seeming face took on a look of resolution, as if he could not be trifled with. Such, then, was the effect of the gathered aura. And yet there was a good deal more to it than fame, past or present. There was also anticipation, and of a particular national form. Just last week, on Leap Year Day, the President had signed a congressional act reviving the grade of Lieutenant General, and Grant had been summoned east to receive in person his promotion, together with command of all the armies of the Union, which he was expected to lead at last to final victory over the forces that had threatened its destruction. Forgotten now was the small top-floor room his modesty had been willing to accept. Instead, the clerk obsequiously tendered the distinguished guest the best in the house, meaning Parlor 6, where Abraham Lincoln himself had held court in the days preceding his inauguration, less than 1 week more than 3 years ago today. Grant accepted this as he had the other, with neither eagerness nor protest, which caused a second witness to remark upon his shy but manly bearing. Still another even saw virtue in the dead-level way he wore his hat. He neither puts it on behind his ears nor draws it over his eyes, much less does he cock it on one side, but sets it straight and very hard on his head. A fourth believed he detected something else beneath the general's rough dignity of surface. He habitually wears an expression as if he had determined to drive his head through a brick wall and was about to do it. Just now, though, here in the close atmosphere of the lobby of Willard's, which a disgruntled Englishman complained was compounded in about equal parts of heat, noise, dust, smoke, and expectoration, what he mainly seemed to desire was an absence of fanfare. But that was not to be. For a week now the town talk had been of his imminent arrival, and now that the talkers had him within actual reach, they intended to make the most of him. Returning downstairs presently for dinner in the main dining room and holding his son Fred by the hand as if for mutual reassurance, he managed to get as far as his table and even to order the meal before he was recognized by a gentleman from New Orleans who came over for a handshake. Then, as before, all hope of privacy ended. Word of his presence spread from table to table, according to one who was there. People got up and craned their necks in an anxious endeavor to see the coming man. This reached a climax when one of the watchers, unable to contain his enthusiasm, mounted a chair and called, prematurely, for the promotion had not yet been conferred, for 3 cheers for Lieutenant General Grant. These were given in the most tremendous manner and were followed by a pounding that made the glasses and silverware dance on the tables, in the midst of which General Grant, looking very much astonished and perhaps annoyed, rose to his feet, awkwardly rubbed his mustache with his napkin, bowed, and resumed his seat. For a time, good sense prevailed. The general was allowed to eat in peace, but when he rose again and began to make his way out, once more with his son in tow, a Pennsylvania congressman took him in hand and began a round of introductions. This was his first levee, the witness added, after which his retreat through the crowded lobby and up the staircase to his rooms was characterized by most unsoldierly blushing. Hard as this was on a man who valued his privacy and was discomfited by adulation, Before the night was over, he would find himself at storm center of an even worse ordeal. Word of his arrival having spread, he found on his return to Parlor 6 a special invitation to come by the White House, presumably for a conference with the commander-in-chief, whom he had never met, although they both were from Illinois and were by now the two most famous men in the country. If he had known that the president's weekly receptions were held on Tuesday evenings, he would perhaps have postponed his call, but by the time he completed the short walk up the avenue to the gates of the executive mansion, it was too late. He found himself being ushered up the steps, through the foyer, down a corridor, and finally into the brightly lighted East Room, where the reception was in full swing. The crowd, enlarged beyond the norm tonight by the news that he would be there, fell silent as he entered, then parted before him to disclose at the far end of the room the tall form of Abraham Lincoln, who watched him approach, then put out a long arm for a handshake. "I'm glad to see you, General," he said. The crowd resumed its stir and buzz. There was a spattering of applause and even a cheer or two, which struck Navy Secretary Gideon Welles as rowdy and unseemly. Lincoln turned Grant over to Secretary of State William H. Seward for presentation to Mrs. Lincoln, who took his arm for a turn round the room while her husband followed at a distance, apparently much amused by the general's reaction to being placed thus on display before a crowd that soon began to get somewhat out of hand, surging toward him, men and women alike, for a close-up look and a possible exchange of greetings. Grant blushed like a schoolgirl, sweating heavily from embarrassment and the exertion of shaking the hands of those who managed to get nearest in the jam. "Stand up so we can all have a look at you," someone cried from the rim of the crowd, and he obliged by stepping onto a red plush sofa, looking out over the mass of upturned faces whose eyes fairly shone with delight at being part of an authentic historical tableau. "It was the only real mob I ever saw in the White House," a journalist later wrote, describing how people were caught up and whirled in the torrent which swept through the great East Room. Ladies suffered dire disaster in the crush and confusion. Their laces were torn and crinolines mashed, and many got up on sofas, chairs, and tables to be out of harm's way or to get a better view of the spectacle. For once at least, the President of the United States was not the chief figure in the picture. The little, scared-looking man who stood on a crimson-covered sofa was the idol of the hour. Rescued from this predicament, or as the newsman put it, smuggled out by friendly hands, Grant presently found himself closeted in a smaller chamber, which in time he would learn to identify as the Blue Room, with the President and the Secretary of War, Edwin M. Stanton. Lincoln informed him that he would be given his lieutenant general's commission at a ceremony here next day and would be expected to reply to a short speech. Only 4 sentences in all, which I will read from my manuscript as an example which you may follow, as you are perhaps not so much accustomed to public speaking as I am. For guidance in preparing his reply, he gave him a copy of what he himself would say, together with 2 suggestions for remarks which he hoped the general would incorporate in his response. First, something that would prevent or obviate any jealousy on the part of the generals about to come under his command, and second, something that would put him on as good terms as possible with the Army of the Potomac, to which he was a stranger. "If you see any objection to doing this," Lincoln added as a final sign of consideration for a man about to be cast in an unfamiliar role, "be under no restraint whatever in expressing that objection to the Secretary of War." Grant expressed no objection, but as he returned to the hotel after midnight for his first sleep in Washington, he was perhaps regretful that he had ever left the West, where life was at once less pushy and more informal, and convinced, no doubt, of the wisdom of his resolution to go back there at the first opportunity. Returning next day to the White House for the ceremony that would correspond to a laying on of hands, he brought with him his chief of staff and fellow townsman, Brigadier General John Rawlins, who had come east with him from Nashville in response to the presidential summons, and the 13-year-old Fred. Promptly at 1 o'clock, as scheduled, the Galena trio was shown into the presence of the president, the 7 members of his cabinet, his private secretary, John Nicolay, and Major General Henry W. Halleck, the present general-in-chief, over whose head the man they had gathered to honor was about to be advanced. Facing Grant, Lincoln handed him the official document and read the speech of which he had given him a copy the night before. "General Grant, the nation's appreciation of what you have done and its reliance upon you for what remains to do in the existing great struggle are now presented with this commission, constituting you Lieutenant General in the Army of the United States. With this high honor devolves upon you also a corresponding responsibility. As the country herein trusts you, so under God it will sustain you. I scarcely need to add that with what I here speak for the nation goes my own hearty personal concurrence." Brief as this was, Grant's response was briefer, by 7 words. He took from his coat pocket a half-sheet of notepaper covered with a hasty lead pencil scrawl. Either the light was poor or else he had trouble reading his own writing. In any case, he read it badly. "Mr. President," he replied, groping and hesitant as he strained to decipher the words, "I accept this commission with gratitude for the high honor conferred. With the aid of the noble armies that have fought on so many fields, it will be my earnest endeavor not to disappoint your expectations. I feel the full weight of the responsibilities now devolving on me and know that if they are met, it will be due to those armies and above all to the favor of that providence which leads both nations and men." The surprise in this, to anyone aware of the Blue Room exchange the night before, was that the general had not incorporated either of the remarks the president recommended for inclusion in his acceptance speech. Nicolay, for one, thought that Grant, in an attempt to establish an independence none of his predecessors had enjoyed, had decided it would be wise to begin his career as general-in-chief by disregarding any suggestions from above. Lincoln himself, on the other hand, seemed not to notice the omission, which his secretary considered, if not a downright act of insubordination, then in any case a snub. Once the congratulations were over, the 2 leaders had a short talk that began with Grant asking what special service was required of him. "The taking of Richmond," Lincoln said, adding wryly that the generals who had been told this in the past had not been fortunate in their efforts in that direction. Did Grant think he could do it? Grant replied that he could if he had the troops, whereupon Lincoln assured him that he would have them. That ended their first strategy conference, such as it was, and Nicolay observed that nothing was said as to the route or method to be employed, the jump-off date, or the amount of time the operation would require. All Grant said was that he could take Richmond if he had the troops, and Lincoln had been willing to let it go at that, after which the general took his leave. He was going down to Virginia today, specifically to Brandy Station, headquarters of the Army of the Potomac, for a consultation with its commander as a prelude to the planning of his overall campaign. One thing remained to be done before he got aboard the train. No truly recognizable photograph had been made of him since the early days of the war, when his beard reached the middle buttons on his blouse, and he had agreed, perhaps without considering that he thus would lose the near anonymity he had enjoyed among strangers up to now, to an appointment that would remedy the lack. Accompanied by Stanton, who proposed to go to the station to see him off, he rode from the White House down Pennsylvania Avenue to the intersection of 7th Street, where the carriage stopped in front of Matthew Brady's portrait gallery. The photographer was waiting anxiously and wasted no time in getting the general upstairs into what he called his operating room, where he had 4 of his big cameras ready for action. It was past 4 o'clock by now, and the light was failing, so while Grant took his place in a chair on which the cameras, their lenses 2 full feet in length and just under half a foot in diameter, were trained like a battery of siege guns, Brady sent an assistant up on the roof to draw back the shade from the skylight directly overhead. To his horror, the fellow stumbled, both feet crashing through the glass to let fall a shower of jagged shards around the general below. It was a miracle that some of the pieces didn't strike him, the photographer later said. And if one had, it would have been the end of Grant, for that glass was 2 inches thick. Still more surprising in its way was the general's reaction. He glanced up casually with a barely perceptible quiver of the nostril, then as casually back down, and that was all. This seemed to Brady the most remarkable display of nerve I ever witnessed. It was otherwise with Stanton, who appeared unstrung, not only for Grant's sake, as it turned out, but also for his own, though none of the splinters had landed anywhere near him. Grasping the photographer by the arm, he pulled him aside and sputtered excitedly, "Not a word about this, Brady, not a word. You must never breathe a word of what happened here today. It would be impossible to convince the people that this was not an attempt at assassination." The train made good time from Alexandria, chuffing through Manassas and Warrenton Junction, on to Brandy, a distance of just under 60 miles. Grant arrived in a driving rain soon after nightfall to find that the Army of the Potomac, whatever its shortcomings in other respects, there was scarcely a place name on the landscape that did not mark the scene of one or more of its defeats, knew how to greet a visitor in style. A regiment of zouaves, snappy in red fezzes and baggy trousers, was drawn up to give him a salute on his arrival, despite the rain, and a headquarters band, happily unaware that Grant was tone-deaf, he once remarked that he only knew 2 tunes in all. One was Yankee Doodle, the other wasn't, played vigorous music by way of welcome as the Army commander, Major General George G. Meade, emerged from his tent for a salute and a handshake. He and Grant, 6 years his junior and 8 years behind him at West Point, had not met since the Mexican War 16 years ago, when they were lieutenants. Tall and dour, professorial in appearance, with a hooked nose, a gray-shot beard, glinting spectacles, and heavy pouches under his eyes, Meade was one of the problems that would have to be dealt with before other larger problems could be tackled. Specifically, the question was whether to keep him where he was, a prima donna commander of a prima donna army, or remove him. His trouble, aside from a hair-trigger temper that kept his staff on edge and caused associates to refer to him, behind his back, as a damned old goggle-eyed snapping turtle, was that he lacked the quality which Grant not only personified himself, but also prized highest in a subordinate, the killer instinct. At Gettysburg 8 months ago, after less than a week in command, Meade had defeated and driven the rebel invaders from his native Pennsylvania. But then, with his foe at bay on the near bank of a flooded, bridgeless river, had flinched from delivering the coup de grace, which Lincoln, for one, was convinced would have ended the war. Instead, the Confederates, low on ammunition and bled down to not much more than half their strength, had withdrawn unmolested across the rain-swollen Potomac to take up a new defensive position behind the Rapidan, where they still were. Meade had crossed in late November with the intention of coming to grips with them in the wintry South Bank thickets, but then at the last minute had held his hand, had returned, in fact, ingloriously to the North Bank, and ever since had seemed content to settle for the stalemate that resulted, despite practically unremittent prodding from the press and the politicians in his rear. Just last week, he had been grilled by Congress's radical-dominated Joint Committee on the Conduct of the War, whose members, for the most part, in admiration of his politics and his bluster, favored recalling Major General Joseph Hooker to the post he had lost to Meade on the eve of Gettysburg. Much bitterness had ensued between the Pennsylvanian and his critics. "My enemies," he called them in a letter this week to a kinsman, maintaining that they consisted of certain politicians who wish me removed to restore Hooker, then of certain subordinates whose military reputations are involved in the destruction of mine. finally, of a class of vultures who in Hooker's day preyed upon the army and who sigh for a return of those glorious days. This was accurate enough as far as it went, but it seemed to Grant, as indeed it must have done to even a casual observer, that the trouble lay deeper in the ranks of the army itself. Partly the reason was boredom, a lack of employment in the craft for which its members had been trained. "A winter in tents is monotonous," one officer complained. "Card-playing, horse racing, and kindred amusements become stale when made a steady occupation." Moreover, Grant would have agreed with an assessment later made by a young West Pointer, a newcomer like himself to the Eastern Theater, that the trouble with the Army of the Potomac, predating both Meade and Hooker, was its lack of springy formation and audacious, self-reliant initiative. This organic weakness was entirely due to not having had in its youth skillfully aggressive leadership. Its early commanders had dissipated war's best elixir by training it into a life of caution, and the evil of that schooling it had shown on more than one occasion. Before coming down to brandy, Grant had rather inclined to the belief that the removal of Meade was a prerequisite to correction of this state of mind in the army he commanded. But once the round of greetings and introductions had ended and the corps and division commanders had retired for the night, leaving the two men alone for a private conference, Meade showed Grant a side of himself that proved not only attractive but disarming. He began by saying that he supposed Grant would want to replace him with some general who had served with him before and was therefore familiar with his way of doing things. Major General William T. Sherman, for example, who had been Grant's mainstay in practically all of his campaigns to date. If so, Meade declared, he hoped there would be no hesitation on his account, since, as Grant paraphrased it afterwards, the work before us was of such vast importance to the whole nation that the feeling or wishes of no one person should stand in the way of selecting the right men for all positions. For himself, he would serve to the best of his ability wherever placed. Grant was impressed. The offer, he said, gave him even a more favorable opinion of Meade than did his great victory at Gettysburg, and he assured him then and there that he had no thought of substituting anyone for him, least of all Sherman, who could not be spared from the West. Now it was Meade who was impressed, and he said as much the following day in a letter to his wife. "I was much pleased with Grant," he wrote, "and most agreeably disappointed in his evidence of mind and character. You may rest assured he is not an ordinary man." Mutual admiration on the part of the two leaders might be a good and healthy thing for all concerned, but the troops themselves, having paid in blood for the blasting of a number of overblown reputations in the drawn-out course of the war, were unconvinced and non-committal. While this latest addition to the doleful list of their commanders was on his way eastward, they had engaged in some rather idle speculation as to his professional ability, and it did not seem to them that the mere addition of a third star to each of his shoulders would necessarily increase his military worth. "Who's this Grant that's made a lieutenant general?" "He's the hero of Vicksburg." "Well, Vicksburg wasn't much of a fight. The Rebs were out of rations and they had to surrender or starve. They had nothing but dead mules and dogs to eat, as I understand." About the best thing they could say for him was that he was unlikely to be any worse than John Pope, who had also brought a Western reputation east, only to lose it at Bull Run. "He cannot be weaker or more inefficient," a jaundiced New York veteran declared, "than the generals who have wasted the lives of our comrades during the past 3 years." For one thing, Grant was likely to find a good deal less room between bullets here in Virginia than he had found in the region of his fame. "If he's a fighter," another hard-case infantryman put it, "he can find all the fighting he wants." Then he arrived, and some of them got a look at him. What they saw was scarcely reassuring. "Well, what do you think?" one asked a friend, who replied thoughtfully, having studied the firm-set mouth and the level glance of the clear blue eyes. "He looks as if he meant it." Nodding agreement, the first allowed that they would find out for themselves before too long. Meanwhile, he was willing to defer judgment, except as to looks. "He's a little un," he said. Talk of Vicksburg brought on the inevitable comparison of Western and Eastern Confederates, with particular reference to the presence here in the Old Dominion of General Robert E. Lee, the South's first soldier. Grant could never have penned up Lee as he had done John Pemberton, thereby forcing his surrender by starvation. Lee, they said, would have broken out some way and foraged around for supplies. Thus the men, and Rawlins, as he moved among the officers on Meade's staff, found a similar respect for the Southern commander, as if they took almost as great a pride in having opposed Mars Robert as the Virginians' tattered veterans took in serving under him. "Well, you never met Bobby Lee and his boys," they replied when Grant's chief of staff presumed to speak of victories in the West. "It would be quite different if you had." As for the campaign about to open here in the East, they seemed to expect nothing more than another version of the old story. Advance and retreat, Grant or no Grant. They listened rather impatiently while Rawlins spoke of past successes off on the far margin of the map. "That may be," they said, "but mind you, Bobby Lee is just over the Rapidan." In any case, whatever opinions had been formed or deferred, the new chieftain and his major Eastern army had at least had a look at each other. And next morning, after a second conference at which both past and future campaigns in Virginia were discussed, Grant returned to the station and got aboard the train for Washington. Last night he had received a presidential telegram extending an invitation from Mrs. Lincoln for him and Meade to dine with us Saturday evening, and he had replied by wire that they were pleased to accept. Overnight, however, he changed his mind. Today was Friday, March 11th, and he would be leaving at once for the West, but only for a visit of a week or 10 days in order to confer with Sherman and other commanders there, after which, despite his previous resolution to avoid the political snares so thickly strewn about the Eastern theater, he would be returning here to stay. Paradoxically, now that he had seen them at first hand, it was just those snares that determined his decision. "When I got to Washington and saw the situation," he later explained, "it was plain that here was the point for the commanding general to be. No one else could, probably, resist the pressure that would be brought to bear upon him to desist from his own plans and pursue others. Not that the adulation and the invasions of his privacy did not continue to go against his grain. They did indeed. Closeted that afternoon with the president at the White House, he complained that the past 3 days in Washington and at Brandy had been rather the warmest campaign I have witnessed during the war. Lincoln could sympathize with this, but he was disappointed that the general would not stay on through tomorrow night for the banquet planned in his honor. "We can't excuse you," he protested. "Mrs. Lincoln's dinner without you would be Hamlet with Hamlet left out." But Grant was firm. "I appreciate the honor Mrs. Lincoln would do me," he said, "but time is very important now. And really, Mr. Lincoln," he added frankly, "I have had enough of this show business." He left that evening on a westbound train with stops for inspection at several points along the way and reached Nashville in time to keep a St. Patrick's Day appointment with Sherman, whose troops were advanced beyond Chattanooga into northwest Georgia to confront the main Western Confederate Army under General Joseph E. Johnston around Dalton. They traveled together by rail to Cincinnati, the voluble redhead, tall, angular, and spare, as if his superabundant energy had consumed his flesh, so an acquaintance saw him at the time, and the new lieutenant general, who had once been described as a man who could be silent in several languages, and who now seemed doubly reticent by contrast with his talkative companion. In the Ohio City, they left the cars and checked into a hotel for privacy and room to spread their maps. There they worked on a preliminary draft of the overall campaign, which Sherman defined long afterwards. He was to go for Lee, and I was to go for Joe Johnston. That was his plan. That was what it basically was. That was what it came to in the end. At the outset, however, the plan, which might better have been defined at this stage as a plan for a plan, was a good deal more complicated, involving a great many other forces that were thrown, or were intended to be thrown, into action against the South. Grant had under him more than 500,000 combat soldiers, present for duty, equipped, about half of them in the ranks of 6 field armies, 3 in the east and 3 in the west, while the other half were scattered about the country in 19 various departments, from New England to New Mexico and beyond. His notion was to pry as many as possible of the latter out of their garrisons, transfer them to the mobile forces in the field, and bring the resultant mass to bear in a simultaneous movement all along the line. Long ago in Mexico, during a lull in the war, he had written home to the girl he later married, "If we have to fight, I would like to do it all at once and then make friends." Apparently, he felt even more this way about it now that the enemy were his fellow countrymen. In any case, the plan, as he evolved it, seemed to indicate as much. From an early period of the rebellion, he said afterward, looking back, I had been impressed with the idea that active and continuous operations of all the troops that could be brought into the field, regardless of season and weather, were necessary to a speedy termination of the war. The trouble from the outset, east and west, was that the Federal armies had acted independently and without concert, like a balky team, no two ever pulling together, enabling the enemy to use to great advantage his interior lines of communication. It was this that had made possible several of the greatest Confederate triumphs, from first Bull Run to Chickamauga, where reinforcements from other rebel departments and even other theaters had tipped the tactical scale against the Union. I determined to stop this, Grant declared. Moreover, convinced as he was that no peace could be had that would be stable and conducive to the happiness of the people, both North and South, until the military power of the rebellion was entirely broken, he held fast to his old guideline. He would work toward unconditional surrender. He had it very much in mind to destroy not only the means of resistance by his adversaries, but also the will. The Confederacy was not only to be defeated, it was to be defeated utterly, and not only in the field where the battles were fought, but also on the home front where the goods of war were produced. War is cruelty, Sherman had said 4 months ago in response to a Southern matron's complaint that his men appeared hard-handed on occasion. There is no use trying to reform it. The crueler it is, the sooner it will be over. Grant felt much the same way about the matter, and here at the start, in formulating his plan for achieving what he called a speedy termination, he was determined to be guided by 2 principles of action. 1, to use the greatest number of troops practicable, and 2, to hammer continuously against the armed force of the enemy and his resources, until by mere attrition, if in no other way, there should be nothing left to him but an equal submission with the loyal section of our common country to the Constitution and the laws of the land. To achieve the first of these, the concentration of fighting men on the actual firing line, he proposed that most of the troops now scattered along the Atlantic coast, in Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas, be brought to Virginia for a convergent attack on Richmond, and the army posted northward in its defense. All down the littoral, various forces of various sizes were attempting to make their way toward various objectives, few, if any of them, vital to Grant's main purpose. Accordingly, he prepared orders for abandoning all such efforts south of the James, along with as much of the region so far occupied as was not clearly needed to maintain or strengthen the naval blockade. The same would apply in the west, along the Mississippi River from New Orleans to Cairo, where the men thus gained were to be employed in a similar convergence upon Atlanta, and the forces likewise posted in its defense. As for the troops held deep in the national rear, serving mainly by their numbers to justify the lofty rank of political or discredited generals assigned to duty there, Grant proposed to abolish some of these commands by merging superfluous departments, thus freeing the men for duty at the front. As for the generals themselves, useless as most of them were for combat purposes, he favored their outright dismissal, which would open the way for just that many promotions in the field. Though this last was a rather ticklish business, verging as it did on the political, he thought it altogether worth a try because of the added opportunities it would afford him to reward the ablest and bravest of his subordinate commanders, even before the fighting got underway, and thus incite the rest to follow their example. By such methods, though little came of the last, out of more than 100 generals Grant recommended for removal, Lincoln let no more than a handful go, mindful as he had to be of the danger of making influential enemies with the presidential election less than 9 months off. He would reduce the ratio of garrison to combat troops from 1 to 1 to 1 to 2, which in itself was a considerable accomplishment, one that no previous general-in-chief, from Winfield Scott through George McClellan to Henry Halleck, had conceived to be possible even as a goal. As for his method of employing that continuous hammering which he believed was the surest, if not the only way to bring the South to her knees, the key would be found in orders presently issued to the commanders involved. So far as practicable, all the armies are to move together and toward one common center. This was to be applied in 2 stages. West and east, there would be separate but simultaneous convergences upon respective goals, Atlanta and Richmond, by all the mobile forces within each theater, after which, the first to be successful in accomplishing that preliminary task, the reduction of the assigned objective along with the defeat of the rebel army charged with its defense, would turn east or west, as the case might be, to join the other, and thus be in on the kill, the speedy termination for which Grant had conceived his grand design. It was for this, the western half of it at least, that he had come to Tennessee to confer with Sherman, his successor in command of the largest of the 3 main armies in this and the enormous adjoining theater beyond the Mississippi. There, the commanders of the departments of the Gulf and Arkansas, Major Generals Nathaniel P. Banks and Frederick Steele, were engaged in the opening phase of a campaign of which Grant disapproved and which they themselves had undertaken reluctantly on orders from Lincoln, issued through Halleck before Grant was given overall command. Advancing on Shreveport by way of Red River, which would afford them gunboat support, they were charged with the invasion and conquest of East Texas, not because there was much of strategic importance there, but because of certain machinations by the French in Mexico, which Lincoln thought it best to block by the occupation of Texas, thus to prevent a possible link-up between the forces of Napoleon III and those of the Confederacy, with which that monarch was believed to be sympathetic. Grant opposed the plan not because of its international implications, of which he knew little and understood less, but because of its interference with, or in any case its non-furtherance of, his design for ending the rebellion by concentrating the greatest number of troops practicable against its military and manufacturing centers. None of these was in the Lone Star State, so far at least as he could see, or for that matter anywhere else in the Trans-Mississippi, which he preferred to leave to the incidental attention of Steele alone, while Banks moved eastward across the Mississippi to play a truly vital role in the drama now being cast. Yet here he was, not only moving in the opposite direction, but taking with him no less than 10,000 of Sherman's best soldiers, temporarily assigned by Halleck to assist him in seizing the Texas barrens. Grant found this close to intolerable, and though he could not directly countermand an order issued by authority of the commander-in-chief, he could at least set a limit to the extent of the penetration, and above all to the amount of time allowed for the execution of the order, and thus ensure that Sherman would get his veterans back in time for the opening of the offensive in northwest Georgia. Accordingly, 2 days before Sherman joined him in Nashville on March 17th, He wrote to Banks informing him that while he regarded the success of your present move as of great importance in reducing the number of troops necessary for protecting the navigation of the Mississippi River, he wanted him to commence no move for the further acquisition of territory beyond Shreveport, which, he emphasized, should be taken as soon as possible, so that, leaving Steele to hold what had been won, he himself could return with his command to New Orleans in time for the eastward movement Grant had in mind for him to undertake in conjunction with Sherman's advance on Atlanta. Above all, Banks was told, if it appeared that Shreveport could not be taken before the end of April, he was to return Sherman's 10,000 veterans by the middle of that month, even if it leads to the abandonment of the main object of your expedition. Sherman's own instructions, as stated afterward by Grant in his final report, were quite simple and to the point. He was to move against Johnston's army, to break it up, and go into the interior of the enemy's country as far as he could, inflicting all the damage he could upon their war resources. For the launching of this drive on the Confederate heartland, admittedly a large order, the Ohioan would have the largest army in the country, even without the troops regrettably detached to Banks across the way. It included, in fact, 3 separate armies combined into one, each of them under a major general. First and largest, there was George Thomas's Army of the Cumberland, badly whipped 6 months ago at Chickamauga, under Major General William S. Rosecrans, but reinforced since by 3 divisions from Meade for the Chattanooga breakout under Thomas, which had thrown General Braxton Bragg back on Dalton and caused his replacement by Joe Johnston. Next, there was the Army of the Tennessee, veterans of Donelson and Shiloh under Grant, of Vicksburg and Missionary Ridge under Sherman, now under James B. McPherson, who had been promoted to fill the vacancy created by Sherman's advancement to head the whole. Finally, there was the Army of the Ohio, youngest and smallest of the 3, takers of Knoxville and survivors of the siege that followed under Major General Ambrose Burnside, who was succeeded now by John M. Schofield, lately transferred from guerrilla-torn Missouri. Made up in all of 20 infantry and 4 cavalry divisions, these 3 armies comprised the Military Division of the Mississippi under Sherman, redoubtable Uncle Billy to the 120,000 often rowdy Western veterans on its rolls. This was considerably better than twice the number reported to be with Johnston around Dalton, but the defenders had a reserve force of perhaps as many as 20,000 under Lieutenant General Leonidas Polk at Demopolis, Alabama, and Meridian, Mississippi, in position to be hastened by rail either to Mobile or Atlanta, whichever came under pressure in the offensive the North was expected to open before long. That was where Banks came in. That was why Grant had been so insistent that the Massachusetts general finish up the Red River operation without delay in order to get his army back to New Orleans for an eastward march with 35,000 soldiers against Mobile, which would also be attacked from the water side by Rear Admiral David G. Farragut, whose Gulf Squadron would be strengthened by the addition of several of the ironclads now on station outside Charleston, where the naval attack had stalled and which in any case was no longer on the agenda of targets to be hit. This double danger to Mobile would draw Polk's reserve force southward from Meridian and Demopolis, away from Atlanta and any assistance it might otherwise have rendered Johnston in resisting Sherman's steamroller drive on Dalton and points south. Later, when Banks and Sherman had achieved their primary goals, the reduction of Mobile and Atlanta, they would combine at the latter place for a farther penetration eastward to the Atlantic and Lee's rear, if Lee was still a factor in the struggle by that time. All I would now add, Grant told Banks in a follow-up letter sent 2 weeks after the first, is that you commence the concentration of your forces at once. Preserve a profound secrecy of what you intend doing and start at the earliest possible moment. Such, then, was the nature of the offensive Grant intended to launch in the West, with Sherman bearing the main tactical burden. Similarly, in the east, in accordance with his general plan to concentrate all the force possible against the Confederate armies in the field, he planned for Meade to move in a similar manner, similarly assisted by a diversionary attack on the enemy rear. But he wanted it made clear from the start that this was to be something more than just another on to Richmond drive, at least so far as Meade himself was concerned. Lee's army will be your objective point, his instructions read. Wherever Lee goes, there you will go also. If past experience showed anything, it clearly showed that in Virginia almost anything could happen. Moreover, with Lee in opposition, that anything was likely to be disastrous from the Federal point of view. 4 of the 5 offensives so far launched against him, those by McClellan, by Pope, by Burnside, by Hooker, had broken in blood and ended in headlong blue retreat, while the 5th, Meade's own, the previous fall, had managed nothing better than a stalemate, which last, in the light of Grant's views on the need for unrelenting pressure, was barely preferable to defeat. Numerical odds had favored the Union to small avail in those encounters, including Hooker's 3-to-1 advantage. Yet that was a poor argument against continuing to make them as long as possible. Just now, as a result of the westward detachments in September, the Army of the Potomac was down to fewer than 100,000 men. By way of lengthening the odds, Grant proposed to bring unemployed Ambrose Burnside back east to head a corps of 4 newly raised divisions, which would rendezvous at Annapolis, thus puzzling the enemy as to their eventual use, down the coast or in Virginia proper, until the time came for the Rapidan crossing, when they would move in support of the Army of the Potomac, raising its strength to beyond 120,000 effectives, distributed among 15 infantry and 3 cavalry divisions. Such assurance as this gave was by no means certain. Lee was foxy. No mere numerical advantage had served to fix him in position for slaughter in the past. But Grant had other provisions in mind for securing that result, involving the use of the other 2 eastern armies. In the west, the 3 mobile forces had 3 separate primary assignments, going for Johnston, taking Mobile, riding herd on trans-Mississippi rebels. In the east, all 3 were to have the same objective from the start. Posted in defense of West Virginia and the Maryland-Pennsylvania frontier, the smallest of these 3 armies was commanded by Major General Franz Sigel. "I fight Smith Sigel" was the proud boast of thousands of soldiers, German-born like himself, who had been drawn to the colors by his example. This force was not available for use elsewhere, since its left lay squarely athwart the northern entrance to the Shenandoah Valley, that classic avenue of Confederate invasion exploited so brilliantly 2 years ago by Stonewall Jackson, who had used it to play on Lincoln's fears, thereby contributing largely to the frustration of McClellan's drive on Richmond, at a time when the van of his army could hear the hours struck by the city's public clocks. To Grant, however, the fact that Sigel's 26,000 troops were not considered withdrawable, lest another rebel general use the valley approach to serve him as Stonewall had served Little Mac, did not mean that this force was not usable as part of the drive on the Virginia capital and the Gray Army charged with its defense. It seemed to him, rather, that a movement up the valley by a major portion of Sigel's command would serve even better than an immobile guard posted across its northern entrance, or exit, to deny it to the enemy as a channel of invasion. Elaborating on this, he directed that the advance was to be in 2 columns, one under Brigadier General George Crook, who would march west of the Alleghenies for a rapid descent on the Virginia and Tennessee Railroad, along which vital supply line he would move eastward, tearing up track as he went, then north for a meeting near Stanton with Sigel himself, who would have led the other column directly up the valley. There they would combine for a strike at Lee's flank while Meade engaged his front. Or if by then Lee had fallen back on Richmond, as expected, they would join in the pursuit by way of the Virginia Central, another vital supply line, to the gates of the city and beyond. So much for the task assigned the second of the three Union armies in Virginia. The third, being larger, had a correspondingly larger assignment, with graver dangers and quite the highest prize of all awaiting the prompt fulfillment of its task. One reason Grant expected Lee to fall back on Richmond in short order before Sigel had time to get in position on his flank was that he intended to oblige him to do so by launching a backdoor attack on the capital from across the James, at the same time Meade was effecting a crossing of the Rapidan, 60-odd miles to the north. The commander of this third force would be Major General Benjamin F. Butler, who had won a reputation for deftness, along with the nickname Spoons, in the course of his highly profitable occupation of New Orleans, all of last year and most of the year before. Much as Sigel had been commissioned to attract German-born patriots to the colors, Butler had been made a general to prove to Democrats, at whose Charleston convention in 1860 he had voted 57 consecutive times to nominate Jefferson Davis for President of the United States, that the war was not exclusively a Republican affair. Grant did not select, he inherited him, political abilities and all. For the work at hand, the former Bay State Senator would have some 35,000 effectives of all arms, about half of them to be brought up from Florida and South Carolina by the commander of the Department of the South, Major General Quincy A. Gilmore, while the other half would be drawn from Butler's own Department of Virginia and North Carolina. He was to have naval support in moving up the James from his initial base at Fortress Monroe, as well as for the landing at City Point. That would put him within easy reach of Petersburg, the South Side Railroad center only 20 miles from his true objective, Richmond, which he was then to seize by means of a sudden lunge across the river. Or if Lee had managed a quick fallback in such strength as to prevent a crossing at that point, Butler, having severed the city's rail connections with the granaries to the south, would combine with Meade and Sigel upstream or down for the resultant siege of the capital and its eventual surrender. If all went as intended in the three-way squeeze he had designed to achieve Lee's encompassment, Grant himself would be there to receive the Gray Commander's sword at the surrender ceremony. For by now he had decided not only that he would return to the East for the duration of the war so as to be able to interpose between the Washington politicians and the strategy they might attempt to subvert, but also that the most effective position from which to do this would be in close proximity to the headquarters of the Army of the Potomac. There were, indeed, in addition to the most obvious one, that being in the field would remove him from the constricting atmosphere of the District of Columbia and the disconcerting stares of overcurious civilians in and out of government, several reasons for the decision, not the least of which was that Meade, in command of much the largest of the three armies in Virginia, and charged with much of the heaviest burden in the fighting, was outranked not only by Butler and Sigel, whose armies were assigned less arduous tasks, but also by Burnside, whose corps would move in his support and had to be more or less subject to his orders if he was to avoid delays that might prove disastrous. Although the problem could be ignored in the easier going west, there Thomas, for instance, outranked Sherman, and McPherson was junior to several other major generals in all three armies, Easterners were notoriously touchy about such matters. And if a command crisis arose from the striking of personality sparks on the question of rank, Grant wanted to be there to settle it in person, as only he could do. If this resulted in some discomfort for Meade, whose style might be cramped, and whose glory would no doubt be dimmed by the presence of a superior constantly peering over his shoulder and nudging his elbow, this was regrettable, but not nearly as much so, certainly, as various other unfortunate things that might happen without Grant there. Besides, there was still another reason, perhaps of more importance than all the rest combined. For all its bleeding and dying these past 3 years, on a scale no other single army could approach, the paper-collar Army of the Potomac had precious few real victories to its credit. It had, in fact, in its confrontations with the adversary now awaiting its advance into the thickets on the south bank of the river it was about to cross, a well-founded and long-nurtured tradition of defeat. The correction for this, Grant believed, was the development of self-confidence, which seemed to him an outgrowth of aggressiveness, an eagerness to come to grips with the enemy, and a habit of thinking of wounds it would inflict rather than of wounds it was likely to suffer. So far, this outlook had been characteristic not of Eastern but of Western armies. Grant hoped to effect in person a transference of this spirit which he had done so much to create in the past. 20 months ago, it was true, John Pope had come east to infuse a little Western energy into the flaccid ranks of the accident-prone divisions that came under his command in the short-lived Army of Virginia. Unfortunately, he had only contrived to lengthen by 1 or 2 or 3, if Cedar Mountain and Chantilly were included, the list of spectacular defeats. His troops had wound up cowering in the Washington defenses, what was left of them after the thrashing Lee had administered, flank and rear. But Grant, despite this lamentable example, had much the same victory formula in mind. The difference was that he backed it up, as Pope had been unable to do, with an overall plan on a national scale that embodied the spirit of the offensive. Sherman, for one, believed he would succeed, although the severely compressed and beleaguered Confederacy still amounted, as Grant said, to an empire in extent. He expected victory not only because of the plan they had developed in part between them in the Cincinnati hotel room, but also because he believed that the struggle had entered a new phase, one that for the first time favored the forces of the Union, which at last had come of age in a military sense, while those of the South were sliding past their prime. Or so, at any rate, it seemed to Sherman. It was not until after both Gettysburg and Vicksburg that the war professionally began, he later declared. Then our men had learned in the dearest school on earth the simple lesson of war, and it was then that we as professional soldiers could rightly be held to a just responsibility. Heartened by the prospect, he expressed his confidence to Grant before they parted, he to return to Nashville, the headquarters of his new command, and his friend and superior to Washington for a time, riding eastward past crowds that turned out to cheer him at every station along the way. Nor was there any slackening of the adulation at the end of the line. General Grant is all the rage, Sherman heard from his senator brother John the following week. He is subjected to the disgusting but dangerous process of being lionized. He is followed by crowds and is cheered everywhere. The senator was worried about the effect all this might have on the man at whom it was directed. While he must despise the fickle fools who run after him, he, like most others, may be spoiled by this excess of flattery. He may be so elated as to forget the uncertain tenure upon which he holds and stakes his really well-earned laurels. Sherman, though he was pleased to note that his brother added, "He is plain and modest, and so far bears himself well," was quick to jump to his friend's defense, wherein he coupled praise with an admonition. "Grant is as good a leader as we can find," he replied. "He has honesty, simplicity of character, singleness of purpose, and no hope or claim to usurp civil power. His character, more than his genius, will reconcile armies and attach the people. Let him alone. Don't disgust him by flattery or importunity. Let him alone." Let him alone, either then or later, was the one thing almost no one in Washington seemed willing to do, except Lincoln, who assured Grant that he intended to do just that, at least in a military sense. "The particulars of your plan I neither know nor seek to know," he was to tell him presently, on the eve of commitment, and even at their first interview before the general left for Tennessee, he had told him, according to Grant's recollection of the exchange years later, that he had never professed to be a military man or to know how campaigns should be conducted, but that procrastination on the part of commanders, and the pressure from the people at the North and Congress, which was always with him, forced him to issue his series of military orders, 1, 2, 3, etc. He did not know but they were all wrong and did know that some of them were. All he wanted or had ever wanted was someone who would take the responsibility and act, and call on him for all the assistance needed. Welcome though this was to hear, Grant was no doubt aware that the president had said similar things to previous commanders. John C. Fremont, for example, whom he told, "I have given you carte blanche. You must use your own judgment and do the best you can." Or McClellan, who quoted his assurances after Antietam, "General, you have saved the country. You must remain in command and carry us through to the end. I pledge myself to stand between you and harm," only to jerk the rug from under their feet a short time later when their backs were turned. Lincoln had never been one to keep a promise any longer than he believed the good of the country was involved. However, in this case, he supplemented his private with public remarks to the same effect. "Grant is the first general I have had," he was reported to be saying. "I am glad to find a man who can go ahead without me." To a friend who doubted that Grant should be given so free a rein, he replied, "Do you hire a man to do your work and then do it yourself?" To another, who remarked that he was looking well these days, he responded with an analogy. "Oh yes, I feel better," he laughed, "for now I'm like the man who was blown up on a steamboat and said on coming down, 'It makes no difference to me, I'm only a passenger.'" Partly, Lincoln's ebullience was the result of having learned, if not the particulars, then at any rate certain features of Grant's plan. Of its details, an intimate said later that they were communicated only to Grant's most important or most trusted subordinates, Meade, Butler, and Sigel, of course, along with Sherman and Banks. To no others except to members of his personal staff did Grant impart a knowledge of his plans, and even among these there were some with whom he was reticent. The President and the Secretary of War were both excluded, though he was willing to discuss with them the principle to be applied in bringing the greatest number of troops practicable to bear against the forces in rebellion. For example, that the units charged with the occupation of captured territory and the prevention of rebel incursions into the North could perform this service just as well by advancing as by remaining still, and by advancing they would compel the enemy to keep detachments to hold them back, or else lay his own territory open to invasion. Lincoln saw the point at once, having urged it often in the past, although with small success. "Those not skinning can hold a leg," he said. Grant, as the son of a tanner, knew that this had reference to hog-killing time in the West, where all hands were given a share in the work even though there were not enough skinning knives to go round. He liked the expression so well, in fact, that he passed it along to Sherman the following week in a letter explaining Sigel's share in the Virginia campaign. "If Sigel can't skin himself, he can hold a leg while someone else skins." By that time he was in the field, where he enjoyed greater privacy in working on his plan for the distribution of knives to be used in flaying the South alive. Having returned to Washington on March 23rd, he established headquarters 3 days later at Culpeper, 6 miles beyond Brandy Station on the Orange and Alexandria Railroad, about midway between the Rappahannock and the Rapidan. This was the week of the vernal equinox. Tomorrow was Easter Sunday. Yet a 15-inch snow had fallen that Tuesday, and the land was still locked in the grip of winter, as if to mock the hope expressed to Sherman that the armies could launch their separate but concentric attacks by April 25th. To the west, in plain view, the Blue Ridge Mountains bore on their peaks and slopes deep drifts of snow, which Grant had been told by old-timers hereabouts would have to be melted away before he could be sure that bad weather had gone for good and the roads would support his moving trains and guns. Down here on the flat, at least its whiteness served to hide the scars inflicted by commanders north and south, who, as one observer remarked, had led their armies up and down these fields and made the landscape desolate. Round about Culpeper, he added, not a house nor a fence, not a tree was to be seen for miles, where once all had been cultivated farmland or richly wooded country. Here and there a stack of chimneys or a broken cistern marked the site of a former homestead, but every other landmark had been destroyed. The very hills were stripped of their forest panoply, and a man could hardly recognize the haunts familiar to him in his childhood. Although at present much of this was mercifully blanketed from sight, the worst of the scars no snow could hide, for they existed in men's minds and signified afflictions of the spirit, afflictions Grant would have to overcome before he could instill into the Army of the Potomac the self-confidence and aggressiveness which he considered prerequisite to the successful prosecution of its offensive against an adversary famed throughout the world as the embodiment of the qualities said to be lacking on the near side of the river that ran between the armies. Discouraging to his hopes for the inculcation of the spirit of the offensive, the very landmarks scattered about this fought-over section of Virginia served as doleful reminders of what such plans had come to in the past. Westward beyond the snow-clad Blue Ridge lay the Shenandoah Valley, where Banks and Fremont had been sorely drubbed and utterly confused, and northeastward, leading down this way, ran the course of the Buckland races, in which the cavalry had been chased and taunted. Cedar Mountain loomed dead ahead. Their Seagull, thrown forward by bristly Pope, had come a cropper, as Pope himself had done only 3 weeks later, emulating the woeful example of Irvin McDowell on the plains of Manassas, where the rebels feasted on his stores 40 miles back up the railroad. Downriver about half that distance, Burnside had suffered the throbbing pain and numbing indignity of the Fredericksburg bloodbath and the Mud March, while close at hand, just over the Rapidan, brooded the Wilderness, where Hooker had come to grief in a May riot of smoke-choked greenery, and Meade had nearly done the same, inching forward through the ice-cramped woods a scant 4 months ago, except that he pulled back in time to avoid destruction. All these were painful memories to the veterans who had survived them and passed them on to recruits as a tradition of defeat, a tradition which Grant was seeking now, if not to erase, for it could never be erased, it was too much a part of history, kept alive in the pride of the butternut scarecrows over the river, then at any rate to overcome by locking it firmly in the past and replacing it with one of victory. In working thus at his plans for bringing that tradition into existence here and elsewhere, he was assisted greatly by a command arrangement allowed for in the War Department order appointing him General-in-Chief in place of Halleck, who was relieved at his own request and made Chief of Staff, an office created to provide a channel of communication between Grant and his 19 department heads, particularly in administrative matters. The work would be heavy for old brains, the glory slight. Hooker, who had feuded with him throughout his Eastern tenure, sneered that his situation was like that of a man who married with the understanding that he would not sleep with his wife. But Halleck thereby freed Grant from the need for attending to a great many routine distractions. Instead of being snowed under by paperwork, the lieutenant general could give his full attention to strategic planning, and this he did. From time to time, he would return to Washington for an overnight stay. Primarily, it would seem, to visit Mrs. Grant, who had joined him in Cincinnati for the ride back east. But mainly he kept to his desk in the field, poring over maps and bluing the air of his Culpeper headquarters with cigar smoke, much as he had done a year ago in the former ladies' cabin of the Magnolia, where he planned the campaign that took Vicksburg. 2. Of all these several component segments, each designed to contribute to Grant's overall pattern for victory on a national scale, the first to go awry was the preliminary one. Preliminary, that is, in the sense that it would have to be wound up before the more valid thrust at Mobile could begin, involving Banks and Steele in the far-off Trans-Mississippi, hundreds of miles from the two vital centers around which would swirl the fighting that would determine the outcome of the war. It was the first because it had already begun to falter before Grant was in a position to exercise control. Moreover, once he was in such a position as General-in-Chief, his attempts along that line only served to increase the frustration which both subordinates, proceeding as it were against their hearts, had been feeling all along. Not that it mattered all that much whatever he did or did not do, for the seeds of defeat had been planted in the conception. By then, the only cure would have been to abandon the crop entirely, which would not do, since Lincoln himself, with a fretful sidelong glance at France's latter-day Napoleon, had had a hand in the sowing. Promptly after the midsummer fall of Port Hudson opened the Mississippi to Union trade throughout its length, Halleck had taken the conquest of Texas as his prime concern in the Western theater. It seemed to him the logical next step. Besides, he had always liked to keep things tidy in his rear, and every success achieved under his direction had been followed by a pause for just that purpose. After Donelson, after Corinth, after Vicksburg, he had dismembered the victorious Blue Force, dispersing its parts on various lateral or rearward assignments, with much attendant loss of momentum. Consequently, although it was here that the North had scored all but a handful of its triumphs in the field, the war in the West had consisted largely of starts and stops, with the result that a considerable portion of the Federal effort had been expended in overcoming prime inertia at the start of each campaign. And so it was to be in the present case, if old Brains had his way, with the president's unquestioning approval, which as usual tended to make him rather imperious in manner and altogether intolerant of objections. Halleck had been urging the conquest of Texas on Banks, who had been opposed in the main to such a venture, so far at least as it involved his own participation. A former Massachusetts governor and Speaker of the National House of Representatives, he was, like most political appointees, concerned with building a military reputation on which to base his post-war bid for further political advancement. He had, in fact, his eye on the White House, and he preferred a more spectacular assignment, one nearer the center of the stage and attended with less risk, or in any case no more risk than seemed commensurate with the prize, which in his opinion this did not. Texas was undeniably vast, but it was also comparatively empty. He favored Mobile as a fitting objective by these standards, and had been saying so ever since the surrender of Port Hudson first gave him the feel of laurels on his brow. Halleck had stuck to Texas, however, and Halleck, as General-in-Chief, had had his way. Texas it was, although there still was considerable disagreement as to the best approach to the goal, aside from a general conviction that it could not be due west across the Sabine and the Barrens, where, as one of Banks's staff remarked, there was no water in the summer and fall and plenty of water but no road in the winter and spring. Halleck favored an ascent of Red River to Shreveport and beyond, which would allow for gunboat support and rapid transportation of supplies. But this had some of the same disadvantages as the direct cross-country route, the Red being low on water all through fall and winter, while waiting for the spring rise without which the river was unnavigable above Alexandria, barely one-third of the distance up to Shreveport. Banks tried his hand at a third approach, the mounting of amphibious assaults against various points along the Lone Star coast. The first of these, at Sabine Pass in September, was bloodily repulsed. The Navy lost 2 gunboats and their crews before admitting it could put no troops ashore at that point. So Banks revised his plan by reversing it end for end. He managed an unsuspected landing near the mouth of the Rio Grande, occupied Brownsville unopposed, and began to work his way back east by way of Aransas Pass and Matagorda Bay. There he stopped. So far he had encountered no resistance, but just ahead lay Galveston, with Sabine Pass beyond, both of them scenes of past defeats which he would not risk repeating. All he had got for his pains was a couple of dusty border towns and several bedraggled miles of beach, amounting to little more, in fact, than a few pinpricks along one leathery flank of the Texas elephant. By now it was nearly spring, however, and time for him to get back onto what Halleck, in rather testy dispatches, had kept assuring him was the true path of conquest, up the Red, which soon was due for the annual rise that would convert it into an artery of invasion. By now, too, as a result of closer inspection of the prize, Banks had somewhat revised his opinion as to the worth of the proposed campaign. Mobile was still what he ached for, but Mobile would have to wait. Meantime, a successful ascent of the Red as a means of achieving the subjugation of East Texas would not only add a feather to his military cap, it would also, by affording him and his army valuable training in the conduct of combined operations, serve as excellent preparation for better and more difficult things to come. Besides, study disclosed immediate advantages he had overlooked before. In addition to providing a bulwark against the machinations of the French in Mexico, the occupation of Shreveport would yield political as well as strategic fruits. First, there was Lincoln's so-called 10% plan, whereby a state would be permitted to return to the national fold as soon as 10% of its voters affirmed their loyalty to the Union and its laws. With Shreveport firmly in federal hands, Confederate threats would no longer deter the citizens of West Louisiana and South Arkansas from taking the oath required. Louisiana and Arkansas, grateful to the administration which had granted them readmission, would cast their votes in the November election, thereby winning for the general who had made such action possible the gratitude of the man who, 4 years later, would exert a powerful influence in the choice of his successor. There, indeed, was a prize worth grasping. Moreover, the aforementioned strategic fruits of such a campaign had been greatly enlarged in the course of the fall and winter, occasioned by Steele's advance on Little Rock in September, which extended the federal occupation down to the Arkansas River, bisecting the state along a line from Fort Smith to Napoleon, and posed a threat to Confederate installations farther south. Ordnance works at Camden and Arkadelphia had been shifted to Tyler and Marshall, Texas, where they now were back in production, as were others newly established at Houston and San Antonio. Cut off from the industrial East by the fall of Vicksburg, still insurgent trans-Mississippians had striven in earnest to develop their own resources. Factories at Tyler, Houston, and Austin, together with one at Washington, Arkansas, were delivering 10,000 pairs of shoes a month to rebel quartermasters, and inmates of the Texas Penitentiary at Huntsville were turning out more than 1 million yards of cotton and woolen cloth every month to be made into gray or butternut uniforms for distribution to die-hard fighters in all 3 states of the region. Shreveport itself had become an industrial complex quite beyond anyone's dream a year ago, with foundries, shops, and laboratories for the production of guns and ammunition, without which not even the doughtiest grayback would constitute the semblance of a threat. If Banks could lay hands on Shreveport, then move on into the Lone Star vastness just beyond, the harvest would be heavy, both in materiel and glory. By late January, having considered all this and more, he was so far in agreement with Halleck that he wired him, "The occupation of Shreveport will be to the country west of the Mississippi what that of Chattanooga is to the east. And as soon as this can be accomplished," he added, his enthusiasm waxing as he wrote, "the country west of Shreveport will be in condition for a movement into Texas." Another persuasive factor there was, which in time would be reckoned the most influential of them all, though less perhaps on Banks himself than on various others, in and out of the Army and Navy about to be involved in the campaign. This was cotton. Banks was intrigued by the notion that the proposed invasion not only could be carried out on a self-supporting basis, financially speaking, but could result in profits that would cover other less lucrative efforts, such as the ones about to be launched through the ravaged counties of northern Virginia and across the red clay hills and gullies of North Georgia. What was more, he backed his calculations with experience. On his march up Bayou Teche to Alexandria in April of the year before, he had seized an estimated $5 million in contraband goods, including lumber, sugar and salt, cattle and livestock, and cotton to the amount of 5,000 bales. This last represented nearly half the value of the spoils, and would represent even more today, with the price in Boston soaring rapidly toward $2 a pound in greenbacks. Yet those 5,000 bales collected along the Teche were scarcely more than a dab compared to the number awaiting seizure in plantation sheds along the Red and in the Texas hinterland. Banks predicted that the campaign would produce between 200,000 and 300,000 bales. Even the lower of these two figures, at a conservative estimate of $500 a bale, would bulge the Treasury with no less than $100 million, which by itself would be enough to run the whole war for 2 months. Nor was that all. In addition to this direct financial gain, he would also put back into operation the spindles lying idle in the mills of his native state, where he had got his start as a bobbin boy and where the voters would someday turn out in hordes to express their thanks for all he had done for them and the nation in their time of trial. It was no wonder his enthusiasm rose with every closer look at the political, strategic, and financial possibilities of a campaign he formerly had thought not worth his time. Perhaps the most persuasive factor of all, so far at least as Banks was concerned, was that he secured Halleck's approval of a plan worked out between them that assured the cooperation not only of Steele, who would move south from Little Rock to the vicinity of Shreveport with 15,000 troops, but also of Sherman, who was to send 10,000 of his veterans to Alexandria for a combination with the 20,000 Banks himself would bring to that point by repeating last year's profitable march up the Teche. Including a Marine brigade and the crews of 20-odd warships under Rear Admiral David D. Porter, which were to serve as escort for the transports bringing Sherman's men from Vicksburg, and thenceforth as an integral part of the command in its ascent of the Red. This would give Banks a total strength of just under 50,000, which he believed was sufficient in itself to guarantee success in the campaign. His opponent, General Edmund Kirby Smith, commanding that vast 5-state trans-Mississippi region already beginning to be known as Kirby Smithdom, had not much more than half that many soldiers in all of Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas, and the Indian Territory combined. Such opposition as Smith might be able to offer the veteran 45,000-man Blue Army and its hard-hitting 210-gun fleet, Banks was not unjustified in believing, would only serve to swell the glory involved in the inevitable outcome. Sherman himself was inclined to agree with this assessment, though he was aware, as Banks perhaps was not, having had little time for theoretic study, of Napoleon's dictum that the most difficult of all maneuvers was the combination of widely divided columns, regardless of their overall numerical superiority, on a field of battle already occupied by an enemy who thus would be free, throughout the interim preceding their convergence, to strike at one or another of the approaching columns. His only regret, the red-haired general said when he came down to New Orleans in early March to confer with Banks about his share in the campaign, was that Grant had forbidden him to go along. He stayed 2 days working out the arrangements for his troops to be at Alexandria in time for a meeting with Banks's column on the 17th, the same day, as it turned out, that he would meet with Grant in Nashville, though he did not know that yet. Then steamed back upriver to Vicksburg, declining his host's invitation to stay over for the inauguration on March 5th of the recently elected Union-loyal governor of Louisiana, one Michael Hahn, a Bavaria-born lawyer and sugar planter who had opposed secession from the start. Despite the delay it would entail, Banks apparently felt obliged to remain for the ceremony, which was quite elaborate, one item on the program being a rendition of the Anvil Chorus in Lafayette Square by no less than 1,000 singers, accompanied by all the bands of the army, while church bells pealed and cannon were fired in unison by electrical devices. Then at last, after managing to get through another 2 weeks of attending to additional political and administrative matters, got aboard a steamboat for a fast ride up the Mississippi and the Red for the meeting at Alexandria with Sherman's men and his own, whose ascent of the Teche had been delayed by heavy going on roads made nearly bottomless by rain. Before leaving, he had written to Halleck of the public reaction to the inaugural celebration, thousand-tongued chorus, electrically fired cannon, and all. "It is impossible to describe it with truth," he wrote. In the future, much the same thing would be said of the campaign he was about to give the benefit of his personal supervision. It was March 24th by the time he reached Alexandria, 1 week late. Even so, he got there ahead of the men in his 5 divisions, who did not complete their slog up the Teche until next day. Plastered with mud and 8 days behind schedule, they did not let the hard and tardy march depress their spirits, which were high. "The soldier is a queer fellow," a reporter who accompanied them wrote. "He is not at all like other white men. Tired, dusty, cold, or hungry. No matter, he is always jolly. I find him, under the most adverse circumstances, shouting, singing, skylarking. There is no care or tire in him." Banks, for all the dignity he was careful to preserve, shared this skylark attitude when he arrived, and with good cause. The time spent waiting for him to show had been put to splendid use by Sherman's veterans, who had arrived on time, with one considerable victory already to their credit and another scored before the Massachusetts general joined them. 3 divisions under Brigadier General A.J. Smith, a Pennsylvania-born West Pointer, they had left Vicksburg on March 10th and gone ashore 2 days later at Simmsport, just up the Atchafalaya from its confluence with the Red. While Porter's 22 heavily gunned warships, 13 of them ironclads, accompanied by some 40 transports and quartermaster boats, returned to the Red for a frontal attack on Fort DeRussy, a once abandoned but now reoccupied Confederate strongpoint about halfway up to Alexandria, the infantry crossed a lush, bayou-mazed prairie called Avoyelles to come upon the fortification from the rear. Such few rebels as they saw en route were quick to scamper out of reach, having no apparent stomach for a fight. By late afternoon of March 14th, the Bluecoats were in position for a mass assault, not only hearing the roar of Porter's guns, which showed that he too was in place on schedule, but also receiving a few of his heavy shells that overshot the fort. Just before sundown, at a cost of only 38 killed and wounded, they stormed and took it, along with its 10 guns and its garrison of 300 bitter, shell-dazed men, who, according to a newsman with the attackers, screamed in demoniac tones even after our banners flaunted from their bastions and ramparts. This done, the victors got back aboard their transports for the 30-mile ride to Alexandria. All, that is, but the men of 1 division, who stayed behind to raise the fort by tearing out and burning its wooden beams and leveling the earthworks, after which they gave it the finishing touch by blowing up the powder magazine. They had received excellent schooling in such work under Sherman, especially on the recent expedition to Meridian, where, in Sherman's words, they had cut a swath of desolation 50 miles broad across the state of Mississippi, which the present generation will not forget. In such work they used sledges and crowbars more than rifles, and though it involved much vigorous exercise, it was not only a fine way of relaxing from the rigors of the Vicksburg siege, it was also a good deal safer, since their efforts were mainly directed against civilians. Moreover, this particular division had a commander, Brigadier General T. Kilby Smith, whose views along these lines coincided more or less with their own. "The inhabitants hereabouts are pretty tolerably frightened. The 33-year-old former lawyer was presently to write home to his mother in Ohio. Our Western troops are tired of shilly-shally, and this year they will deal their blows very heavily. Past kindnesses and forbearance has not been appreciated or understood, frequently ridiculed. The people now will be terribly scourged. Presumably, such words had been passed down as well as out, for private residences had begun to burn in Simmsport almost as soon as the transports ran out their gangplanks for the troops to go ashore, and their progress across the lovely Avoyelles Prairie was marked by the ruins of burnt-out houses, some with nothing to show they had been there except an unsupported chimney. Sherman monuments, these were called. Arcadians of the region, a gentle people with a heritage of freedom, many of whom had been pro-Union up to now, were indeed terribly scourged. The pattern was set for the campaign, so far at least as the Western troops, Sherman's guerrillas, G-O-R-I-L-L-A-S, they dubbed themselves, were concerned. Next would come the turn of the inhabitants of the piney uplands beyond Alexandria. Although a correspondent of the St. Louis Republican was already predicting that unless such practices were discouraged, there was a danger of our whole noble army degenerating into a band of cutthroats and robbers. By way of proving their skill as fighters as well as burners, 6 regiments of guerrillas, accompanied by a brigade of Banks's cavalry that rode in ahead of his infantry, pressed on above Alexandria to Henderson's Hill, 20 miles up Bayou Rapides, on a forced reconnaissance which reached a climax on the night of March 21st with a surprise attack through rain and hail and darkness that captured a whole regiment of rebel cavalry, some 250 men and mounts, together with all 4 guns of a battery also caught off guard by the assault. Returning to base 3 days later, they paraded their captives before Banks, who had just arrived and was delighted to find that they had not wasted the time spent waiting for him and the rest of the 5 divisions they were supposed to reinforce. When these wound up their march next day, March 25th, he had concentrated under his immediate command by far the most impressive display of military strength ever seen in the Trans-Mississippi, on land or water. With 90 pieces of field artillery and considerably better than twice that number of heavier guns afloat, he had 30,000 effectives on hand, practically all of them seasoned campaigners, and was about to move up the Red for a conjunction near Shreveport with half that many more under Steele, who he now learned had left Little Rock 2 days ago, marching south-southwest toward the same objective. The outlook was auspicious, especially in light of the fact that his troops had already proved their superiority, first at Fort DeRussy and again at Henderson's Hill, over such forces of the enemy as they had managed to trick or cower into remaining within their reach. But then next day, as he was about to order a resumption of the march, a high-ranking courier arrived with Grant's 11-day-old letter of instructions from Nashville, written while waiting for Sherman to join him there. This could not but give Banks pause, stipulating as it did that if he did not feel certain of taking Shreveport by the end of April, he was to return A.J. Smith's command to Sherman by the middle of that month for movements east of the Mississippi. Discouraging as this was, in part, for it not only fixed him with a tighter schedule than he had felt obliged to follow when he set out, it also threatened him with the imminent loss of the 3 best divisions in his army. Banks took heart at something else the letter said. If the expedition was successful, he was to leave the holding of Shreveport and the line of the Red to Steele, while he himself returned to New Orleans for an advance on Mobile as part of the new General-in-Chief's design for a spring offensive in the Central Theater. This was the assignment he had coveted all along, and though he was aware of the danger of being over-hasty in military matters, this went far toward reconciling him to the step-up in the tempo of his march. With Mobile to follow, more or less as a reward for past successes, he wanted this Red River business over and done with as soon as possible, Accordingly, he put his cavalry in motion that same day and followed it 2 days later with his infantry, while A.J. Smith's men got back aboard their transports to accompany the fleet. The immediate objective was Grand Ecore, 60 miles upstream or roughly half the total distance. His plan was to move rapidly to that point and to Natchitoches, 4 miles south of Grand Ecore and the river, after which would come the leap at Shreveport that would wind up the campaign. Banks himself did not leave Alexandria until after April 1st, having remained behind to supervise an election on that date, by such voters as had taken the loyalty oath, of delegates to a state convention whose task it would be to draw up a new constitution tying Louisiana more firmly to the Union. Meanwhile, the troops had been making excellent progress, encountering nothing more than scattered resistance that was easily brushed aside. By the time of the April Fool election, both Natchitoches and Grand Ecore had been occupied by leading elements of the respective columns, one advancing by land, the other by water. This meant that the campaign was back on schedule, despite the delay at the start. So far, all was well, except perhaps that the lack of opposition had resulted in a dwindling of public concern outside the immediate area of operations. It is a remarkable fact, the New Orleans correspondent of the New York Tribune declared on April 2nd, that this Red River expedition is not followed by that anxious interest and solicitude which has heretofore attended similar army movements. The success of our troops is looked upon as a matter of course, and the cotton speculators are the only people I can find who are nicely weighing probabilities and chances in connection with the expedition. If anxious interest and solicitude were what he was seeking, he could have found them not only in the New Orleans Cotton Exchange, but also up Red River, aboard the flagship of the fleet. Porter had already lost one of his prized vessels, the veteran Conestoga, sunk March 8th in a collision on the Mississippi while returning from Vicksburg with a heavy load of ammunition that took her to the bottom in 4 minutes. She was the 8th major warship the Admiral had lost in the past 16 months, and 2 of these had been captured and turned against him, at least for a time. What was worse, it had begun to seem to him that if he continued to go along with Banks, he would be in danger of losing a great many more. Not so much through enemy action, he had never been one to flinch from combat, as through an act of nature, or rather a non-act. The annual rise of the Red, which usually began around New Year's, had not thus far materialized. Perhaps it was merely late this year, but twice before, in 1846 and 1855, it had not occurred at all. That was a 9-year interval, and now that another 9 years had elapsed, there were indications that if Porter got his boats above the mile-long falls and rapids at Alexandria, he might not be able to get them down again. If the river, instead of rising, took a drop, he would be left with the agonizing choice of blowing them up or having them fall into rebel hands, which would mean nothing less than the undoing of all the Navy had accomplished in these past 2 years of war on the western waters. That was unthinkable, but he had boasted so often that he could take his fleet wherever the sand was damp. The Admiral now found it impossible to renege on his promise to stay with the Army to the end of its upstream trek. After 3 days of tugging and bumping, during which time the river, to his alarm, began to dwindle, then rose slightly, he got his largest ironclad, Eastport, over the falls, after which he followed with a dozen lighter draft gunboats and 20 transports laden with troops. "The water is quite a muddy red and looks anything but inviting," a sailor wrote in his diary as the column began its winding crawl to Grand Ecore. "The transports from the head belch out 3 bellowing whistles, which is caught up by the next, and sometimes 2 or 3 vie in a euphonious concert, much resembling the bellowing of cattle at the smell of blood." So far, except for the considerable slaughter of pigs and chickens encountered on the march, the smell of blood had been little more than a figurative expression. Moreover, if Banks could judge by indications, the Confederates were either content to have it remain so, or else they were incapable of having it otherwise, knowing only too well that most of the blood that would be spilled would be their own. In any case, the one thing they had not done was fight, and as he boarded his headquarters boat at Alexandria for an upstream ride on the evening of April 2nd, a nattily dressed man in his vigorous prime, 2 years short of 50, wearing highly polished boots and chinking spurs, a light blue overcoat, buckskin gauntlets elbow high, a bell-crowned hat, and a neatly groomed mustache and brief imperial. He got off a dispatch to Halleck expressing his confidence in an immediate and successful issue of the campaign, the end of which he believed was in plain view. "Our troops now occupy Natchitoches," he informed Old Brains, "and we hope to be in Shreveport by the 10th of April. I do not fear concentration of the enemy at that point. My fear is that they may not be willing to meet us." In the course of the past 3 years, Lincoln had read other such dispatches, and all too often they had turned out to be prologues to disaster. Reading this one, when in time it reached Washington, he frowned and shook his head in disapproval. "I am sorry to see this tone of confidence," he said. "The next news we shall hear from there will be of a defeat." A defeat was what the Confederates had very much in mind for the invaders, especially Major General Richard Taylor, Kirby Smith's West Louisiana commander, who had crossed swords with Banks before, first in the Shenandoah Valley 2 years ago, and then along the Teche the previous year. Tactically, the second of these confrontations had not been as brilliant as the first, in which Taylor, serving as one of Stonewall Jackson's ablest lieutenants, had helped to strip the former Bay State politician of so many well-stocked wagons that he had been nicknamed Commissary Banks. But the aptness of this nom de guerre had been redemonstrated last summer west of New Orleans, when Taylor's surprise descent on Banks's forward supply base at Brashear City, yielding an estimated $2 million in ordnance and other stores, helped immeasurably to equip the army he had been raising for the defense of his home state ever since his transfer from Virginia. A son of Zachary Taylor and brother of Jefferson Davis's first wife, now just past his 38th birthday, he was described by one of his soldiers as a quiet, unassuming little fellow, but noisy on retreats, with a tendency to cuss mules and wagons which stall on the road. This tendency had been given a free rein for the past 3 weeks, in the course of which he had been obliged to fall back nearly 200 miles before an adversary he was convinced he could whip, if he could only manage to meet him on anything approaching equal terms. But there was the rub. With fewer than 7,000 troops in the path of better than 4 times that number, backed by the guns of the Union fleet, he had no choice except to continue his retreat, hard though it was to suffer without retaliation the vandalism of A.J. Smith's guerrillas, not to mention such professional indignities as Fort DeRussy and the loss of most of his cavalry at Henderson's Hill. His consolation was that he was falling back toward reinforcements, which Kirby Smith kept assuring him were on the way from Arkansas and Texas. However, as might have been expected of a young man who had served his war apprenticeship under the bloody-minded and highly time-conscious Stonewall, he chafed at the delay. On the last day of March, with his troops in motion for a concentration 40 miles northwest of Natchitoches and less than half that distance from the Texas border, he sent an irate dispatch informing the department commander that his patience was near the snapping point. "Had I conceived for an instant that such astonishing delay would ensue before reinforcements reached me," he told Smith, "I would have fought a battle even against the heavy odds. It would have been better to lose the state after a defeat than to surrender it without a fight. The fairest and richest portion of the Confederacy is now a waste. Louisiana may well know her destiny. Her children are exiles. Her labor system is destroyed. Expecting every hour to receive the promised reinforcements, I did not feel justified in hazarding a general engagement with my little army. I shall never cease to regret my error." Hydrocephalus at Shreveport produced atrophy elsewhere, he afterwards protested, complaining acidly that while his superior displayed much ardor in the establishment of bureaus and on a scale proportioned rather to the extent of his territory than to the smallness of his force, Smith neglected the more vital task of resisting blue aggression in the field. In thus indulging his fondness for classical allusion while at the same time venting his spleen, Yale man Taylor was not altogether fair to a West Point-trained commander who by now had spent a hectic year being responsible for a region the size of Western Europe, much of it trackless and practically none of it self-sustaining, at any rate in a military sense, at the time he assumed his manifold duties. Not the least of these was the establishment of those bureaus of supply and communication scorned by Taylor, but made altogether necessary by the loss, within 4 months of Smith's arrival, of all practical connection with the more prosperous half of his country, lying east of the Mississippi. In short, he had been involved in a year-long strategic and logistic nightmare. If at times he seemed to vacillate in the face of danger, that was to a large extent because of the scantiness of his resources, both in manpower and equipment, in contrast to those of an adversary whose own were apparently limitless and who could move against him more or less at will by land and water. Missouri had been lost before he got there. Then had come the subtraction of the northern half of Arkansas, suffered while pinprick lodgments were being made along the lower coast of Texas. Now it turned out that all this had been by way of preparation for a simultaneous advance by 2 blue columns under Steele and Banks, converging respectively from the north and east upon his headquarters at Shreveport, and containing between them more veteran troops than he had in his entire 5-state department, including guerrillas and recruits. If he was jumpy, it was small wonder, no matter how resentful Richard Taylor might feel at being obliged to backtrack across the width of his beloved home state before the menace of a force 4 times his own. Warned early of the double-pronged threat to his headquarters and supply base, the fall of which would mean the loss not only of Louisiana and what remained of Arkansas, but also of much that lay beyond, Smith decided to meet the nearer and larger danger first, meaning Banks. He would hit him with all the strength he could muster, then turn and do the same to Steele when he came up. Accordingly, he alerted his Texas commander, Major General John B. Magruder, to prepare his entire force, garrisons excluded, for a march to support Taylor. In Arkansas, Lieutenant General Theophilus Holmes was given similar instructions, except that he was to retain his cavalry for use against Steele's column, slowing it down as best he could until such time as Taylor had disposed of Banks and was free to come in turn to his assistance. These alerting orders were issued in late February, before either enemy force had been assembled. In early March, though neither Federal column had yet set out, Magruder was told to put his men in motion. They amounted in all to some 2,500 horsemen, combined in a division under Brigadier General Thomas Greene, and left Magruder with only about the same number for the defense of all of Texas, a situation the Virginian considered not unlike the one he had faced 2 years ago on the York-James Peninsula, when he found himself standing with one brigade in the path of McClellan's huge blue juggernaut. Meanwhile, Holmes, whose deafness was only one of the symptoms of his superannuation, had been relieved at his own request and succeeded by Major General Sterling Price, his second in command. Price was told to put his alerted troops, 2 small divisions of infantry under Brigadier General T.J. Churchill, with a combined strength of 4,500 effectives, on the march for Shreveport. These were the reinforcements Taylor had been expecting all the time he was fading back across the width of Louisiana, protesting hotly at their non-arrival. Greene's progress was necessarily slow across the Barrens and the Sabine, but Churchill's was impeded by Smith himself. By now the trans-Mississippi chieftain had begun to suspect that he had hoisted himself onto the horns of a dilemma, as indeed he had, since he thought he had. Having attended boldly to the threat posed by Banks, he feared that he had erred in leaving Price too little strength to hinder Steele, who might be able to descend on Shreveport before Taylor could dispose of Banks and come to its defense. Taking counsel of his fears, which were enlarged by information that Steele had set out from Little Rock on March 23rd, Smith held Churchill for a time at headquarters so as to be able to use him in either direction, north or south, depending on whether the need was greater in Arkansas or Louisiana. Then finally, in response to Taylor's increasingly strident dispatches, ordered Churchill to move south to Keachai, a hamlet roughly midway between Shreveport and Taylor's latest point of concentration, just southeast of Mansfield. He had known what to do, but he had been so hesitant to do it that he had wound up not knowing what to do after all. Dick Taylor had not helped with his hard-breathing threats to gamble everything on a single long-odds strike, provoked by desperation and congenital impatience. "When Greene joins me, I repeat," he notified headquarters, "I shall fight a battle for Louisiana, be the forces of the enemy what they may." Horrified, Smith urged caution. A general engagement should not be risked without hopes of success, he warned, reminding his impetuous lieutenant that rashness would be fatal to the whole cause and to the department. Our role must be a defensive policy. Moreover, such resolution as he had managed so far to maintain regarding his plan for meeting the two-pronged federal menace was grievously shaken by Taylor's expressed opinion that Steele, a bold, ardent, vigorous professional, might constitute a graver danger, despite his reported disparity in numbers, than the amateur Banks, who was cold, timid, and easily foiled. Smith continued to waver under the suspicion that he had chosen the wrong man to tackle first. Finally, on April 5th, alarmed by news that Steele was making rapid progress and, in fact, had completed nearly half his southward march by crossing the Little Missouri River the day before, he decided to ride down to Mansfield for a conference with Taylor. His intention was to revise his plan by reversing it. He would concentrate everything first against Steele rather than in front of Banks, even if this meant standing a siege at Shreveport or retreating into Texas, where, it now occurred to him as a further persuasive argument for postponing the showdown, a defeat would be more disastrous for the invaders. Taylor was dismayed by his chief's vacillation. Asked for his advice 3 days ago, he had been quick to give it. "Action, prompt, vigorous action, is required," he replied. "While we are deliberating, the enemy is marching. King James lost 3 kingdoms for a mass. We may lose 3 states without a battle." He still felt that way about it, and he said so face to face with Smith at Mansfield on the morning of April 6th. Smith heard him out, a mild-mannered Floridian just under 40, outwardly unperturbed by the short-tempered Taylor, but left that afternoon to return to his headquarters, still gripped inwardly by indecision. Taylor, though he had been reinforced that day by Greene, whose arrival raised his strength to 9,000 effectives, still had been given no definite instructions. Churchill's 4,500 were at Keachai, 20 miles away, but when or whether they would be released to him he did not know. All Smith had said was that he would inform him as soon as he made up his mind, the one thing he seemed incapable of doing. Taylor apparently decided then and there that if anything was going to be done in this direction, he would have to accomplish it on his own. And that was what he did, beginning the following day, except that he had considerable help from his opponent, who presented him with a tactical opportunity he did not feel he could neglect, with or without the approval of his superior 40 miles away in Shreveport. Banks came on boldly, still exuding confidence as he prepared at Natchitoches and Grand Ecore for the final stage of his ascent of the Red. Alexandria lay 60 miles behind him, Shreveport only 60 miles ahead. The first half of this 120-mile stretch had been covered in 5 days of easy marching, and he planned to cover the second half in less. Such threats as he had encountered up to now came not from the rebels, who he was convinced wanted no part of a hand-to-hand encounter, but from internal complications. For one thing, smallpox had broken out in the Marine Brigade, with the result that it was returned to Vicksburg and Kilby Smith's division took over the pleasant duty of escorting, that is, riding with, the fleet. The loss of these 3,000 Marines, who had not been included in his original calculations anyhow, was largely offset by the arrival of the 1,500-man Corps d'Afrique, composed of Negro volunteers who had proved their combat worth to doubters at Port Hudson the year before. Another complication was not so easily dismissed, however, for it had to do with money, meaning cotton. Banks had been getting very little of this because of Porter, who had been getting a great deal of it indeed. All, in fact, that came within his 210-gun reach. Unlike the Army, which seized and turned over rebel cotton to the government as contraband of war, the Navy defined cotton as subject to seizure, more or less as if it was an authentic high seas prize, the proceeds of which were to be divided among the officers and crew of the vessel that confiscated it, the only stipulation being that the bales had to have been the property of the Confederate government. Very little of it was, of course, but that did not cramp Porter or his sailors. They simply stenciled CSA on each captured bale, then drew a line through the still wet letters and stenciled USN below. When an Army colonel remarked that the result signified Cotton Stealing Association of the United States Navy, the admiral laughed as loud as anyone, if not louder, in proportion to his lion's share of the proceeds as commander of the fleet. This would not have been so bad in itself. Banks, though punctiliously honest, had grown more or less accustomed to such practices by others in the service as in politics. The trouble was that the upriver planters, hearing of Porter's activities below, began to burn their cotton rather than have it fall into his hands. By the time the civilian speculators who had accompanied the Army from New Orleans and were prepared to pay the going backwoods price for the hoarded staple arrived in the wake of the gunboats, bearing trade permits signed by Chase and even Lincoln, there was nothing left for them to buy, either cheap or dear, for resale to the hungry mills of New England. Moreover, they directed their resentment less at Porter, who after all was doing nothing they would not have done in his place, than at Banks, who they believed had lured them up this winding, rust-colored river only to dash their hopes by failing to deliver even a fraction of what he had encouraged them to expect. By the time they reached Alexandria, it was evident there was nothing to be gained by going farther. Banks made it official by ordering their return. They had no choice except to obey, but they were bitter, as only men could be who had been wounded in their wallets. When General Banks sent them all back to Alexandria without their sheaves, a staff officer later wrote, they returned to New Orleans furious against him and mouthing calumnies. It was, of course, no good thing, militarily or politically, for a man to have such enemies in his rear, but at least he was rid of a frock-coated clan who, he complained, had harassed the soul out of me. And though they would be quick to fix the blame on him in case of a mishap, let alone an outright failure, Banks was more confident than ever that nothing of the kind was going to happen. It was not going to happen because there would be no tactical occasion for it to happen. Taylor simply would not risk a probable defeat. After reviewing his troops at Natchitoches on April 4th, a frequent practice which always brought him pleasure and tended to enlarge his self-respect, the former Bay State governor said as much in a letter to his wife. "The enemy retreats before us," he informed her, "and will not fight a battle this side of Shreveport, if then." When, 2 days later, April 6th, the second anniversary of Shiloh, he set out on the final leg of his advance, his route and order of march demonstrated even more forcefully than his letters to Halleck and Mrs. Banks had done the extent of his conviction that the rebels would not dare to stand and fight before he reached his goal. At Grand Ecore, the land and water columns diverged for the first time in the campaign, the former taking an inland road that curved west, then northwest, through the villages of Pleasant Hill and Mansfield, and finally northeast back toward the Red for a meeting with the fleet abreast of Springfield Landing, roughly two-thirds of the way to Shreveport, which they then would capture by a joint attack. Banks chose this route either because he did not know there was a road along the river — there was, and a good one — or else because he thought the inland road, leading as it did through piney highlands, would make for better progress. If this last was what he had in mind, he was mistaken in that too. According to one of the marchers, a heavy rain soon made the single narrow road more like a broad, deep red-colored ditch than anything else. Heavy-footed, sometimes ankle-deep in mire, they cursed him as they slogged, particularly A.J. Smith's Westerners, who by now had acquired a scathing contempt for the former Massachusetts politician and the men of his 5 divisions, mainly Easterners from New York and New England. Paper-collared dudes, they called them, and referred with grins to the general himself, whose lack of military training and acumen was common gossip around their campfires, as Napoleon P. Banks, or even more scornfully, Mr. Banks. Nor was the poor condition of the road itself the worst of the disadvantages an inland march involved. Beyond Natchitoches, in addition to being deprived of the support of Porter's heavy guns, the westering column would encounter few streams or wells, which would make for thirsty going, and little or nothing in the way of food or feed. One look at the sparsely settled region back from the river convinced a newsman that such a thing as subsisting an army in a country like this could only be achieved when men and horses can be induced to live on pine trees and resin. Fortunately, at least from the subsistence point of view, Banks had brought along a great many wagons, no fewer in fact than 1,000, which assured that his soldiers would suffer no shortage of bacon or hardtack or coffee while crossing the barrens, although Smith's guerrillas, whom Sherman had accustomed to traveling light, were so unappreciative as to sneer that they were loaded with iron bedsteads, feather bolsters, and other such creature comforts for the city-bred dandies under his command. That was, of course, false, or in any case a gross exaggeration, but it was altogether true that those 1,000 wagons and their teams did at once decrease the speed and greatly increase the length of the column. The more so because of the way they were distributed along it, with an eye for accessibility rather than for delivering or receiving an attack. Up front was a division of cavalry, followed by its train of 300 wagons. Next came the 3 remaining infantry divisions. The 4th had been left on guard at Alexandria, charged with unloading and reloading supply boats in order to get them over the low-water falls and rapids. Of the 2 corps that had slogged up the Teche under Major General William B. Franklin, top man in the West Point class of 1843, in which he had finished 20 places above his classmate U.S. Grant, and a veteran of hard fighting in Virginia. Close behind them came their train of 700 wagons, with the Corps d'Afrique as escort. A.J. Smith's 2 remaining divisions, the 3rd, Kilby Smith's, was taking it easy aboard transports, ascending Red River with the fleet, brought up the rear. However, so slow was the progress, so wretched the road, and so strung out the column by the accordion action of all those interspersed mules and wagons, it was not until the following morning that Smith's jeering veterans lurched into motion out of Grand Ecore. By then the column measured no less than 20 miles from head to tail, a hard day's march under better conditions by far than here prevailed. That was April 7th, and before it was over, Banks had cause to suspect that he had erred in his estimate of the enemy's intention. 3 miles beyond Pleasant Hill by mid-afternoon of this second day out, the cavalry encountered mounted graybacks who, for once, did not scamper at the threat of contact. Instead, to the dismay of the Federal horsemen, they set spur to their mounts, some 6 regiments or more, and charged with a wild Texas yell. The Bluecoats broke, then rallied on their reserves, whereupon the rebels fell back as before. That was about all there was to it, but the cavalry commander, Brigadier General Albert Lee, a 30-year-old former Kansas lawyer, began to reflect intently on the disadvantages of his situation, particularly with regard to those 300 wagons directly in his rear, between him and the nearest infantry support. Several times already he had asked Franklin to let him shift his train back down the column, combining it with the infantry's. But Franklin had declined. Let the cavalry look after its own train, he said. Now that the Rebs were showing signs of fight, Lee made the same request again with a further plea for infantry reinforcements, and received the same reply to both requests. In fact, when the young cavalryman tried to make camp near sunset, 6 miles beyond Pleasant Hill, Franklin sent word for him to push on 4 miles farther, train and all, so that the infantry would have plenty of room to clear the town next morning. Lee obeyed, though with increased misgivings, and was brought to a halt at nightfall just short of his objective, Carroll's Mill, where he found gray riders once more drawn up in a strong position directly across his front, midway between Pleasant Hill and Mansfield. Depressed by the notion of what was likely to result if he was struck by superior numbers on the march next day, he repeated his plea for reinforcements to Colonel John S. Clark, one of Banks's aides, who came forward that night to see how things were going. The colonel, agreeing that things were not going well, or in any case that the danger Lee foresaw was possible, rode back to present the cavalryman's request to Franklin in person, only to have him refuse it as flatly as before. So Clark returned to Pleasant Hill, where headquarters had been established that afternoon, for a conference with the Army commander. Banks agreed that caution was in order, overruled Franklin, and directed him to send a brigade of infantry to reinforce the cavalry by daybreak. Franklin did so, though it went against his grain, and when Lee started forward next morning at sunrise, he was pleased to find the rebel horsemen once more fading back from contact after each long-range exchange of shots, apparently intimidated by the steely glint of bayonets down the column, which signified that the front-riding cavalry now had close-up infantry support. This continued for half a dozen miles, quick spatters of small arms fire followed by sudden gray withdrawals. It was hard for Lee to tell whether the Johnnies were really afraid of him or only pretending to be in order to lure him on. Then the head of the column emerged from the dense pine woods to find itself on the rim of a large clearing, half a mile deep and half again as wide, with a broad, low hill in the center, on whose crest he saw a line of butternut skirmishers. He halted, brought his infantry to the front, and sent them forward, textbook style. The gray pickets gave ground before the massed advance, but when Lee rode up to the crest of the hill down whose opposite slope the Rebs had scrambled for safety, he found his worst fears realized. There below him in the woods along the far edge of the clearing stretched a Confederate line of battle. Not merely cavalry now, he saw, but infantry too, in heavy files with artillery mixed in. It was Taylor, and it was here within 20 miles of the Texas border, only that bit short of having retreated across the entire width of his home state, leaving its people to the by no means tender mercy of the self-styled guerrillas in his wake, that he was determined to make his stand. Last night, on his own initiative, he had sent Churchill word to march at dawn from Keachai, 20 miles away, after which, but no sooner than the sun was 4 hours high, lest there be time for his order to be countermanded, he got off a note to Kirby Smith at Shreveport, saying laconically of Banks, "I consider this as favorable a point to engage him at as any other." Sabine Crossroads, the place was called, 3 miles short of Mansfield, where 4 roads forked. One led east, allowing the Federals a chance to effect an early junction with their fleet. Another branched northwest to Keachai, which would place them in the path of the reinforcements moving toward him, while the other 2 ran generally north along parallel routes, giving the invaders a straight shot at Shreveport. Once they were where those 4 roads came together, free to choose whichever fit their fancy, Taylor's hope of blocking them would be gone, along with his chance to catch them out from under the umbrella protection of their heavy naval guns, strung out on a narrow ditch-like road in a single wagon-choked column. Moreover, in considering the tactical opportunity Banks was thus affording him, he had more in mind than a mere defensive stand, whatever numerical odds he might encounter. Like his old mentor in the Shenandoah Valley, he hoped to inflict what Stonewall had sometimes called a speedy blow, or more often, a terrible wound. Accordingly, while Tom Green and his Texans continued the harassment they had begun in earnest 3 miles this side of Pleasant Hill, Taylor chose his field of fight and began to make his preparations, including the summoning of the 2 infantry divisions then at Keachai. The 2 already with him, under Major General J.G. Walker and Brigadier General Alfred Mouton, were ordered to return at first light from Mansfield back to Sabine Crossroads, where they would take position along the near edge of the clearing, respectively on the right and left of the road that crossed the low hill just ahead. Cavalry under Brigadier Generals Hamilton B. and James Major would guard the flanks, and a 4-gun battery posted astride the road would stiffen the center. In Mansfield itself, by way of further preparation, private houses were selected and put in order for use as hospitals, and surplus wagons were sent rearward to clear the streets. Taylor was leaving as little as possible to chance, though he was also prepared to seize upon anything chance offered in the way of tactical opportunities. Green's troopers, for example, the most experienced and dependable body of men in his command, were to be employed wherever they seemed likely to prove most useful in that regard when they arrived. This force of 9,000 infantry, cavalry, and artillery would be increased to 13,500 when Churchill got there, and though Taylor would not enjoy a numerical superiority even then, there were 20,000 blue effectives in the 20-mile-long column toiling toward him. He intended to make up for that with the sheer fury of his attack, which he would design to make the most of his intimate knowledge of the ground, having chosen it with just that aim in mind. Nor was terrain the only advantage on which he based his belief that he would win when it came to shooting. My confidence of success in the impending engagement was inspired by accurate knowledge of the Federal movements, he later wrote, adding that he was encouraged as well by previous acquaintance with the character of their commander, General Banks, whose measure had been taken in the Virginia campaigns of 1862 and since. By mid-morning, April 8th, he had established the line of battle the Blue Cavalry commander found confronting him when he topped the hill at midday. Young Lee sent back at once for additional reinforcements, meantime getting his batteries into positions from which to probe the gray defenses. A long-range artillery duel ensued, in the course of which Banks arrived in person for a look at the situation. He was undismayed. In fact, this was precisely what he had said he wanted on the day he set out from Grand Ecore. The main force of the enemy was at last accounts in the vicinity of Mansfield, on the stage road between Natchitoches and Shreveport, and the Major General commanding desires to force him to give battle, if possible, before he can concentrate behind the fortifications of Shreveport or effect a retreat westerly into Texas. Warned now by Lee that, in his opinion, we must fall back immediately or we must be heavily reinforced, Banks told him to hold what he had. He himself would hurry up the infantry. That took time, partly because the cavalry train had 2 or 3 miles of the road blocked, but about 3:30 the other brigade of Franklin's lead division arrived to join the first. Hard on its heels came a courier with instructions for Lee to advance immediately on Mansfield. Shocked, for the town was 3 miles beyond the enemy line of battle, and he estimated that the rebels must have some 15,000 or 20,000 men there, 4 or 5 times as many as I had. The young cavalryman rode in search of Banks, who confirmed the validity of the order. Paraphrasing his protest, Lee said later, "I told him we could not advance 10 minutes without a general engagement, in which we would be most gloriously flogged, and I did not want to do it." Given pause by this, although he was unwilling to abandon the attack, The Army commander, at any rate, agreed to postpone it until another division of Franklin's infantry arrived, and he sent a staffer back to see that it was hurried forward with a minimum of delay. Dick Taylor had bided his time up to now, but only by the hardest. Though he affected the unbuttoned, rather languid combat style of his father, old Rough and Ready, sitting his horse with one leg thrown across the pommel of his saddle while casually smoking a cigar, he was anxious to force the issue. At one point, around 2 o'clock, when he believed he saw bluecoats massing for an attack on his left, he shifted one of Walker's brigades to Mouton and one of B's regiments to Major. But aside from this, he did little except watch for an opening that would justify going over to the offensive before Churchill arrived from Keachai. Meantime, the Union buildup continued, although toward no apparent climax. Banks seemed unwilling to throw the punch that would invite the counterblow Taylor was eager to deliver. Finally, just after 4 o'clock, with a scant 3 hours of daylight still remaining, he decided to wait no longer. Mouton, on the strengthened left, was told to go forward. He did so, promptly. Like a cyclone, one Blue defender later said, while another described the charging graybacks as infuriated demons. Mouton was among the first to fall, 35 years old, a West Point-trained Shiloh veteran, son of the Creole governor who had helped to vote Louisiana out of the Union. His senior brigadier, Camille Armand Jules Marie, Prince de Polignac, polecat to his Louisianians and Texans, who were unable to pronounce the royal name of the young Crimea veteran with the dapper beard and spiked mustache, took over and pressed the uphill charge. His unleashed soldiers struck and broke the Federal right, routing 2 of the regiments there, and turned 3 captured guns on the fugitives as they fled. Taylor, observing the success of this while it was still in mid-career, sent word for Walker and B to go in too, which they did with similar results on the right, while Greene threw his Texans into the melee on the left, exploiting on horseback the confusion Mouton and Polignac had begun on foot. All down the line, as the gray chargers emerged from the pine woods into the clearing to strike at both ends of the confused blue line, the high-throated rebel yell rang out. Some on the opposite side did what they could to stay the rout. "Try to think you're dead and buried," a Massachusetts colonel told his men, "and you will have no fear." Either they did not try it at all, or else they tried and found it did not work. In any case, they ran and kept on running. Apparently, it was the abruptness of the assault that made it so demoralizing, and this applied as much to those in the rear as to those up front. Suddenly, a journalist on Banks's staff would recall, there was a rush, a shout, the crashing of trees, the breaking down of rails, the rush and scamper of men. It was as sudden as though a thunderbolt had fallen among us and set the pines on fire. I turned to my companion to inquire the reason of this extraordinary proceeding, but before he had the chance to reply, we found ourselves swallowed up, as it were, in a hissing, seething, bubbling whirlpool of agitated men. Franklin was among them by then, having brought his 2nd Division up the hill in time for it to join the rout and add to the lengthening casualty list, which would include some 1,500 captives and about half that many killed and wounded. One of these last was Franklin himself, who was struck by a bullet in the shin and lost his horse, then took off rearward on a borrowed mount to brace his 3rd Division for the shock about to come. Banks, too, was intimately involved in the confusion, and like Franklin, he did what he could, which was not much. Removing his hat for easy recognition, he shouted to the skulkers running past him on the road, "Form a line here. I know you will not desert me." He knew wrong. "Who?" they cried, and kept running. So he drew his sword and waved it about, but that worked no better. By then the fleeing troops had become what one of them afterwards called a disorganized mob of screaming, sobbing, hysterical, pale, terror-stricken men. Taylor was intent on completing his triumph by pressing the pursuit. Near sundown there was an interruption by a courier who arrived from Shreveport with a letter Kirby Smith had written that morning urging caution. A general engagement now could not be given with our full force, he advised. Reinforcements are moving up, not very large, it is true. Let me know as soon as you are convinced that a general advance is being made, and I will come to the front. Taylor scanned it hastily, then looked up smiling. Too late, sir, he said. The battle is won. However, he took time to get off a dispatch announcing the victory to his chief, so far as it had been accomplished up to now. We'll report again at the close of the action, he ended the message. Churchill's troops were not up in time to take part, but will be fresh in the morning. I shall push the enemy to the utmost. He did not wait for morning. Jackson style, he made full use of the hour of daylight still remaining, though the going was as rough for him as it was for the retreating Federals. Panicky teamsters, unable to turn around on the narrow road, had unhitched their mules for a mounted getaway and left the wagons behind as a barricade against pursuit, their bare tongues extended at all angles to trip the unwary. One result of this was the denial of the road to such guns as had avoided capture up to then. Taylor took no less than 20 of them in all, along with 10 times as many wagons, some with and some without their teams, but all loaded. Meantime, Franklin was putting his 3rd Division, which was as large as the other two combined, into a stout defensive position along a ridge just back from a creek in a ravine about 4 miles from Sabine Crossroads. The pursuers came up raggedly, attacked piecemeal in the dusk, and were repulsed. Taylor knew it was time to call a halt, but not quite yet if his men were to have water for the night, so he contented himself with driving the blue pickets back to their ridge and taking possession of the creek in the ravine. There he stopped, intending to renew the pressure in the morning, and the firing died away in the darkness, giving place to a silence broken only by the wounded crying for water, and by the scavengers back up the road, reveling in the good things found in the captured Yankee train. As one of his own generals had predicted at the outset, to his face, Banks had been most gloriously flogged. Out of 12,000 Federals engaged, 2,235 had been killed, wounded, or captured, while Taylor, with 9,000, had lost less than half as many. Nor was that the worst of it by any means. In addition to 20 guns and 200 wagons, Banks had also lost time, the one thing he could least afford to lose if he was to occupy Shreveport and get Sherman's soldiers back to him on schedule. And to make matters worse, caught as he was without water for his parched troops on the ridge, he must lose still more time by retreating still farther to reach another stream and another stout position in which to defend himself from the bloodthirsty graybacks, whom he could hear feasting on their spoils back up the road, and who obviously intended to have another go at him tomorrow, probably at daylight. Even if he could stay here all night without water, it was doubtful whether A.J. Smith's 2 divisions, camped a dozen miles away at Pleasant Hill, could arrive in time for a share in the defense. A council of war advised the obvious, and the withdrawal got underway at 10 o'clock. By midnight, all the survivors were on the march in a bedraggled column made up largely of stragglers blown loose from their commands. Men without hats or coats, men without guns or accoutrements, cavalrymen without horses and artillerymen without cannon, wounded men bleeding and crying at every step, men begrimed with smoke and powder, all in a state of fear and frenzy. One among them saw them so, yet supposed in his extreme distress that Banks was the most dejected man of all. He had left Grand Ecore expecting to be in Shreveport within 4 days, yet here he was marching in the opposite direction into the dawn of that 4th day. As he rode among his trudging men, it must have begun to occur to him that a great deal more than the van of his army had been wrecked at Sabine Crossroads. Any general who could not capture Shreveport with the odds as much in his favor as these had been was not likely to be given the chance to take Mobile. And without that feather in his cap, his chances of occupying the White House were considerably diminished, if not abolished, especially when he recalled the scapegoat hunt that invariably followed every failure, such as the one in which he was now involved. Who that scapegoat was likely to be, he knew only too well. Perhaps he even had time to regret the cotton speculators he had sent back to New Orleans without their sheaves, and who were there now mouthing calumnies. He was indeed dejected by the time he drew near Pleasant Hill, having failed to spot a good defensive position anywhere along the road, though it may well have improved his outlook to find A.J. Smith's hard fighters already disposed for battle and looking determined. If it comes to the worst, an Iowa colonel had told his troops when he called them out at 2 o'clock that morning to give them news of the defeat a dozen miles away, I ask of you to show yourselves to be men. They showed that and more when Taylor came up 11 hours later, hard on the trail of the dejected bluecoats he had whipped the day before, and after a 2-hour rest halt required by Churchill's road-worn Arkansans and Missourians, flung his reinforced victors forward with orders for them to rely on the bayonet, as we had neither time nor ammunition to waste. This was bravely said, but it was far from easily done. Taking heart from the stalwart look of Sherman's veterans, Banks had spent the morning hours preparing to defend the low, open, house-dotted plateau known felicitously as Pleasant Hill. During this time, according to a newsman, the area had the appearance of a parade ground on a holiday, regiments marching to the right, regiments marching to the left, batteries being moved and shifted. Near the center of all this activity, in the yard of a house affording a panoramic view of the line thus being drawn, the journalist observed a small cluster of gentlemen to whom all this phantasmagoria had the meaning of life and death and power and fame. It was Banks, surrounded by his chief lieutenants. He wore his light blue overcoat buttoned high against the April chill, and he passed the time strolling up and down, occasionally conversing with a member of his staff or returning the salute of a passing subaltern. Franklin was there, limping on his wounded leg, his manner calm except for an occasional nervous tug at his whiskers. And so were A.J. Smith, sunlight glinting on his spectacles, and Brigadier General Charles P. Stone, who, after 6 months of confinement in Army prisons and 9 of unemployment, had been militarily resurrected by Banks as his chief of staff, thus giving the West Pointer a chance to dispel the cloud of suspicion that had gathered about his head and caused his arrest following Ball's Bluff, where he was accused of having treasonably exposed his men to slaughter. Not yet 40, a quiet, retiring man who is regarded by the few that know him as one of the finest soldiers of our time, Stone sat on a rail fence, smoking cigarettes. A modern touch, cigarettes would continue to be rare and exotic until well into the following decade, and seemed to the reporter more interested in the puffs of smoke that curled around him than in the noise and bustle that filled the air. Gradually, the noise and bustle died away as the various outfits settled down in their assigned positions and the day wore on and grew warmer. The genial cluster of uniformed gentlemen began to seem to the newsman a rather tedious party, and apparently they themselves were of much the same opinion. Having done all they could in the way of preparation, the gold braid wearers had nothing to do now but wait, and while they did so, they milled about rather aimlessly. Group after group formed and melted away, the reporter noted, and reformed and discussed the battle of the evening before and the latest news and gossip of New Orleans, and wondered when another mail would come. Whatever tedium his lieutenants might be experiencing, Banks had felt his confidence rise steadily with the sun. By noon, when the generals broke for lunch, he had convinced himself there would be no serious fighting today. And afterward, digesting the excellent meal while the sun swung past the overhead and began its long decline, he took such heart that he began to think of recovering the initiative and thereby repairing the damage his reputation had suffered yesterday. Surely Grant and Lincoln would forgive him for being a little behind schedule if he emerged from these piney highlands with a substantial victory in his grasp. He would go back over to the offensive. He would redeem his failure. He would salvage his career. Though his train was already well on its way to Grand Ecore, what was left of it at any rate, he made up his mind to resume the advance on Shreveport, and he got off a message saying as much to Porter. "I intended to return this evening on the same road with General Franklin's and General A.J. Smith's commands," he informed the admiral. Today was Saturday, and he added that he expected to be in communication with the transports of General Kilby Smith and the gunboats at Springfield Landing on Sunday evening or Monday forenoon. Once more he was wrong in a prediction, but this time it was not for lack of a tactical success. Aware that the Federals were braced for an attack from straight ahead, Taylor took his time about deploying for an end-on strike by Churchill, designed to crumple and roll up the Union left while Walker held in front. Greene, meantime, would probe and feint at the enemy right, working his way around it in order to cut off the expected blue retreat to Grand Ecore, and Polignac would be in reserve since his division had suffered 2/3 of the casualties yesterday, though he would of course be committed when the time was ripe. It was close to 5 o'clock before Churchill, having roused his men from their 2-hour rest, had marched them into position in the woods due west of the unsuspecting Federal left. He then went forward with much of the fury Mouton had shown the day before, provoking similar consternation in the Union ranks. To one defender, the air seemed all alive with the sounds of various projectiles. These ranged, he said, from the spiteful cat-like spit of the buckshot, the poof of the old-fashioned musket ball, and the pee-zing of the mini-bullet, to the roar of the ordinary shell and the whooter-whooter of the Whitworth mortar pestle, while the shrieks of wounded men and horses and the yells of the apparently victorious rebels added to the uproar. Back up the Mansfield Road, Greene and Walker chimed in with their guns, contributing new tones to the concert, and now that the assailed enemy flank had begun to crumble, they put their troops in motion, mounted and dismounted, against the right and center. Churchill kept up the pressure, gathering prisoners by the score as Franklin's unstrung men fled eastward across the open ground of the plateau. Determined to make up for having missed it, the Arkansans and Missourians were intent on restaging yesterday's blue route, about which they had heard so much since their arrival from Keachai the night before, in time to share in the pursuit, but not the glory. A.J. Smith's 2 divisions had not been at Sabine Crossroads either, but they too were very much in the thick of things at Pleasant Hill, as Churchill's elated attackers soon found out. Smith had seen the flank give way, the graybacks whooping in pursuit of Franklin's rattled soldiers, who by now were in flight through the village behind their line, and had sent a reserve brigade in that direction on the double, soon following it with other units which he pulled out of his portion of the line to meet the graver threat. Attempting a wide left wheel which would enable them to assault the Federal center from the rear and in mass, the cheering rebels at the extremity of the pivot were caught end-on by the advancing Blue Brigade, freezing the cheers in their throats and bringing them to a huddled, stumbling halt. They wavered, lashed by sheets of fire, and then gave way, not in a single rush but in fragments, as regiment after regiment came unhinged. They made one stand in a heavy growth of cane along a creek bank they had passed on their way in, but Smith's Westerners came after them with a roar, delivering point-blank volleys and finally closing with clubbed muskets, whereupon the gray withdrawal, already touched with panic, degenerated abruptly into a rout. Now it was the Federals doing the whooping and the crowing, and the Confederates doing the running, as the counterattack grew into a grand right wheel, pivoting irresistibly on the retaken village of Pleasant Hill, so recently overrun by gray attackers. Taylor saw and tried to forestall the sudden reverse, but Walker had just been carried from the field with a bullet in his groin. Greene was intent on maneuvering to cut off the expected blue retreat, and Polignac could not come up through the gathering dusk in time for anything more than a try at discouraging the exultant pursuit. This he managed to do, holding a line 2 miles from the scene of the break, while the other 3 divisions fell back another 4 miles to the nearest water. The battle was over and Taylor had lost it, along with 3 guns abandoned when his flankers were themselves outflanked and thrown into sudden retreat. With some 12,500 men engaged, the Confederates had suffered a total of 1,626 casualties, while the Federals, with about the same number on the field, had lost 1,369. Though it was by no means as great as yesterday's, when fortune had smiled on the other side and blood had flowed more freely, Banks knew whom to thank for this disparity, along with much else. When the firing stopped and the rebels had passed out of sight in the pines and darkness, he rode over to A.J. Smith and took him gratefully by the hand. "God bless you, General," he said. "You have saved the army." Tremendously set up by the sudden conversion of near-certain defeat to absolute victory, he was more anxious than ever to get back on the track to Shreveport, and he not only said as much to Smith while shaking his hand, he also sent a message instructing Albert Lee, who was riding escort, to turn the wagon train around and come back to Pleasant Hill. However, when he returned to headquarters to confer with Franklin and 2 of his brigadiers, William H. Emory and William Dwight, both had commanded divisions under Banks for more than a year, and both had always given him dependable advice, he found all 3 West Pointers opposed to resuming the offensive, especially in the precipitous manner he proposed. Franklin and Emory favored an eastward march across Bayou Pierre to Blair's Landing on the Red, there to reunite with Kilby Smith, secure a safe supply line, and regain the protection of the fleet, whereas Dwight urged to return to Grand Ecore for the same purpose. This last was much the safest course, and Banks, his enthusiasm quenched by this dash of cold water from the high-ranking trio of professionals, decided to adopt it. Orders went out for an immediate resumption of the retreat. When word of this reached A.J. Smith, he went at once to protest what seemed to him a loss of backbone. Banks refused to reconsider his decision, citing his lack of supplies, his loss in the past 2 days of just over 3,600 men, and the advice of all his other generals. Smith then asked for time at least to bury his dead and finish gathering up his wounded, but Banks declined that too. Furious, the bespectacled Pennsylvanian, his gray-streaked whiskers bristling with indignation, went to Franklin, whom he found enjoying a cup of coffee, and proposed that as second in command he put Banks in arrest and take charge of the army for a rapid advance on Shreveport. Franklin stirred and sipped his coffee, nursed his injured shin, and said quietly, "Smith, don't you know this is mutiny?" That ended the protest, if not the anger. In the small hours after midnight, leaving their non-walking wounded behind, the train had left that morning with all the wagons, including, through some mix-up, those containing the Army's medical supplies. The weary bluecoats formed ranks and slogged away from the scene of their victory, down the road to Grand Ecore. 10 miles in the opposite direction, up the Mansfield Road at Carroll's Mill, Taylor was wakened from his badly needed sleep at 10 o'clock that night by Kirby Smith, who had learned of the Sabine Crossroads fight at 4 o'clock that morning and left Shreveport at once to join his army in the field, only to find at the end of his 60-mile horseback ride that still a second unauthorized battle had been fought. What was worse, even though this one had been lost, Taylor seemed intent on provoking a third, with any number of others to follow so long as his blood was up and anything blue remained within his reach. It was more or less clear to Smith by now that if the Louisianian was left to his own devices, he would use up the army entirely, leaving him nothing with which to defend his trans-Mississippi headquarters and supply base from an amphibious assault by Porter, whose gunboats and guerrilla-laden transports were at Loggy Bayou, within pouncing distance of Shreveport, and/or an overland attack by Steele, whose troops had crossed the Little Missouri 5 days ago, brushing Price's horsemen casually aside, and by now might well be closer to their goal than its supposed defenders were at Carroll's Mill. Informed of this, Taylor increased his chief's dismay by proposing to ignore that double threat in order to keep the heat on Banks. Both Porter and Steele would withdraw of their own accord, he argued, as soon as they learned that the main Federal column had pulled back. Smith would not hear of taking such a risk, even though Taylor kept insisting that with Banks on the run and Porter likely to be stranded by low water, we had but to strike vigorously to capture or destroy both. Finally, the department commander ended the discussion with a peremptory order for the infantry to take up the march for Shreveport the following day. If the danger there was as slight as Taylor claimed, he could return and try his hand at the destruction he had in mind downriver. The result next morning was a rather unusual tactical situation wherein two armies, having met and fought, retreated in opposite directions from the field for which they had presumably been contending. It was made even more unusual, perhaps, by the fact that the victors were unhappier than the losers, and this was especially true of the two commanders. Disgruntled though Taylor was at having been overruled by his superior, Banks was put through the worse ordeal of being sneered at by his military inferiors, all the way down to the privates in the ranks. Taking their cue from Franklin, who avoided such blame as came his way by letting it be known that he would never have recommended a withdrawal if the army had had a competent general at its head, even regimental commanders looked askance at Banks as he rode by them, doubling the column. The men themselves did more than exchange sly glances, angry because some 400 of their wounded comrades had been left behind to be nursed and imprisoned by the rebels. They began the march in a mutinous frame of mind, muttering imprecations. But presently the company clowns took over. After the manner of all soldiers everywhere, in all ages, they began to ridicule their plight and mock at the man who had caused it, inventing new words for old songs which they chanted as they slogged. For example, in remembrance of Bull Run, "In 1861 we all skedaddled to Washington. In 1864 we all skedaddled to Grand Ecore. Napoleon P. Banks." This last, "Napoleon P. Banks," was shouted for good measure as the general rode past, and recurred as a refrain in all the parodies they sang. Nor were such hijinks limited as before to A.J. Smith's irreverent guerrillas. Banks's own men, whom he had commanded at Port Hudson and through the easy-living months in New Orleans, took up the songs and bawled them as he passed along the roadside, trailing a kite-tail of smirking officers from his staff. Fortunately, they had nothing worse to contend with in the way of opposition on the march than butternut cavalry, which mainly limited its attention to stragglers until near the end of the second day, April 11th, when it made a cut-and-slash attack that drove the rear brigade into Grand Ecore on the run. Once there, their prime concern was to protect themselves from the vengeful Taylor, who was reported to be hard on their heels with 25,000 effectives. They themselves would not have that many on hand until Franklin's 4th Division came up the Red from Alexandria, and A.J. Smith's 3rd Division returned from Loggy Bayou with the fleet, whose heavy guns they presently heard booming in the distance, apparently involved in some kind of trouble far upstream. Meantime, they kept busy constructing a semicircular line of entrenchments around the landward side of the high-sided village on its bluff. They worked hard and well, incorporating the trunks and tops of large trees which they felled for use as breastworks and abatis. Not only did they require no urging from their officers in this work, they kept at it after they were told that they could stop. "You don't need any protection. We can whip them easily here," Franklin chided a detail of diggers as he rode on a tour of inspection. But they remembered Sabine Crossroads and the hilltop they had lost to a savage rebel charge, the result, they now believed, of having trusted their security to generals like this one. They kept digging. "We have been defeated once," a spokesman replied, leaning on his shovel, "and we think we will look out for ourselves." In point of fact, they were by no means in such danger as they feared. Far from closing on their heels, Taylor's 4 divisions of infantry were 50 muddy miles away at Mansfield, marched there against his wishes in order to have them within supporting distance of Shreveport. And even when it turned out that the withdrawal had been unnecessary because his prediction was fulfilled, Steele veered from his southwest course on April 12th for an eastward strike at Camden, which would put him as far from Shreveport as he had been when he crossed the Little Missouri a week ago. And Porter not only ventured no farther up the Red, he was even now bumping his way downstream in an effort to rejoin Banks. Taylor constituted no real threat to the Federals entrenched at Grand Ecore, even though he was free at last to move against them, since he had by then a good deal less than 1/4 the number of soldiers his adversary believed he was about to use in an all-out assault on the bluff-top citadel. Convinced by captured dispatches that Banks would soon be obliged to withdraw if he was to get Sherman's troops across the Mississippi within the little time remaining, Kirby Smith believed there would be small profit in pursuing him through a region exhausted of supplies. Instead, he decided to go in person after Steele, who was still a threat, and for this purpose he took from Taylor not only Churchill's Arkansans and Missourians, who had been lent to help in stopping Banks, but also Walker's Texans, who would now return the favor by helping to stop Steele. That left the Louisiana commander with barely 5,000 men in all. Polignac's infantry bled down to fewer than 2,000 effectives, and Greene's cavalry, which numbered only a little above 3,000, including a small brigade that had just arrived. In any case, however few they were, on April 14th he started them southward for Grand Ecore, where the Bluecoats had obligingly penned themselves up, as if in a stockyard, awaiting slaughter. Taylor himself went up to Shreveport next day on the outside chance that he could persuade his chief to countermand the orders which he believed would deprive him of a golden opportunity. "Should the remainder of Banks's army escape me, I shall deserve to wear a fool's cap for a helmet," he had said the week before. But now that his force had been reduced by more than half, he was less confident of the outcome, especially when he learned that Tom Greene, while attempting to add to the problems of the Union fleet in its withdrawal down the still-falling Red, had been killed 2 days ago in an exchange of fire with the gunboats at Blair's Landing, 20 miles above Grand Ecore. A veteran of the Texas War for Independence, the Mexican War, the horrendous New Mexico expedition of early 1862, and the retaking of Galveston, the 50-year-old hero of Valverde had been Taylor's most dependable lieutenant in last year's fighting on the Teche and the Atchafalaya, as well as in the campaign still in progress down the Red. His loss was nearly as heavy a blow as the loss of the 3 divisions about to set out for Arkansas, and caused Taylor to redouble his efforts to have them returned while there was still a chance to overtake and destroy the invaders of Louisiana, afloat and ashore. But Kirby Smith was not to be dissuaded. Steele was the major danger now, and he intended to go after him in strength. "Should you move below and Steele's small column push on and accomplish what Banks has failed in, and destroy our shops at Jefferson and Marshall," he told Taylor, "we will not only be disgraced but irreparably deprived of our means and resources." Accordingly, he left Shreveport on April 16th, taking Walker and Churchill with him. Taylor stayed on for 2 more days, arranging for the shipment of supplies, and then set out on the 19th to join what he called "my little force near Grand Ecore." He was still hopeful that the Federals could be bagged, despite the disparity in numbers, and he counted on using deception to that end. Compelled, as he said, to eke out the lion's skin with the fox's hide, he had instructed his unit commanders to keep Banks on edge, and deceived as to their strength, by sending drummers to beat calls, lighting campfires, blowing bugles, and rolling empty wagons over fence rails. All this they had done, and more, with such effect that when Taylor dismounted near Grand Ecore on the evening of April 21st, ending his 90-mile ride, he found that the Federals had begun to pull out of the place that afternoon. The head of their column was already beyond Natchitoches, slogging south in an apparent attempt to take up a safer position at Alexandria if not to get away entirely. Determined not to permit this, Taylor set about planning how to intercept the retiring bluecoats and, if possible, bring them to battle. Although they outnumbered him 5-1, exclusive of their heavily gunned flotilla. Their march was down the narrow island lying between Cane River and the Red, and it was his hope to force them into a strung-out halt that would give him a chance to go to work on them piecemeal. With this in mind, he sent B's brigade of cavalry on a fast ride south to Manette's Ferry, 40 miles away at the far end of the island, with instructions to block the crossing of the Cane at that point, so that the rest of his troops could be thrown upon some vulnerable segment of the Blue Column stalled between there and Natchitoches. This was an ambitious undertaking for some 5,000 men opposed by 25,000, but Taylor undertook it gladly, anticipating the canny he had been seeking all along. Banks anticipated much the same thing and moved rapidly to avoid it if he could. He was by now, as a result of the strain of the past 10 days, about as edgy as even Taylor could have wished, and this edginess had been provoked by more than the various nerve-jangling ruses those 22,000 to 25,000 graybacks had been practicing in the woods beyond his semicircular line. For one, there was a growing sense of failure. He still had spasms and flickers of hope during which he planned to go back over to the offensive, but these grew fewer and weaker as the days wore on until finally they stopped. For another, he had found waiting for him at Grand Ecore a message from Sherman notifying him that his lease on A.J. Smith's 3 divisions had expired and ordering their immediate return. This could be ignored or countermanded because of the exigencies of the situation, which plainly would permit no such detachment. But a few days later, on April 18th, he received from Grant a follow-up letter of instructions that had for him, in his present hemmed-in state, a sound of hollow mockery not so easily dismissed. Written at the end of March, it set forth in some detail the procedure he was to follow once Shreveport had been taken, in moving without delay against Mobile. "You cannot start too soon," the letter ended. "All I would now add is that you commence the concentration of your force at once. Preserve a profound secrecy of what you intend doing and start at the earliest possible moment." That was perhaps the cruelest blow. Grant had written as if in fervid haste, lest time be wasted between the fall of Shreveport, apparently expected momentarily, and the arrival of his letter urging Banks to be quick in taking the road to glory, which led from Shreveport to the White House by way of Mobile, Atlanta, and Richmond. Contrasting what was with what might have been, for the road's only entrance for him was Shreveport, and he could not get there to take it, the former Bay State governor was correspondingly depressed. He relieved his spleen to some degree, however, with a pair of summary dismissals. One was of Stone, his chief of staff. Stone took no further part in the war, though afterwards he served the Khedive of Egypt in the same capacity for 13 years, with the rank of lieutenant general, and then returned to act as chief engineer in the construction of the pedestal for the Statue of Liberty. Banks let him go because he found him very weak, and the same might have been said of young Albert Lee, whom he relieved of duty as cavalry commander and sent back to New Orleans, although not without regret. He testified later that Lee had been active, willing, and brave, if not skillful, and had suffered more or less unjustly, as all of us did, for being connected with that affair. Such administrative corrections had little effect on a tactical situation which seemed to be growing increasingly grim as the rebels out in the brush continued to beat drums, build a myriad of campfires, blow bugles, and bring up what sounded like thousands of wagon loads of supplies and ammunition. For what purpose all this was being done, Banks could only guess, but with every passing hour he was brought closer to the inevitable conclusion that if he could not go forward, as was obviously the case, then he would do well not to postpone going back. This applied most of all to Porter's gunboats, for the river was still falling, was already down, in fact, to half the 7-foot depth required to float them over the double falls at Alexandria. The thing to do was get back there as soon as possible before the river took another perverse drop, for a close-up look at what was reported to be an impossible situation. So the admiral advised, although the temptation was strong to remain where he was under the friendly bluff at Grand Ecore, his recent trip to Loggy Bayou having given him all too graphic a preview of what to expect in the course of his return to the Mississippi, down those more than 300 winding miles of the Red. "It is easy to die here, and there are many ways of doing it," a sailor diarist had observed en route. In addition to the more or less normal dangers involved in descending a swift and crooked river at the speed required to maintain steerage, staved-in bows, unshipped rudders, broken wheels, and punctured hulls, all brought on by collisions with other boats, with underwater snags, with the iron-hard red clay bottom, there were the rebels to contend with, fast-firing marksmen who shot at passing or stalled vessels from hidden positions along both banks. At Blair's Landing, for example, where Tom Green was killed by a blast of canister, the fleet was exposed to what one veteran skipper called the heaviest and most concentrated fire of musketry I have ever witnessed. As a result of this and other such nightmare encounters at places with names like Compty and Coushatta Chute, the 30-boat flotilla got back from its 10-day upstream excursion sadly altered in appearance, especially the vessels loaded with Kilby Smith's guerrillas, to which the butternut riflemen and cannoneers had given their particular attention. "The sides of some of the transports are half shot away," a soldier noted in his diary on April 15th, after watching them come in, "and their smokestacks look like huge pepper boxes." Porter recommended an immediate return to Alexandria, but Banks was not quite ready to make so frank an admission of defeat. That took him another 4 days, 2 of which he used to compose a letter to Grant explaining that his retrograde movement from Mansfield had been due more to a shortage of water and the non-arrival of steel than to resistance by the enemy, though he added rather ingeniously that the stubborn quality of the latter had proved the campaign to be of greater importance than was generally anticipated at its commencement, and asked, therefore, that he be allowed to continue it beyond schedule, but only a bit, since immediate success with a concentration of our forces is within our reach. Knowing Grant's low tolerance for failure, however skillfully disguised, he did not have much hope that his request would be granted, and he had even less hope, in case it was, that he would be continued in command. At the end of the 4 days, April 19th, the day Taylor set out on his 90-mile ride from Shreveport, Banks issued orders for a withdrawal to Alexandria. It got underway 2 days later after A.J. Smith moved out and occupied Natchitoches, from which point he would cover the retreat by protecting the flanks of the column as it passed, then follow to serve as rear guard on the long march down the island between the 2 rivers, Cane and Red. Whatever shortcomings the invaders had shown in the past 40 days, they demonstrated conclusively in the course of the next 2 that their ability to cover ground at a fairly dazzling rate of speed not only had not been impaired, but in fact had been considerably improved by the events of the past 2 weeks. The march began at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and by the time the tail of the column left Grand Ecore at 3 o'clock next morning, April 22nd, the men at the head were 20 miles away, taking their first rest while waiting for the others to close up. Before nightfall, the entire command had cleared Clucherville, 32 miles from the starting point. Not even then was the blistering pace relaxed. Banks had learned that the rebels intended to contest his crossing of the Cane at Manette's Ferry, another dozen miles southeast, and he pressed on, determined to get off this jungly island and past the last natural obstacle between him and Alexandria, where he would recover the protection of the fleet and his army could once more break out its shovels and throw up dirt between itself and the danger of assault. So far, its performance had been highly commendable from the logistics point of view, nor had it permitted haste to interfere unduly with the exercise of its various other talents. A.J. Smith's irrepressible campaigners, while holding off pursuers with one hand, so to speak, still found time for more than their usual quota of vandalism and destruction with the other. Grand Ecore had gone up in flames at the outset, along with the surplus goods the army left behind. Then Natchitoches, whose old-world French and Spanish charm had been admired by many of its blue-clad visitors, was put to the torch as a farewell gesture. Gray cavalry came up in time to turn firefighters and save the latter place, as well as Klucherville the following day far down the island. But Smith's troops made up for this double disappointment with the amount of damage they inflicted on barns and houses along the road between the two, including even the cabins of the Negroes who turned out to welcome them. "At night, the burning buildings mark our pathway," a marcher recorded. "As far as the eye can reach, we see in front new fires breaking out, and in the rear the dying embers tell the tale of war." Close in their rear with Polignac, while his cavalry harassed their flanks and rode hard to get into position in their front, Taylor was finding it difficult to restrain one's inclination to punish the ruffians engaged in this work. He meant that the prisoners were a temptation in that regard, blue-clad stragglers picked up along the roadside, blown and blistered or drunk on looted whiskey, unable to hold the pace Banks was setting them in his eagerness to attain the safety Alexandria would afford. But there was also the temptation for the pursuers to strike before the tactical iron was hot. Too quick a blow, delivered before the Federals had been brought to a disjointed halt on unfavorable terrain, would merely hasten their march and inflict only superficial damage, not to mention that it would be likely to disclose the smallness of Taylor's command. Whereas if he waited till their path was blocked, he might be able to bag the lot by tricking them, much as Bedford Forrest had tricked Abel Strait about this time last year in Alabama, into surrendering to the superior force Banks believed was breathing down his neck. However, the Louisianian soon had cause to regret that he had stayed his hand, foregoing a leaner in hope of a fatter prize. Brigadier General Richard Arnold, Lee's replacement as chief of the Union Cavalry, a 36-year-old West Pointer, son of a former governor of Rhode Island and descendant of a distinguished New England family that included the notorious Benedict, had come upon B's dismounted brigade in a stout defensive position overlooking, from the opposite bank, the approaches to the Cane at Monette's Ferry. Instead of attempting the suicidal attack B expected, head-on down the road, Arnold located an upstream crossing for the infantry to use, while he kept up a show of force in front and probed industriously below, as if in search of another crossing a couple of miles downriver to attract B's attention in that direction. It was neatly done. Emory's division, coming up at the head of the Federal main body on the morning of April 23rd, crossed the river 2 miles above the ferry and struck in force at the upstream rebel flank, while a second arriving division added its weight to the frontal demonstration and the downstream feint. This last was so well carried out, indeed, that B, a Charleston-born adoptive Texan whose younger brother had given T.J. Jackson his nom de guerre at First Manassas, but who himself had been a desk soldier until the present campaign, believed he was swamped on the right as well as the left, though in fact he had managed to inflict rather heavy casualties on the attackers from upstream. The critical moment had come, he later reported. The position turned on both flanks and a large force close in front ready to spring on the center. He counted himself fortunate to get away, in good order at a walk, he noted, with a loss of about 50 men and 1 artillery wagon, while the enemy lost full 400 killed and wounded, and he complained that with fewer than 2,000 men in all, he had been expected to block the path of an army of 25,000 marching at their leisure on the main road to Alexandria. Yet that was exactly what had been expected of him, and Taylor was no more inclined to be charitable in such cases than was the man B's brother had caused to be nicknamed Stonewall. The fact remained that Banks had made his getaway, avoiding the destruction planned for him, and B had let the escape hatch be slammed ajar with a loss to himself of only about 50 men and one artillery wagon. Nor was the disparity of losses any mitigation of the offense. He displayed great personal gallantry, but no generalship, Taylor said of the South Carolinian, and ordered his removal from command. Into the clear at last, though greatly relieved to be out of a jungle whose gloom seemed made for ambuscades, Banks did not slacken the pace for his footsore troops. He was still not halfway to his goal, and he covered the last 50 miles with something of the hard-breathing urgency of a long-distance runner entering the stretch and catching sight of the tape drawn taut across the finish line, ready to be breasted. All through what was left of that day and the next, molested by nothing worse than small clusters of Confederate horse taking pot shots at the column from off in the pines, he kept going hard and fast. His overall casualties now increased to about 4,000, more than half of them captured or missing in battle and on the march. On the third day, April 25th, the fifth since he left Grand Ecore, the lead division slogged into Alexandria, followed next day by the others. There they promptly got to work with their shovels, heaving dirt, despite the recovered protection of Porter's fleet, what was left of it at any rate after an equally strenuous 5 days of fighting rebels and the river. The admiral had suffered woes beyond a landman's comprehension, including the loss of his finest ironclad, the 700-ton Eastport. Sunk by a torpedo 8 miles below Grand Ecore, she was patched and raised with the help of 2 pump boats hastily summoned upriver, and continued on her way, only to ground again in the shallow water 40 miles below. Porter unshipped her 4 9-inch guns, along with her other 4 50- and 100-pounder Dahlgren and Parrott rifles, loading them onto a flat behind the light-draft gunboat Cricket, and thus got her afloat, at least for a time. She had only gone a few more miles, bumping bottom as she went, when she ran full tilt into a pile of snags, and there she stuck and settled. After 3 days' work by her crew and skipper, Lieutenant Commander Ledyard Phelps, who could not bear to lose the pride of the western waters, Porter, having observed that such efforts to haul her off only made her stick the harder, gave orders for her destruction. 1.5 tons of powder was distributed about her machinery and hold. When the electrical detonator failed to work, Phelps himself, in accordance with the tradition requiring the captain to be the last to abandon ship, applied a slow match, then went over the side and into a waiting launch. The match was almost not slow enough, however. When the Eastport blew, Phelps was only a short way off and barely avoided being crushed by one of the dory-sized fragments from the 280-foot iron hull that came hurtling down and raised huge red geysers all around the launch. Porter had a double reason for ordering the ironclad's destruction. One was that further delay seemed likely to cost him not only the Eastport, which in point of fact had been Confederate at the outset, captured uncompleted up the Tennessee River near the Mississippi town that gave her name, just after the fall of Fort Henry in early 1862, but his other boats as well. While the attempted salvage work was in progress, enemy marksmen were gathering on both hostile banks of the river and adding to his discomfort by sniping at the flotilla. Small arms fire, though deadly enough, was only part of the danger. For presently, emboldened by the absence of the infantry escort now on the march with Banks, they brought up batteries of horse artillery and opened fire from massed positions. So intense and accurate was this, Porter lost one of his unarmored pump boats that afternoon, and the other the following morning, together with all but 5 of about 175 Negroes, mostly field hands taken aboard from surrounding plantations, who were scalded to death by steam from a punctured boiler. The gunboats Juliet and Fort Hindman lost 22 men between them in the course of the downstream run, along with their stacks and most of their upper works. Hardest hit of all, though, was the Cricket, now serving as the flagship. Rounding a bend, she came upon a rebel battery cleverly sited atop a bluff and took 38 hits within the 5 minutes she was exposed to its plunging fire. Out of her crew of 50, 31 were casualties, including a dozen killed. Every shot went through and through us, clearing all our decks in a moment, according to the admiral, who had to take the wheel himself when he ran up to the pilot house and found the helmsman badly wounded. This was the firing the soldiers heard at the end of their long march from Grand Ecore, and when Porter reached Alexandria next morning, April 27th, he saw at close range the validity of his other reason for having abandoned the deep-draft ironclad far upstream, which was that even if he had managed to get her this far down, he would not have been able to get her 1 mile farther. The Red had dwindled by now to a depth of 3 feet 4 inches over the falls, 2 inches less than half the draft of his heavier gunboats, and there still was no sign that the river was going to rise at all this spring, if indeed it ever stopped falling. In fact, it was becoming more evident every day that the fate of the Eastport was likely to be the fate of every warship in the fleet, that is, if they were to be kept out of enemy hands. And now there was added to the admiral's woes, as if this last was not enough, the apprehension that he was about to be left on his own by the army. Banks came aboard the badly shot-up Cricket with a 10-day-old letter just arrived from the General-in-Chief, peremptorily ordering him to desist from any activity that might cause him to be detained 1 day after the 1st of May in commencing your movement east of the Mississippi. Today was Wednesday, May Day was Sunday, barely 4 days off. No matter what you may have in contemplation, Grant had added by way of emphasis, commence your concentration to be followed without delay by your advance on Mobile. Knowing how eager the Massachusetts general was to engage in the very campaign Grant's letter not only authorized but ordered him to undertake at once, Porter had a nightmare vision of the fleet, or anyhow the dozen vessels trapped above the falls, being left stranded high and dry, unprotected from heavy-caliber snipers or highly explosive underwater devices, its fate restricted to a choice between capture and self-destruction. If the former was unthinkable, involving, as it well might do, the loss of all the Navy had won in the past 2 years on western rivers, the latter choice was only a bit less so, since either would mean professional ruin for the admiral himself. Partly his apprehension was based on his contempt for Banks, which encouraged him to think the worst of the one-time politician, especially in regard to his feeling any obligation to a man who he knew despised him, who was of a rival and often high-handed branch of the service, and whom he could protect only by disregarding a direct order from a superior famed for sternness in such matters. But in this the admiral did the general wrong. Banks quickly made it clear that he had no more intention of abandoning the Navy here at Alexandria than he had had at Grand Ecore the week before, and for much the same reasons. One was that it was not his way, no matter what Porter might think of him, to desert an associate in distress. Another was that he still had nearly 100 downriver miles to go before he would be out of the Red River country, and he wanted naval protection all the way. Still another, which would require the Navy's continued support even more, was that he had not completely given up the notion that he could retrieve his reputation in the region where he had lost it. Whether he would get that chance depended on Grant's reply to the letter sent 10 days ago from Grand Ecore, suggesting a return to the recently abandoned upriver offensive, provided he could secure a concentration of our forces. That meant Steele, who was long since overdue, but about whose progress Banks knew little except for a disconcerting rumor that the Arkansas commander had turned aside from his southwest march on Shreveport for an eastward lunge at Camden, 165 airline miles due north of Alexandria and almost twice that far by the few roads. Meantime, while waiting to hear again from Grant and finally from Steele, Banks and Porter, despite their mutual distaste for striking, even figuratively, so intimate an attitude, put their heads together in an attempt to solve the apparently insoluble problem of how to get armored gunboats drawing 7 feet of water down a still-falling river whose rocky bottom was in places only 3 feet 4 inches below its russet surface. Steele had been at Camden, just as Kirby Smith had been informed and Banks had chanced to hear. In fact, he had been there for the past 12 days, penned up like his supposed partner at Grande Corps, behind entrenchments. But he was there no longer. He had pulled out during the small hours of this same April 27th, headed not for the Red as Banks expected and Smith intended to prevent, but back toward Little Rock, the headquarters he had left 5 weeks ago today. In the course of the first 3 of these, he had crossed the Saline, the Washita, the Little Missouri, then the Washita once more, along with a number of lesser streams in a region as wet as the Upper Red was dry. Now he was hard on the march for the Saline again, 50 airline miles to the north, hoping to put that river between him and his pursuers, a superior force dead bent on his destruction, and thus bring an end to what a St. Louis newsman would presently call a campaign of 40 days in which nothing has been gained but defeat, hard blows, and poor fare. Although he seemed on the face of it to have done even worse than Banks, who, in all conscience, had done poorly enough by almost any standards, not excluding Pleasant Hill, which amounted to little more than a pause in his flight before inferior numbers, it could at least be said of Steele, by way of extenuation, that he had never had a moment's belief that anything good was going to come of an undertaking he had protested being involved in from the start. Unlike the former Massachusetts governor, whose inveterate optimism was inclined to feed on straws, he had not been lured by cotton or dazzled by stars in a political firmament which for him did not exist. Yet he had certain other disadvantages. For one, while Banks merely believed he was outnumbered, Steele actually was outnumbered, at any rate in the final stage, when Kirby Smith came after him with all but a handful of the infantry Dick Taylor had used to drive the larger Federal column pell-mell down the Red, ironclads and all. The Arkansas commander's losses, though so far only half as great as those in Louisiana, stood a dismal chance of being considerably greater in the end. Banks had lost some 4,000 men to date, but at least he had found sanctuary within the Alexandria entrenchments, whereas Steele, in northward flight for Little Rock with hordes of exultant graybacks hot on his trail across the 100 miles of intervening hinterland, was in grievous danger of losing about 3 times that many, the only limit being that that was all he had. Still, for whatever consolation it was worth, the outcome could scarcely be direr than he had predicted in response to Halleck's original suggestion that he move on Shreveport in cooperation with Banks's ascent of the Red. He could only do so, he wired back, against my own judgment and that of the best-informed people here. The roads are most, if not quite impracticable. The country is destitute of provision. Moreover, he added, if he marched south, the butternut guerrillas were likely to hold carnival in North Arkansas and southwest Missouri with predictable results. If they should form in my rear in considerable force, I should be obliged to fall back to save my depots, etc. He thought it best not to go at all, in any case not in earnest. A feint at Arkadelphia or Hot Springs was the most he could recommend as a means of discouraging a rebel concentration against Banks. And having said as much, this was March 12th, 10 days past the time old Brains had wanted him to set out southward, he remained at Little Rock awaiting a reply. It came within 3 days, but not from Washington and not from Halleck. A brief telegram signed U.S. Grant, Lieutenant General, arrived from Nashville on March 15th. Move your force in full cooperation with General N.P. Banks's attack on Shreveport. A mere demonstration will not be sufficient. That was that. Grant might or might not approve of this trans-Mississippi undertaking, conceived before his appointment as director of the nation's military effort, but it was clear he wanted it over and done with in the shortest possible time, and it was equally clear that to achieve this he intended to employ his accustomed method of bringing everything available to bear, including steel. Accordingly, the Arkansas commander wasted no more energy on appeals which might have influenced Halleck, but would obviously, as he knew from past experience, first as a classmate at West Point, then as a division commander in the Vicksburg campaign, do nothing but anger the new general-in-chief and probably bring on his own dismissal. Rather, he spent the next 8 days preparing to move, an election of delegates to a constitutional convention requiring the presence of his troops as poll watchers to protect the reconverted loyal 10% of the state's voters from as many of the irreconcilable 90% as were not already in the field with Price, had been held the day before, March 14th, with predictably satisfactory results. And then, on March 23rd, midway through Holy Week, he set out. Originally, he had intended to proceed due south down the Washita by way of Monroe for a meeting with Banks at Alexandria. By now, though, it was too late for that. Alexandria had been taken, and he would scarcely be helping Banks by making him wait for him that far down the Red. So he chose instead to march southwest through Arkadelphia and Washington to reach the upper Red, which he would then descend for a combination near Shreveport, with the amphibious column moving northwest up that river toward that goal. An epicure and a sportsman, a breeder and racer of horses, 45 years old, high-voiced and dandified in dress, a velvet-collared aesthete, one observer called him, Fred Steele was rumored by his enemies to live in the style of an Oriental prince, surrounded by silk-clad servants and pedigreed lapdogs, although this alleged limp-wristed aspect was considerably at odds with a lifetime habit of blasphemy, a full if silky beard, and a combat infantry record going back to the Mexican War, in which he had won 2 brevets for gallantry as an officer of the line. He had under him, for service in the campaign now beginning, some 14,000 effectives of all arms. Of these, a column including a little more than half, 5,000 infantry and artillery, 3,000 cavalry, left Little Rock under his immediate supervision, while another containing 4,000, the so-called Frontier Division in occupation of Indian Territory, marched from Fort Smith under Brigadier General John M. Thayer, who had orders to join the main body at Arkadelphia by April 1st. A third force of about 2,000, mostly cavalry and therefore highly mobile, was based on Pine Bluff, with instructions to divert attention in that direction, away from the column on the march to the southwest, and keep a close watch on the rebel garrison at Camden, one of the places where Sterling Price had had his headquarters since his loss of all the northern portion of the state in the fall of the previous year. A warm-up march of 9 miles on the first day flexed muscles used but scantly during months of easy duty. But next morning, Holy Thursday, and the weather remained clear, the men turned out of their blankets in the chill pre-dawn to find themselves involved in the full panoply of war. Bugles rang out as we had never heard them before, an Iowa soldier would recall. If an enemy had been in hearing distance, he must have thought we were at least 100,000 men to raise such a widespread din. On the near bank of the Saline River by nightfall, still with no evidence that a single rebel was within earshot, they were informed that they would be on half rations for the balance of the march. Digesting this as best they could, they woke to find it raining, which made for a hard Good Friday on soft roads. The same was true the next day and the next, Easter Sunday, when they crossed the Washita. The going was slow, especially across the frequent bottoms, which had to be corduroyed to get the wagons through. They did not reach Arkadelphia until March 29th, having covered only 70 miles in a solid week of marching. The worst of it, though, was that there was no sign at the rendezvous of the column from Fort Smith, and no word of its whereabouts came back from scouts sent out to find it. A 3-day wait, while welcome as a rest, reduced the dwindling supply of food and forage in the trains. And still there was no message from Thayer, whose division was known to have left Fort Smith 2 days before the main body left Little Rock. The earth might have swallowed him up, or the rebels, none of whom seemed to be lurking in this direction. On April 1st, after 3 days of marking time and further depleting his supplies, Steele decided he could wait no longer. He ordered the southwest march resumed down the old military road that led to Washington, 30 miles beyond the Little Missouri, which lay 25 miles ahead. On that day, April Fool's, the marchers encountered their first opposition in the form of slashing attacks by mounted graybacks who struck them flank and rear. They encountered only cavalry because that was all Price had to send against them. His 2 small divisions of infantry, summoned to Louisiana to help Taylor go for Banks, had reached Kirby Smith at Shreveport on the day Steele set out from Little Rock with the same goal in mind. So that however much this might benefit him tactically by reducing the type and number of troops he would encounter on his march through Arkansas, the Federal commander had no sooner gotten started than he failed in his main purpose, which was to keep the trans-Mississippi Confederates from ganging up on Banks. In any case, having accomplished this much without the firing of a shot, Price was left with only 5 brigades of cavalry, some 5,000 effectives in all, badly scattered about the state. 2 of these, combined in a division under Brigadier General James Fagan, were stationed east of the Saline to counter a possible Union advance from Pine Bluff, while 2 of the remaining 3 were posted at Camden on the lower Washita, and the 3rd was just west of Washington on the upper Red. These 3 were under Brigadier General John S. Marmaduke and contained about 3,200 troopers, veterans of many fights and raids, particularly those in Brigadier General J.O. Shelby's brigade, hard-bitten Missourians who asked for nothing better than a chance to come to grips with the Bluecoats on the march. 2 more brigades were said to be on the way from Indian Territory under Brigadier General Samuel B. Maxey, freed by Thayer's withdrawal to Fort Smith for his share in the Arkansas offensive. But Price had no way of knowing when they would arrive. "Retard the enemy's advance," Smith urged him in an Easter dispatch. "Operate on their communications if practicable. Time is everything with us." This aggressiveness was somewhat modified, however, by a warning not unlike the ones that were stretching Taylor's patience thin at the same time. "Do not risk a general action unless with advantage to yourself. You fall back toward reinforcements." Accordingly, Price held Fagan where he was, shielding Camden from attack by the bristly Pine Bluff garrison, and turned Marmaduke loose on Steele with instructions to deal as roughly with him as the disparity in numbers would allow. Marmaduke ordered a concentration of 2 brigades in the path of the Federal advance, intending to give ground as slowly as conditions would permit, while the 3rd Brigade, Joe Shelby's, set out on a circuitous march to get into position to harass the flanks and rear of the enemy slogging through Arkadelphia. Which Shelby did, beginning with the slashing attack he launched on All Fool's Day against just those tender parts of the Blue Column. Steele came on, skirmishing front and rear, still not knowing what had become of Thayer or whether his division still existed. Sizable clashes at Hollywood, a few miles out of Arkadelphia, and then next day at Spoonville and Antoine along Terre-Noire Creek, cost him more in time than they did in men. Time was what he could least afford, however, obliged as he was to balance his consumption of rations against his dwindling supply, already reduced by about 3/4, though he was still a good deal short of halfway to his goal. On April 3rd, while the head of the column moved into the valley of the Little Missouri, diverging from the Washington Road to secure a crossing at Elkins Ferry off to the south, Marmaduke launched a concerted attack on the main body back at Okolona. Steele had to call a halt to fight him off, losing still more time and consuming still more rations. At this rate, he perceived, he was never going to make it. Shreveport might as well have been on the Gulf of Mexico or the backside of the moon. Still, he pressed on, and next day, having secured a bridgehead at the ferry, he began to cross the river, still under attack from several directions. Then, on April 6th, with most of his men across, word came from Thayer. He had been delayed by poor roads. He had to change his route. He would arrive from Hot Springs in a day or 2 or 3. Steele cursed, shrill-voiced and blasphemous, and kept his troops at work corduroying the soggy bottoms for the passage of his and Thayer's trains. Finally, on April 9th, one day short of 3 weeks on the march, the Frontier Division came up and began to cross the Little Missouri. For Steele and his men, marking time on the south bank, the meeting with the frontiersmen was a letdown. While we lay here, one recorded in disgust, the long-looked-for and much-talked-of reinforcement of Thayer's command arrived from Fort Smith. A nondescript style of reinforcement it was, too, numbering almost every kind of soldier, including Indians, and accompanied by multitudinous vehicles of all descriptions which had been picked up along the roads. Worst of all, from Steele's point of view, though the buggies and carriages and buckboards were heavily loaded with plunder, they had little in them in the way of food. What Thayer had mainly brought him was another 4,000 mouths to feed, reducing still further any chance Steele had of getting to Shreveport before he starved. There was nothing for it, he decided, but to send back word to department headquarters for a train to be made up and dispatched to him at once. Using, if necessary, every wagon and mule at Little Rock, with a 30-day supply of 1/2 rations of hard bread, 1/4 rations of bacon, and full rations of salt and coffee for 15,000 men. Whether he could survive in the barrens surrounding Elkins Ferry until the supplies arrived, and whether they had any chance of getting through the rebel-infested region he had just traversed with so much fret, Steele did not know. Nor did he intend to find out on either count. Leaving here, he informed his adjutant in Little Rock, thereby giving the destination for the train, I shall proceed directly to Camden with the whole force. Nothing Confederate was any longer there to dispute its seizure. Price had evaluated Camden and joined Marmaduke 2 days ago, bringing Fagan's 2 brigades along to get in on the action. That raised the total to 6 gray brigades, one of Maxey's having ridden in the day before from Indian Territory, so that Price now had about half as many troops as Steele and Thayer, who had 12,000 between them. The Virginia-born former Missouri governor, white-haired in his middle 50s and weighing close to 300 pounds, mild-mannered despite his imposing bulk and much beloved by his soldiers, although he and they had won no solid victory since Wilson's Creek and Lexington, back in the early days of the war in his home state, had intended to use all 6 brigades to contest a crossing at Elkins Ferry. But when he arrived to find the Federals established in their bridgehead, he revised his plan to take advantage of a line of shallow earthworks already dug along the near side of the Prairie d'Anne, a gently rolling stretch of meadowland, affording his horsemen an excellent field for maneuver, 5 to 10 miles back from the river and about midway between Arkadelphia and Spring Hill. The latter place he now thought was Steele's immediate objective, and the earthworks blocked the way there. Preliminary skirmishing continued through April 8th and 9th. Banks had left Natchitoches 2 days before, and while Thayer was crossing the Little Missouri, the Louisiana commander was falling back from Sabine Crossroads and Pleasant Hill. And then on April 10th, Steele moved against Price across the undulating prairie. All morning and into the late afternoon, while Banks was entrenching feverishly at Grand Ecore, and Tom Green was riding toward Blair's Landing, where he would encounter Porter and the naval gun that killed him, the skirmishing continued, gradually building almost to battle proportions, including a noisy exchange of long-range artillery fire, which accomplished little except to demoralize a pet bear named Postlethwaite, the mascot of a rebel battery, until it faded and died away. The following day was much the same, long blue lines of skirmishers moving forward only to recede, and so was the next. On April 13th, Maxey's other brigade arrived, Choctaw riders led by Colonel Tandy Walker, eager to use their scalping knives on Thayer's men, who had been despoiling their homes for the past year out in the territory. But that was not to be, at least not yet. Under cover of these impressive demonstrations, it soon developed, Steele had been preparing not for a mass assault, but for a withdrawal, a tangential march due east to Camden, 40 miles away. It was neatly done, and in the course of it, Steele's soldiers gave a good account of themselves. Left holding the bag on the Prairie d'Anne, Price sent Marmaduke on a cross-country ride to block the road ahead, while Fagan and Maxey set out to overtake the Bluecoats who had camped the night before on Terre Rouge Creek, well to the east. Both Gray forces were able to get in position for their work, front and rear, but neither had the strength to carry it out. Thayer, whose division served as rear guard, managed to hold off his attackers through a 2-day running fight, and German-born Brigadier General Frederick Salomon, commanding the advanced division, repulsed Marmaduke in a hotly contested 2-hour engagement 14 miles from Camden on the morning of April 15th. Just before dark of that same day, Steele's lead brigade marched into the town, followed that night and next morning by all the others. While the Federals got to work improving the Confederate-dug entrenchments, semicircular in design and anchored at both ends to the Washita, above and below, Price came up and made a leisurely investment of the place. Steele was besieged by greatly inferior numbers, self-besieged, so to speak. Rare as this was in military annals, the situation was not unlike the one that obtained at the same time at Grand Ecore, 125 airline miles to the south, with the difference that Steele had only a 2-to-1 advantage, while Banks had better than twice that. Another difference, far more stringent and constricting, was that the Louisiana Federals had a fleet to bring supplies up the river they were based on, whereas those in Arkansas had to depend on foraging expeditions, highly vulnerable to ambush and assault by the enemy waiting just outside their lines for just such opportunities. Steele had managed to get his wagons through, but there was little in them that was edible. Our supplies were nearly exhausted, and so was the country, he wrote Halleck on April 17th, explaining his perpendicular divergence. We were obliged to forage from 5 to 15 miles on either side of the road to keep our stock alive. The same was true at Camden, however, and next day he received a double shock, half of which provided a graphic demonstration of the risk attendant on venturing outside his fortifications, although the only alternative was starvation. 15 miles out the Washington Road there was a settlement with an ominous name, Poison Spring. Returning from a successful hunt for food in that direction, a train of 198 heavily loaded wagons, escorted by a mixed command of 1,100 infantry, cavalry, and artillery with 4 guns, was jumped by Marmaduke and Maxey, who had better than 3,000 troops between them. The slaughter was heavy, the rebel success almost complete. All 4 guns were taken, together with 170 of the wagons and their teams, the rest being burned. According to one of the captors, the train was laden with corn, bacon, stolen bed quilts, women's and children's clothing, hogs, geese, and all the et ceteras of unscrupulous plunder. This helped to explain the heavy losses of the escort, nearly one-third of whom were killed or captured by the infuriated attackers, particularly by Tandy Walker's Choctaws, who whooped with delight at finding the 1st Kansas, colored, to their front. This was one of Thayer's outfits, well known for its ransack activities in the past, and the troopers unsheathed their knives for bloody work. According to the regimental commander, the high death rate among his casualties, 117 out of 182, was due to the fact that a number of the wounded were murdered on the spot by the vengeful Red Men. Confederate losses totaled 115, many of them only slightly hurt. The Federals lost 301, mostly killed or missing, plus all their guns and wagons. By the time the survivors came stumbling back from Poison Spring that afternoon, Steele had been profoundly shaken by the other half of the double shock to his nervous system. It had been given him by a scout sent out the week before to get some news of Banks. Returning with word that the Louisiana commander had been thrown into reverse, first at Sabine Crossroads and then again at Pleasant Hill, the messenger reported that he had left him at Grand Ecore 3 days back, though where he might be now he did not know. Steele was quick to perceive the dangers of non-cooperation now that they were directed at himself. If his supposed partner were to pull out, every rebel in the Trans-Mississippi would be free to concentrate against Camden and its hungry garrison, with results no doubt as grisly as those at Poison Spring this morning. He thought this over for 4 days, wincing at the prospect, which was in fact more likely than he yet knew. Banks left Grand Ecore on the 3rd of these days, beginning another withdrawal, this time to Alexandria, another 90 miles downriver, and then appealed to his superiors not to allow him to be swamped and slaughtered because an adjoining commander lost his army or his nerve. "Although I believe we can beat Price," he protested, "I do not expect to meet successfully the whole force which Kirby Smith could send against me if Banks should let him go." Next day, April 23rd, he heard at last from Banks himself, who proposed in a dispatch written a week ago at Grand Ecore before he decided to withdraw farther down the river, that Steele march south at once to join him on the Red for a resumption of the advance upriver. "If you can join us on this line," Banks told him, "I am confident we can move to Shreveport without material delay, and that we shall have an opportunity of destroying the only organized rebel army west of the Mississippi." Steele wanted no part of such an operation and frankly said as much that same day in his reply. "Owing to contingencies," he wrote, "it is impossible for me to say definitely that I will join you at any point on Red River within a given time." Among the contingencies, he was careful to say, was Price's army, which was not only highly organized, whatever Banks might imply to the contrary, but had recently been very much encouraged by an order of General E.K. Smith, detailing his success against your command. He wished Banks well in whatever he might undertake of an offensive nature down in Louisiana, but as for himself, he had his hands full where he was. "I desire to cooperate with you in the best manner possible, at the same time covering Arkansas until Shreveport shall be ours." Moreover, he informed the man he held responsible for a large part of the woes he now saw looming, "We have been receiving yesterday and today rumors of reinforcements sent by Kirby Smith to Price at this point, and of a contemplated attack. It is said that 8,000 infantry have arrived." Interrupted by the jar of guns, he set his pen aside to look into the cause of the disturbance, then took it up again with something of the perverse satisfaction of a prophet watching his gloomiest fears materialize in fact. "They have just opened upon my outposts with artillery," he continued. "This may be to get as near our lines as possible tonight, preparatory to a general attack tomorrow morning." He was wrong about the attack next morning. Rather than a prelude to assault, the boom of guns was part of a design to frighten him into retreat. But he was altogether right about the rebel reinforcements and his adversary's intention to make bloody use of them. Kirby Smith had arrived 3 days ago from Shreveport, accompanied by 3 divisions of infantry flushed with pride for their recent victory over Banks, and he had it in mind to bag the Camden garrison entirely, in which case, he said later, the prize would have been the Arkansas Valley and the fortifications of Little Rock, to be used in turn, quite possibly, as a base from which to recover the offensive in Missouri. Before this ambitious program for reversing the tide of war could be placed in execution, however, Steele would have to be disposed of, and Smith had no intention of trying to do so by attacking him in his entrenchments, either at Camden or at Little Rock. He preferred to catch him out in the open between the two after frightening or forcing him into attempting a retreat across the intervening barrens, where the Blue Column could be intercepted and cut to pieces by the now superior Gray force. The infantry-artillery demonstration of April 23rd, having resulted only in causing the Federals to button themselves more tightly in their works, Smith intensified his efforts to smoke them out by disrupting their supply lines, particularly those beyond the Washita, which Price had not felt strong enough to threaten up to now. Accordingly, while the Camden demonstration was in progress, Fagan crossed the river at El Dorado Landing, 20 miles downstream, with instructions to use his division, reinforced to a strength of more than 3,000 by the addition of Shelby's brigade, to strike at logistical targets along the Saline and the Arkansas, as well as along the roads that ran between and across them from Little Rock and Pine Bluff down to Camden. The result was not long in coming, and when it came it was as decisive on a larger scale as the rout at Poison Spring. Crossing the Washita on the morning of April 24th, Fagan was informed by Shelby's scouts, who had ridden ahead, that a large train heavily guarded had left Camden 2 days ago, sent by Steele to Pine Bluff for supplies. Determined to intercept the Federals before they got across the Saline at Mount Elba, he led his troopers on a forced march of 45 miles to halt at midnight near Mark's Mill, where the road he had taken from El Dorado Landing joined the one connecting Camden and Pine Bluff, 5 miles short of the river. He was pleased to learn that the blue train, delayed by muddy going on cut-up roads, had made camp at nightfall on the near side of Morrow Bottom, a few miles to the west, and he was also pleased to hear that the prize was quite as plump as he had hoped. 240 government wagons, together with a number of other vehicles belonging to cotton speculators, refugees, sutlers, and other army followers, escorted by 3 regiments of infantry, 1 of cavalry, and a 6-gun battery. In effect, a reinforced brigade whose strength of 1,440 effectives was less than half his own. Anticipating a larger reward than Marmaduke and Maxey had won at Poison Spring a week ago tomorrow, Fagan instructed Shelby to use his Missourians to block the road between Mark's Mill and Mount Elba, thus to prevent an escape across the Saline, and posted his other brigades near Mark's Mill itself, with orders to assail the flank and rear of the slow-grinding column as soon as it came up next morning. It came up shortly after dawn, and the action went as planned, except for a more determined resistance by the Iowa, Ohio, and Indiana infantrymen than had been expected. Alarmed by the sudden attack, they panicked, then rallied and counterattacked. Fagan used his superior numbers with skill, however, and after about 4 hours of hard fighting, some of it hand-to-hand, especially when Shelby came back and forced the issue, I determined to charge them first, last, and all the time, he later reported. The blue regiments surrendered one by one in different quarters of the field. Less than 150 of the brigade escaped from the conflict, the Federal commander admitted, the balance, including the wounded, being made prisoners. Himself among them, these totaled 1,300, excluding the civilian hangers-on, whose captured vehicles brought the haul to more than 300 wagons, together with their teams. All were taken, along with the 6 guns and the 4 regimental standards, and Fagan, whose own loss of more than 300 killed and wounded testified to the savagery of the fighting, rode off northward, mindful of Kirby Smith's instructions for him to maneuver in the region between Camden and Little Rock, not only in order to continue his depredations, but also in order to be in position to intercept the retreat of Steele, which was expected any day now. Even so, it came sooner than either side had anticipated before hearing of Fagan's coup. Informed of the disaster that night by the handful of fugitives who made it back to Camden from Mark's Mill, Steele called an immediate council of war to ponder what had better be done to meet this latest crisis. The choice seemed limited to starvation, surrender, or flight. Without exception, his chief subordinates, Solomon Thayer and Brigadier General Eugene Carr, his cavalry commander, advised the last, and after a day of feverish preparations, including the destruction of such goods as there was no room for in the depleted train, issued what scant rations were left to his alerted troops, which in some cases consisted of 2 crackers of hardtack and half a pint of cornmeal, together with a warning that this was likely to be all they would get until they had covered a considerable portion of the 100-mile trek to Little Rock. All day, while Porter was blowing up the East Port and Banks was getting resettled in Alexandria, which the tail of his column had reached that morning, they worked from dawn to dark to complete their preparations for departure, loading wagons, rolling packs, destroying unneeded equipment with a minimum of noise and smoke, lest the rebels in their camps across the way become aware that they were leaving. By way of adding to the deception and thereby lengthening the head start, drums beat a noisy tattoo at 8 o'clock, followed an hour later by taps, which was sounded on a far-carrying bass drum. Meantime, the loaded wagons were rolling slowly across the Washita on the pontoon bridge. By midnight, all were over, and the infantry followed, breaking step to muffle the hollow sound of their crossing. In the small hours of April 27th, with Camden lying silent and empty behind them, dark except for a few scattered lamps left burning to encourage the illusion that the army was still there, the engineers silently took up the bridge, knowing that it would be needed when and if they reached the Saline, then hurried after the column, which had been halted several miles beyond the river to give the troops some rest for the ordeal that lay ahead. Back at Camden, the Confederates did not discover until well after sunrise that they were besieging an empty town. It was mid-morning before they marched in, and even then the infantry could not take out after the departed garrison until some way was found for them to cross the bridgeless Washita. While Marmaduke's troopers were swimming their mounts across and Maxey's were preparing for an unexpected return to Indian territory, in response to a report of a threatened invasion from Missouri, Kirby Smith made them a speech of thanks for their Arkansas service before they set out on their long ride home. Price began the construction of a floating bridge to be used in ferrying Churchill's and Walker's 3 divisions over the swollen river. Building and then using the raft, which had a limited capacity, was an all-afternoon, all-night affair. It was daylight April 28th before the pursuit began in earnest. As a result of the loss of Maxey and the recent detachment of Fagan, who had done excellent work at Mark's Mill but now was somewhere off to the north and west, unaware that Camden had been evacuated or that a race to the death was in progress in his rear, Smith was down to about 10,000 effectives. Although this amounted to nothing like the preponderance he might have enjoyed, he pressed them hard in the wake of the fleeing Federals, whose trail was marked by abandoned equipment, including personal effects, foundered mules, and wagons buried axle-deep in mud, knowing only too well that if he did not overtake them before they crossed the Saline, he might as well give up hope of coming to grips with them anywhere short of Little Rock, which meant, in effect, that he would not be able to come to grips with them at all, since there they would have the advantage of entrenchments and could summon reinforcements from other departments round about. Steele was down to roughly the same number of troops as Smith, having suffered 2,000 casualties in the past month without inflicting half as many. What was worse, his men had been on short rations all this time, which tended to make them trembly in the legs and short on endurance. However, he had not only gained them a full day's head start in the race for the Arkansas capital, he had also managed to coax or prod them into making good time on the way there. Shortly after noon on this second day out of Camden, the head of the column reached the town of Princeton, in whose streets his rear guard bivouacked that night, 2/3 of the distance to the Saline, which in turn was halfway to his goal. He had chosen this nearly barren route to Little Rock rather than the more accustomed one through Pine Bluff, in order to avoid the Moro swamps, where the train that fell to Fagan had been so grievously delayed. But presently, as rain began to patter on the marchers and the road, he began to doubt that he had chosen wisely. The mud deepened, slowing the pace of his soldiers as they slogged along in the ankle-twisting ruts of the wagons up ahead, and the rain came down harder every hour. Before nightfall, rebel troopers, Marmaduke's amphibious horsemen, were shooting and slashing at the bedraggled tail of the column. By that time, though, the van had reached the Saline at Jenkins Ferry, and the engineers were getting their pontoons launched and linked and floored, while other details worked at corduroying the 2-mile-long approach across the bottoms giving down upon the river, beyond which there stretched another just as long and just as mean. Such labor was too heavy for troops in their condition, faint for sleep as well as food. While they strained at cutting and placing timbers, Steele's chief engineer afterwards reported, wagons settled to the axles and mules floundered about without a resting place for their feet. After dark, he added, the work continued by the light of fires, and every exertion was made to push the impedimenta across before daylight, it being evident that the enemy was in force in our rear. But we failed. The rain came down in torrents, putting out many of the fires, the men became exhausted, and both they and the animals sank down in the mud and mire wherever they were to seek a few hours' repose. It was here, in this sea of mud, as the engineer called it, that fleers and pursuers, blue and gray though both would be done before the thing was over, fought the Battle of Jenkins Ferry, a miry nightmare of confusion and fatigue. This last applied as much to one side as the other, for if the Confederates had no foundered mules and shipwrecked wagons to haul along or strain at, they had to make a faster march with fewer halts in order to overcome the substantial Union lead. North of Princeton, by nightfall, they took a 4-hour rest, then moved out again at midnight. By 7:30 next morning, April 30th, the lead brigade had come up to where Marmaduke's dismounted troopers were skirmishing with blue infantry posted astride the road leading down to the ferry, 2 miles in its rear. Price committed his troops as fast as they arrived, first Churchill's own and then its companion division, led by Brigadier General Mosby Parsons. They made little headway, for the Federals were crouched behind stout log breastworks in a position whose access was restricted on the left and right by Toxie Creek and an impenetrable swamp. Moreover, this narrow alley-like approach not only afforded the charging infantry no cover, it was for the most part slathered over with a spongy, knee-deep layer of mud and brimful pools of standing water. Their only protection was a blanket of fog, thickened presently by gun smoke, which lay so heavily over the field that marksmen had to stoop to take aim under it or else do their shooting blind. In point of fact, however, this was more of an advantage for the defenders, who were already lying low, than it was for the attackers toiling heavy-footed toward them through the mire. Besides, fog stopped no bullets, as the rebels soon found out, encountering fire that was no less murderous for being blind. They fell back, abandoning 3 guns in the process, and failed to recover them when Price, after giving the blown attackers time to catch their breath, ordered the assault renewed. Kirby Smith was on the field by then, coming up with Walker, who insisted on remaining with his men despite his unhealed Louisiana wound, suffered 3 weeks ago today at Pleasant Hill. Committed just after Churchill and Parsons were thrown back the second time, his Texans attacked with such fury and persistence that all 3 of their brigade commanders were wounded, 2 of them mortally. But they did no better in the end than the Arkansans and Missourians had done before them. The bluecoats were unshaken behind their breastworks, apparently ready to welcome another attempt to budge them, although the Confederates were not disposed to try it, having lost no fewer than 1,000 casualties in the effort, as compared to about 700 for the defenders, including stragglers who had fallen by the wayside on the 3-day march from Camden. It was past noon. The last Federal wagon had passed over the river an hour ago, escorted by the cavalry, and now the infantry followed, unmolested by the former owners of the 3 captured guns they took along. Once on the far side of the Saline, they cut the bridge loose from the south bank and set it afire, partly because they had no further use for it, having no more rivers to cross, and partly because their mules were too weary to haul it. Bridgeless, the rebels could do nothing but let them go, even if they had been of a mind to stop them, which they no longer were, having tried. Fagan came up soon afterward from over near Arkadelphia, where he had gone for supplies after proceeding north, then west and south from the scene of his coup 5 days ago at Mark's Mill, less than 30 miles downstream from the battle fought today. Though he made good time on his 34-mile ride from the Washita to the Saline, which began at dawn when he learned that Steele was on the march for Little Rock by way of Jenkins Ferry, he not only arrived too late for his 3,000 troopers to have a share in the fighting, he was also on the wrong side of the river for them to undertake pursuit. Kirby Smith saw in his failure to intercept and impede the Federals one of the might-have-beens of the war, saying later that if Fagan had thrown himself on the enemy's front on his march from Camden, Steele would have been brought to battle and his command utterly destroyed long before he reached the Saline. Dismissing this, however, as one of those accidents which are likely to befall the best of officers, the even-tempered Floridian was more inclined to count his gains than to bemoan lost opportunities. He had, after all, frustrated both Union attempts to seize his Shreveport base and drive him from his department, and though Banks at Alexandria was still to be reckoned with as a menace, the Arkansas column was no longer even the semblance of a threat, at least for the present, to the region it had set out 40 days ago to conquer. At a cost to himself of about 2,000 casualties, a good portion of whom had already returned to his ranks, Smith had inflicted nearly 3,000, 2/3 of them killed or captured, and therefore permanent subtractions. Losing 3 guns, he had taken 10, all told, in a campaign that had cost the invaders 635 wagons surrendered or destroyed, according to the Federal Quartermaster's own report, along with no less than 2,500 mules. The list of captured materiel was long, including weapons of all types, complete with ammunition, not to mention sutler goods, rare medical supplies, and enough horses to mount a brigade of cavalry. But the major gain, as Smith himself declared, was that he had succeeded in driving Steele from the valley of the Washita and left myself free to move my entire force to the support of Taylor. That was clearly the next order of business. With one prong of the 2-pronged Union offensive, Steele, now definitely snapped off, it was time to attend to the other, Banks, already severely bent. After giving the divisions of Churchill, Parsons, and Walker 2 days of badly needed rest, Smith issued orders on May 3rd for them to return at once to Camden and proceed from there by the most direct route to Louisiana. Steele's men returned on the same day to Little Rock near exhaustion, having found the going even more arduous on the north side of the Saline than on the south. Partly this was because they were 1 day hungrier and 1 battle wearier, but it was also because the mud was deeper and timber scarce. As a result of this shortage of corduroy material, they had a much harder time trying to keep the wagons rolling. When one stuck beyond redemption, as many did, it was burned to keep it from falling into rebel hands, and when teams grew too weak to be led, as many did, they were set free. all of which added greatly to the Army's loss of equipment and supplies. From dawn of May Day to 4 a.m. the next, out of the soggy bottoms at last, the infantry slogged in a daze that was intensified that night by the lurid flicker of roadside fires the cavalry had kindled to light their way through the darkness. A strange, wild time, one marcher was determined, recalling that hardtack sold for $2 a cracker, while in one instance 2 were swapped for a silver watch. Late the second afternoon, a shout went up from the head of the column announcing that a train had come out from the capital with provisions. They made camp for the night, wolfing their rations before turning in, and were off again at sunrise. When the fortifications of Little Rock came into sight around mid-morning of May 3rd, they halted to dress their tattered ranks and thus present as decent an appearance as they could manage, then proceeded into town, giving a prominent place in the column to the 3 captured guns that were all they had to show in the way of trophies for their 42 days of campaigning. The Camden expedition, Steele called the unhappy affair, as if Shreveport had never been part of his calculations. But the men themselves, being rather in agreement with the St. Louis journalist that all they had gained for their pains was defeat, hard blows, and poor fare, were not deceived. They had failed to reach their assigned objective, whatever their silky-whiskered commander might claim to the contrary, and they knew only too well what the failure had cost them, not to mention what it might cost Banks, who seemed likely to lose a great deal more, now that Steele had left the rebels free to shift their full attention to matters in Louisiana. All would now depend on speed in that direction, speed for the 3 divisions on the way to Taylor, speed for him in bringing them to bear, and speed for Banks and Porter in solving, before that happened, the problem of how to get 10 gunboats, some of which drew 7 feet of water, down and past a mile-long stretch of river less than half that deep. It was in that sense a race, with the odds very much in favor of the Confederates. So far, at least, as the concentration went, they had only to do in Louisiana what they had just finished doing in Arkansas, whereas the Federals were confronted with a problem that seemed, on the face of it, insoluble. Yet by now, before they even knew that Steele had backtracked and a race was therefore on, the Blue commanders had found a way to win it. Or in any case, they had found a man who believed he knew a way to win it, if they would only let him try. On April 29th, while Marmaduke was closing on Steele near Jenkins Ferry and opening the action that would swell to battle proportions tomorrow morning, Lieutenant Colonel Joseph Bailey, Franklin's chief of engineers, came to Banks with a plan for raising the level of the river by installing above Alexandria a system of wing dams that would constrict and thereby deepen the channel leading down to and over the falls. A former Northwest lumberman, 39 years old this week, he had used such methods to get logs down sluggish Wisconsin streams, and he was convinced they would work here too, on a larger scale and for a larger purpose. "I wish I was as sure of heaven as I am that I can save the fleet," he said. Banks needed little persuading, not only because he was desperate enough by now to try almost anything, but also because the young engineer had demonstrated his ability along those lines the previous summer at Port Hudson, where he had salvaged, by damming a shallow creek to float them free, a pair of transports the rebels had left lying on their sides in the mud. The general took him that evening to present his plan to Porter. Contemplating the loss of his gunboats and the wreck of his career, the admiral was in an unaccustomed state of dejection. "This fatal campaign has upset everything," he had recently complained to Wells in a dispatch designed to prepare the secretary for darker ones to follow. His first reaction to Bailey's proposal was to scoff at it. "If damming would get the fleet off, we would have been afloat long ago," he broke in, brightening a bit at this evidence that his sense of humor, such as it was still in working order. When it was explained to him further that the Navy would have little to do but stand by and watch the Army sweat and strain, he declared that he was willing on those terms. Accordingly, Banks issued orders on the last day of April for the thing to be tried, and Bailey, given 3,000 soldiers to use as he saw fit in getting it done, put them to work without delay on May Day morning. His plan was to construct above the lower falls, where the Red was 758 feet wide, a pair of wing dams, each extending about 300 feet out into the river, then sink high-sided barges filled with brick across the remaining gap. The North Bank Dam was to be formed of large trees laid with the current, their branches interlocked and their trunks cross-tied with heavy timbers on the downstream side, while the one on the south bank, where trees were scarce, would consist of huge cribs pushed out and sunk and anchored in place with rubble of all kinds. Most of the left bank work was done by a main regiment of highly skilled axemen and loggers, the rest being left to 3 regiments of New Yorkers, experienced in tearing down old buildings. One was the military academy of which Sherman had been superintendent just before the war, for bricks and stone, to be used to hold the sunken cribs and barges in position against the force of the 9-knot current. They worked day and night under a broiling sun and by the light of bonfires, much of the time up to their necks in the swift, rust-colored water. At the outset, they provoked more jeers than cheers from the sailors and off-duty soldiers looking on, but as the ends of the 2 dams drew closer together, day by day and hour by hour, interest mounted and skepticism lessened among the spectators on the gunboats and both banks, who now began to tell each other that Bailey's notion might just be practicable after all. The sailors, especially those aboard the tea kettles, as the ironclads were called, were pleased to be afforded this diversion now that rising temperatures had added physical discomfort to their boredom. During the day, an officer recorded, the iron on the decks would get so hot that the hand could barely rest upon it. At night, sleep was impossible. The decks were kept wetted down and the men lay on them, getting, toward the morning hours when the hulls had cooled down, such sleep as could be secured. Nor were excursions ashore of much help in this regard, involving, as they sometimes did, another form of torture which Southern women, then and later, were adept at inflicting. Saw quite a number of ladies from Pine Village opposite Alexandria, a sailor wrote in his diary after one such visit. 2 in particular were out on display promenade, one of whom had a beautiful black squirrel which ran all over her, up her dress sleeves and under her lace cape into her bosom, with a familiarity that made me envy the little favorite, and sent a thrill that did not feel very bad through all the little veins in my body. Still, being bored or titillated, painful though they were in their different ways, was better than getting shot at, as a good many soldiers and sailors could testify from experience while the dams were being built. If Taylor lacked the strength to interfere with the work going on behind the Federal entrenchments, he could at least make life hectic for the troops who manned them, and he could do considerably worse to those who ventured outside them, on foot or afloat. On the day Bailey started construction, the transport Emma was captured at David's Ferry, 30 miles below Alexandria, her captain and crew looking on as prisoners while the rebels burned her. 3 days later, another, the City Belle, was served in much the same fashion a few miles farther down, this time with a 700-man Ohio regiment aboard. More than a third of the soldiers were captured, 276 by Taylor's count, while the rest went over the side, escaped ashore, and eventually made their way back through the lines. Next day, May 5th, saw the gravest loss of all. The transport Warner, escorted by the gunboats Covington and Signal, while taking another regiment of Ohioans downriver to begin their re-enlistment furloughs, came under fire from a masked battery as she rounded a bend near the mouth of Dunn's Bayou. Disabled by an unlucky shot in her rudder, she spun with the current, absorbing heavy punishment from riflemen posted along the high south bank. And when the two warships tried to come to her assistance by bringing their 17 guns to bear on the rebel 4, they were given the same treatment in short order. Covington, hulled repeatedly, went aground and was set afire by her skipper, who got away into the woods with 32 of his crew of 74, leaving the rest to the mercy of the gray marksmen who by then were at work on signal. They cut her up so badly that the captain, prevented from destroying her by the fact that there was no time for removing the wounded, struck his colors and surrendered his 54 survivors, together with some 125 killed and wounded, left strewn about the decks of the Warner when she and they were abandoned by her crew and their fellow soldiers. That brought the total for the past 5 days to better than 600 amphibious Federals killed or captured, together with 3 transports and 2 gunboats, at a cost to the Confederates of little more than the ammunition they expended. Worst of all, from the point of view of the soldiers and sailors cooped up in Alexandria or marooned above the falls, the Red was emphatically closed to Union shipping. They had to subsist on what they had, which by now was very little, or starve, or leave. Along with everyone else in blue, Banks preferred the last of these 3 alternatives, although it appeared about as unlikely as the first. At this stage, the choice seemed narrowed to the second, starvation, which was scarcely a choice at all. As of May Day, he computed that he could subsist his army for 3 weeks on half rations out of what he had on hand. That might or might not be enough, depending on whether the work begun on the dams that day could be completed within that span, but there seemed little doubt at best that he would lose his train for lack of animals to haul the wagons. Forage was so short already that Taylor was complaining and exulting that the horses he captured were little more than skeletons. Pitiable as they were, he intended to be still harder on them in the immediate future, as a means of being harder on the men who rode or drove them. On May 7th, after claiming that his downstream successes near Dunn's Bayou had converted the Lower Red, formerly a broad federal highway of invasion, into a mare clausum, he reported to Kirby Smith, "Forage and subsistence of every kind have been removed beyond the enemy's reach. Rigid orders are given to destroy everything useful that can fall into his hands. We will play the game the Russians played in the retreat from Moscow." So he intended, gazing all the while back over his shoulder for some sign of the approach of the troops from Arkansas, without whom he lacked the strength to come to earnest grips with the beleaguered Unionists. All he could do was pray that they would arrive before the Bluecoats started the downstream march that would increase the distance his reinforcements would have to cover before they could be brought to bear. In point of fact, the race was closer than he knew. Faith had replaced skepticism in the attitude of the watchers at the dam site. "Before God, what won't the Yankees do next?" a gray-haired contraband cried in amazement at his first sight of the week-old work in progress, now rapidly nearing completion. Crews of the largest of the 10 warships above the falls, having caught the spirit of the workers in the water, were busy lightening their vessels by stripping off side armor, which they dumped in a 5-fathom hole upstream to keep it out of rebel hands, and unloading such heavy materials as commandeered cotton, anchors, chains, ammunition, and most of the guns, which, all but 11 old 32-pounders, spiked and sunk like the iron plating to forestall salvage, were to be carted below on wagons for reloading in deep water beyond the falls. By the following day, May 8th, the river had risen enough to allow 3 of the lighter draft boats, the tin-clad Fort Hindman and the broad-bottomed monitors Osage and Neosho, to pass the upper falls and take station just above the dam, awaiting the further rise that would enable them to make their run. That would not take long, apparently, for now that the dam was finished and the rubble-laden barges sunk to plug the gap between the wings, the river was rising so swiftly that it deepened more than a foot between sunset and midnight, increasing the midstream depth to a full 6 feet. Another foot would do it, the engineers said. As the depth increased, however, so did the speed of the current and the resultant pressure on the dam, which mounted in ratio to both. Banks, for one, began to fear that the whole affair would be swept away in short order. Arriving for an inspection by the light of bonfires late that night, he sent Porter a message expressing hope that the flotilla would be ready to move down at a moment's notice, since it seemed to him unlikely that the dam, already trembling under the weight of all that water, could survive past dawn. He was wrong by about 1 hour. It held all night, then blew at 5:30 next morning when two of the barges shifted, first tentatively, then with a rush, and went with the boom and froth of current through the recreated gap. Porter was on the scene. He had paid Banks's warning no mind last evening, but now that its validity was being demonstrated so cataclysmically, he reacted in a hurry by leaping astride a horse for a fast ride upstream to order the boats above the upper falls to start their run before the water, rushing Niagara-like between the unplugged wings of the dam, fell too low for them to try it. All but Lexington, the oldest vessel with the fleet, one of the three original timber-clads, she was a veteran of practically all the river fights since Belmont, where Grant got his start, and had harassed the Confederates trying to get some sleep in the captured Federal camps after the first day's fight at Shiloh, were unready for action of any kind, moored to bank with their steam down and all but their anchor watches taking it easy about the decks. Lexington got underway at once, passing scantily over the rocks of the upper falls, and headed straight for the 66-foot opening between the two remaining barges. The admiral, one of the thousands of soldiers and sailors who lined both banks of the Red to watch her go, later reported her progress and the reaction, afloat and ashore. She entered the gap with a full head of steam on, pitched down the roaring current, made 2 or 3 spasmodic rolls, hung for a moment on the rocks below, and then was swept into deep water by the current and rounded to, safely into the bank. 30,000 voices rose in one deafening cheer, and universal joy seemed to pervade the face of every man present. Encouraged by Lexington's example, the skippers of the 3 boats that had crossed the upper falls the previous day decided to try their hand at completing the run before the mass of water drained away and left them stranded in the shallows of the rapids. Neosho led off, advancing bravely under a full head of steam. At the last minute, however, just as she was about to enter the gorge, the pilot lost his nerve and signaled for the engine to be stopped. It was, but not the Monitor herself. She went with the sucking rush of the current out of control. Her low hull plunged from sight beneath the spume as she went into the gap, careening through at an angle so steep it was nearly a dive, and struck bottom with an iron clang, loud against the baited silence on both banks, then reappeared at last below, taking cheers from the watchers and water through the hole the stones had punched along her keel. This last was slight and soon repaired, a small price to pay for deliverance from a month's captivity, not to mention the risk of self-destruction or surrender. The other 2 warships, Osage and Hindman, made it through in a more conservative style, with less excitement for the troops on shore, but also with less damage to themselves. 4 boats were now below the double falls, assured of freedom and continuing careers in their old allegiance, but the remaining 6 were trapped as completely as before, the water having fallen too low for them to cross the upper falls by the time they got up steam enough to risk the run. Banks was more or less unstrung by the fulfillment of his prediction that the dam was about to go. He foresaw indefinite postponement of the departure which just last night had seemed so near, and he was correspondingly cast down, having seen the effects of starvation only too clearly last summer at Port Hudson, when the Scarecrow garrison lined up for surrender. "We have exhausted the country," he told Porter that afternoon, "and with the march that is before us it will be perilous to remain more than another day." The admiral, perhaps because he had put less faith in the dam as a means of deliverance, reacted less despairingly to the mishap. After all, he had saved 4 of his boats already, 4 less than he had feared he well might lose, and he believed he could save the other half-dozen as well if the army would only stand fast until the dam could be replugged. But there was the rub. Banks, in his depression, was giving what seemed to Porter signs that he was about to pull out bag and baggage, workers and all, and leave the stranded warships to the mercy of butternut marksmen who had demonstrated at Dunn's Bayou 4 days ago their skill at naval demolition when there was no army standing by to hold them off. On May 11th, when Banks displayed further jumpiness by sending a staff officer to complain that the Navy seemed unmindful of the need for utmost haste, Porter did what he could to calm him down. "Now, General," he replied soothingly, "I really see nothing that should make us despond. You have a fine army, and I shall have a strong fleet of gunboats to drive away an inferior force in our front." Up to now, he artfully pointed out, the press had been highly critical of the conduct of the campaign. But think what a glorious finish the salvation of the flotilla would afford the journalists for the stories yet to be filed. And having thus appealed to the former governor's political sensibilities, the admiral closed with an exhortation designed to stiffen his resolution. "I hope, sir, you will not let anything divert you from the attempt to get these vessels all through safely, even if we have to stay here and eat mule meat." No blue-clad soldier or sailor had yet been reduced to such a diet, nor would one be here, though Banks was quick to reply that he had no intention of leaving the Navy in the lurch. The reason again was Bailey, who once more solved a difficult engineering problem in short order. Instead of attempting to plug the swift-running gap between the still intact wings of the dam just above the lower falls, he decided instead to construct another at the upper falls, similar to the first, and thus not try any longer to sustain the weight of all that water with one dam. It was done with such dispatch, his 1,000-man detail being thoroughly experienced in such work by now, that within 3 days, that is, before sunset of the day Porter urged Banks to stand by him even if we have to stay here and eat mule meat, 3 more vessels completed their runs down the mile-long rapids and over the 2 sets of falls. These were the veteran Eads gunboats, Mound City, Pittsburgh, and Carondelet. Next day, May 12th, the remaining 3, the armored steamer Chillicothe, the 4th Eads gunboat Louisville, and finally the 3rd Monitor Ozark, successor to the Eastport as the pride of the river fleet, did the same. The admiral and his precious warships were delivered, thanks to Bailey, to whom he presented as a personal gift a $700 sword. The engineer also received, as tokens of appreciation, a $1,600 silver vase from the Navy, a vote of thanks from Congress, and in time a 2-step promotion to brigadier general. None of this was a whit too much, according to Porter, who said of the former Wisconsin logger in his report, "Words are inadequate to express the admiration I feel for the abilities of Lieutenant Colonel Bailey. This is without doubt the best engineering feat ever performed. Under the best circumstances, a private company would not have completed this work under 1 year, and to an ordinary mind the whole thing would have appeared an utter impossibility." He might have added that his own mind seemed to fit in that category, since he had prejudged the attempt in just that way. But for the present, steaming down the lower Red where the going was deep and easy because of backwater from the swollen Mississippi, he was altogether occupied with savoring his freedom, his narrow delivery from ruin. "I am clear of my troubles," he wrote home to his mother that week, though he was not so far clear of them that he forgot to add, "I have had a hard and anxious time of it." So had Banks had a hard and anxious time of it, and so was he still, along with the slogging troops under his command. Leaving Alexandria on May 13th, the day after Porter completed his run, they had another 60 hostile miles to cover before they would return to their starting point, Simmsport on the Atchafalaya, where Sherman's men had opened the campaign just 1 day more than 2 full months ago. In point of fact, except as a location on the map, the town no longer existed. A.J. Smith's guerrillas had burned it at the outset, and now, looking back over their shoulders as they set out, they had a similar satisfaction, similar not only to Simmsport but also to Grand Ecore 3 weeks ago, as well as to a number of lesser hamlets in their path before and since, of seeing Alexandria aflame. It burned briskly under a long wind-tattered plume of greasy smoke, while over the levee and down by the bank of the river, as one Federal would recall, thousands of people, mostly women, children, and old men, were wringing their hands as they stood by the little piles of what was left of all their worldly possessions. They had been driven there by the sudden press of heat from a score of fires that quickly merged after starting simultaneously with the help of a mixture of turpentine and camphene, which the soldiers slopped on houses and stores with mops and brooms. Experience had greatly improved their incendiary technique. "Hurrah, boys, this looks like war," Smith shouted by way of encouragement as he rode through the streets, rounding up his men for departure. They had their usual assignment as rear guard, the post of honor on retreat, while the Easterners took the lead. Banks rode with the more congenial troops up front, commanded now by Emory. Franklin, after recommending that his chief engineer's proposal for saving the fleet be tried, had left on May Day, still fretted by his shin wound, which seemed to require more skilled attention than the Trans-Mississippi doctors were able to furnish, and by disgust and bitterness at having been prominently connected with still another large-scale defeat. Banks, of course, had that fret too, without the red badge distraction of a physical injury, but he felt better, all in all, than he had done at any time in the past horrendous month. For one thing, the salvation of the flotilla had given journalists the upbeat ending Porter had dangled as bait for prolonging the Army's stay in Alexandria, and for another, his casualties had been replaced, before the end of April, by reinforcements who arrived from Pascavallo, Texas, under Major General John A. McClernand, resurrected from his grant-enforced retirement in Springfield, Illinois, and put in command of the lower Texas coast by his old friend and fellow townsman, Abraham Lincoln. That brought the Army's total strength to 31,000 effectives up the Red, more than Banks had had directly under him so far in the campaign. Even though there was no compensation for the loss of 20 guns, 200 wagons, and something over 1,000 mules, this added strength brought added confidence, which, aside from military skill, had been the thing most lacking at headquarters since the Crossroads confrontation short of Mansfield 5 weeks ago today. Moreover, there was the relief of having the end at last in sight, whatever disappointments had occurred along the way, and of discovering that Taylor, for all his bluster in the course of the Alexandria siege, seemed considerably less a menace now that the cooped-up bluecoats were out in the open, inviting the attack he formerly had seemed anxious, but now seemed strangely reluctant to deliver. At any rate, that appeared to be the case throughout the first 3 days of the march downriver. Crossing the Choctaw Bayou swamps on the second day out of smoldering Alexandria, the Federals occupied Marksville on the evening of the 3rd. That was May 15th. They had covered 40 miles by then, molested by nothing worse than grayback cavalry, which failed in its attempts to get at the wagons drawn by scarecrow mules, and were a good 2/3 of their way to the sanctuary a crossing of the Atchafalaya would afford them. Banks tempered his optimism, however, by reminding himself that the tactical situation resembled the one that had obtained, or had seemed to obtain, on the march from Natchitoches to within 3 miles of Mansfield, where it ended in disarray. The resemblance was altogether too close for comfort, let alone for premature self-congratulation. Taylor might well be planning a repeat of that performance at another crossroads somewhere up ahead. And sure enough, advancing next morning across the Avoyelles Prairie, 5 miles south of Marksville, Banks found the Confederates disposed in force athwart his path, much as they had been at Sabine Crossroads, except that here the terrain was open and gave him a sobering view of what he faced. Their line of battle extending east and west of the village of Mansoura, they had 30-odd pieces of artillery. More than half of them had been his own up to the time of the previous confrontation just short of Mansfield, which this one so uncomfortably resembled, unlimbered and ready to take him under fire as soon as he ventured within range. Their numbers in infantry and cavalry were hard to estimate, masked as their center was by the town, but Banks did not decline the challenge. He shook out his skirmishers, put his own guns in position, as many of the remaining 70 in any case as he could find room for on the 3-mile width of prairie, formed his infantry for attack with cavalry posted neatly on both flanks, and then went forward, blue flags rippling in the breeze. The result, as the troops began to move and the guns to growl, was enough to make observers in both armies, each of which had a full view of the other, catch their breath in admiration. Advancing across the lush and level prairie, smooth as a billiard table, Taylor was to say of it in his report, the Union host was resplendent in steel and brass, according to one of its members, a Connecticut infantryman who afterward tried his hand at a word sketch of the scene, including miles of lines and columns, the cavalry gliding over the ground in the distance with a delicate, nimble lightness of innumerable twinkling feet, a few batteries enveloped in smoke and incessantly thundering, others dashing swiftly to salient positions, division and corps commanders with their staff officers clustering about them, watching through their glasses the hostile army, couriers riding swiftly from wing to wing, everywhere the beautiful silken flags, and the scene ever changing with the involutions and evolutions of the vast host. It was, in short, that seldom encountered thing, picture book war, which it also resembled as events developed in its paucity of bloodshed. Though the armies remained in approximate confrontation for 4 hours, the action was practically limited to artillery exchanges, since neither commander seemed willing to venture within point-blank range of the other's guns. When at last Banks brought A.J. Smith's Westerners forward for an attack on the rebel left, Taylor withdrew in that direction, south and west, and the Federals resumed their march to the south and east, through Mansoura, then on to Bayou de Glaise, on whose banks they stopped for the night. Next day, May 17th, after skirmishing warmly with enemy horsemen on both sides of Moreauville, they pushed on to Yellow Bayou within 5 miles of Simmsport and the Atchafalaya, which would shield them from further pursuit once they were across it. If Banks had known the extent of the odds in his favor, he not only would have been less surprised at the sidelong rebel withdrawal from Mansoura, he would also have been considerably less concerned for the safety of his army, which in fact enjoyed a 5-to-1 numerical advantage over the force attempting to waylay and impede it. Taylor fairly ached for some sign of the 3 divisions on the march from Arkansas, to no avail. Like Sister Anne from her watchtower, he was to write, day after day we strained our eyes to see the dust of our approaching comrades. Vain indeed were our hopes. The commander of the Trans-Mississippi Department had the power to destroy the last hope of the Confederate cause and exercised it with all the success of Bazaine at Metz. The affairs of mice and men aft gang a glee from sheer stupidity and pig-headed obstinacy. And lest his meaning be clouded by his fondness for religious and historical allusions and poetic misquotations, he made the charge specific and identified by name the man he held responsible for his woes. From first to last, General Kirby Smith seemed determined to throw a protecting shield around the Federal Army and fleet. This bitterness would grow, would in time become obsessive, but for the present the Louisiana general directed most of his attention to a search for some way, despite the odds, to inflict more vengeful damage on the spoilers of his homeland before they fled beyond his reach. The sidestep at Mansoura, allowing them to press on south and east, had been as necessary as it was painful. For if Taylor was to preserve his little army for future use, he could not afford to take on the Blue Host without a tactical advantage totally lacking on the open prairie. Then next day he received, as if from Providence, what he believed might be the chance for which he prayed. Pushing on through Moreauville, the Federal main body reached Yellow Bayou only to learn from its scouts, who had ridden ahead, that backwater from the Mississippi had swollen the Atchafalaya to a width too great for spanning by all the pontoons the engineers had on hand. Without a bridge, the crossing would be at best a slow affair, involving the use of transports as ferries. Penned up with its back to the river as it had been at Grand Ecore and Alexandria, the Blue Mass would grow more vulnerable as it shrank, regiment by regiment, until at last a gray assault could be launched against the remnant, perhaps with the help by then of the slow-moving troops from Arkansas, extracting payment in blood for the vandalism of the past 9 weeks. Taylor brightened at the prospect, and next morning, May 18th, moved his infantry up to join his cavalry on Yellow Bayou, intending to advance from there and establish a semicircular, close-up line of entrenchments from which to observe the dwindling Union Army, held under siege amid the ashes of what had once been Simmsport. Looking out across the unbridgeable 600-yard expanse of the Atchafalaya, a swollen barrier to the safety his army could only attain by reaching the far side, Banks foresaw an outcome all too similar to the one his adversary was moving to effect. Still, his despair was not so deep as to keep him from doing all he could to ward it off. When he was informed around mid-morning that Taylor had moved up to Yellow Bayou close in his rear, he instructed A.J. Smith to countermarch and drive him back. Smith returned to the bayou, crossed 3 brigades, and pitched without delay into the rebel skirmish line, throwing it back on the main body, which then attacked and drove him back in turn. It went that way for a couple of hours, first one side gaining ground and then the other. Each had about 5,000 men engaged, until at last the underbrush caught fire and both withdrew in opposite directions, choked and scorched from the crackling barricade of smoke and flame. That ended the action. Unresolved and indecisive as it was, Smith's guerrillas once more had proved their worth as fighters as well as burners, losing about 350 to inflict a total of 608 casualties on Taylor. Nothing daunted, the Louisianian prepared to return to the offensive next day, May 19th. But that was not to be. The back-and-forth engagement on the west side of Yellow Bayou turned out to be the last of the campaign, for the simple reason that presently no blue-clad troops remained within his reach. Banks, by then, had bridged the unbridgeable Atchafalaya. Once more, the deus ex machina was Joe Bailey. Handed the problem by Banks, the engineering colonel promptly solved it by mooring all the available riverboats and transports side by side across the near half-mile width of the stream, like oversized pontoons, and bolting them together with timbers which then served as stringers for planks laid crosswise on them to form a roadbed. Soon after midday, though the varying heights of the boats on which it rested gave it something of the crazy up-and-down aspect of a roller coaster, Banks had the bridge he needed to reach the sanctuary beyond the river. The wagon train began to cross at once, followed that night by the guns and ambulances. Next morning, May 20th, the troops themselves were marched across, and the makeshift bridge dismantled in their rear. 2 days later, a solid month past the time when they had been scheduled to rejoin Sherman in far-off Georgia, Smith's 3 divisions filed back aboard their transports and set out for Vicksburg. Banks, meantime, was as full of praise for Bailey here on the Atchafalaya as Porter had been the week before back up the Red. This work was not of the same magnitude, but was as important to the Army as the dam at Alexandria was to the Navy, he said of the improvised bridge in his final report, and repeated his recommendation that the former logger be promoted to brigadier as a reward for his resourcefulness under pressure. Another upbeat flourish had been provided, but so had additions been made to the list of casualties, more than 1,500 of them all told since the return to Alexandria in late April. Army losses for the campaign now stood at 5,245 killed, wounded, and missing, and to this were added some 300 naval casualties suffered in the course of the subtraction from the flotilla of an ironclad, 2 tinclads, 3 transports, a pair of pump boats, and 28 guns of various calibers captured or spiked and abandoned up the Red. This federal total of about 5,500 exceeded by well over 1,000 the Confederate total of 4,275. Losses in materiel were of course even more disproportionate, not only because the rebels had lost much less in battle, but also because they had had a great deal less to lose. Aside, that is, from civilian property, the destruction of which, if included, would doubtless swing the balance the other way. But perhaps the greatest contrast lay in what a member of Banks's official family called the great and bitter crop of quarrels raised in the Northern ranks by what he referred to as this unhappy campaign. If on the Confederate side there were arguments in the scramble to divide the glory, on the Union side there were hotter ones involved in the distribution of the blame. Looking back over the events of the past 70 days, the staffer noted that feelings had been severely ruffled and several lofty reputations quite undone. Franklin quitted the department in disgust, he recalled. Stone was replaced by Dwight as chief of staff and Lee as chief of cavalry by Arnold. A.J. Smith departed more in anger than in sorrow, while between the admiral and the general commanding, recriminations were exchanged in language well up to the limits of parliamentary privilege. Now still another illustrious name was added to the list, Banks's own. Not that he was relieved outright or shunted into obscurity, as so many others had been in the doleful course of the past 6 weeks. This was an election year, and too much rode on the outcome for the authorities to risk alienating a man with as many votes as the one-time Speaker of the House controlled. Lincoln and Halleck put their heads together and came up with the answer. Major General Edward R.S. Canby, a 46-year-old Kentucky-born West Pointer, had come east after the New Mexico campaign of 1862, in which he had managed to save the far West for the Union and had since been involved in administrative matters, including the reestablishment of law and order in New York after the draft riots of 1863. In all these positions, his outstanding characteristic had been his prudence, a rare quality nowadays in the Trans-Mississippi. Lincoln and Halleck, with Grant's concurrence, Canby had been another of his classmates at the point, decided to send him there to supply it, not as Banks's replacement, but rather as his superior, by placing him in charge of the newly created Military Division of West Mississippi, which stretched from Missouri to the Gulf and from Florida to Texas. Banks's unquestioned abilities as an administrator, honest amid corruption, were thus preserved for the government's use, along with his political support, while his military ineptness was set aside by depriving him of any further independence, or as it turned out, service, in the field. Canby was waiting for him with the necessary papers at Simmsport and accompanied him on the final leg of the retreat, another 100 miles downriver to Donaldsonville, where the campaign formally ended on May 26th, 75 days after its start and more than a month beyond its scheduled finish. An Iowa soldier wrote in his diary that Banks looked dejected and worn at that stage, and small wonder. More had ended and more had been lost for him than the campaign. The former governor, whose reduction of Port Hudson had opened the Mississippi to northern trade throughout its length, was now the mere desk-bound head of a sub-department in an organization commanded by a man almost 2 years his junior in age, and 3 full years behind him in date of rank. That came hard, but that was by no means the worst of it for Banks, who was taunted not only by the thought of what he had lost, but also by the thought of what he had failed to gain. Mobile might someday be attacked and taken, but not by him, and along with much else that had gone with the winds of war, including all those hundreds of thousands of bales of cotton which were to have put the national effort on a pay-as-you-go basis, but which instead had tainted it with scandal, were his hopes for the highest political office. All that had ended up the red. He not only had been defeated by his enemies up that river, he had been overslewed by his superiors on his return. A fit sequel, the St. Louis Republican asserted, to a scheme conceived in politics and brought forth in iniquity. If contention was less widespread on the Confederate side, where there was more credit than blame to be divided, such contention as there was only flared the higher on that account. Taylor's distress in reaction to his fear that the Federals were going to escape, the result, he claimed, of sheer stupidity and pig-headed obstinacy on the part of the high command at Shreveport, was mild compared to the frustration he felt when the Bluecoats did in fact improvise an Atchafalaya crossing before the arrival of the Arkansas reinforcements enabled him to exact the retribution he felt they owed. Though his pride in his outnumbered army was as boundless as his contempt for the invaders, long will the accursed race remember the great river of Texas and Louisiana, he said of the latter in a congratulatory order he issued to his troops on May 23rd. The characteristic hue of its turbid waters has a darker tinge from the liberal admixture of Yankee blood. The cruel alligator and the ravenous garfish wax fat on rich food, and our native vulture holds high revelry over many a festering corpse. His wrath had mounted with each passing day of the unimpeded Blue Retreat. Moving up to Yellow Bayou 5 days ago, he had taken time to communicate his chagrin at having been obliged to step aside just when he had the Vandals within his grasp for lack of strength to stand his ground at Mansoura. "I feel bitterly about this," he protested in a dispatch to Kirby Smith's adjutant, "because my army has been robbed of the just measure of its glory and the country of the most brilliant and complete success of the war." The further it receded into the past, the more brilliant and complete that missed victory became. Indeed, within a week or so, Taylor had come to believe that his superior's military ineptness, which had obliged him to forego a certain triumph, might well have cost the South its one best chance to win its independence. What was more, he said as much to Kirby Smith himself on June 5th, in a letter combining indignation and despair. "In truth," he wrote, quite as if he had a corner on that rare commodity, "the campaign as a whole has been a hideous failure. The fruits of Mansfield have turned to dust and ashes. Louisiana, from Natchitoches to the Gulf, is a howling wilderness, and her people are starving. Arkansas is probably as great a sufferer. In both states, abolition conventions are sitting to overthrow their system of labor. The remains of Banks's army have already gone to join Grant or Sherman and may turn the scale against our overmatched brethren in Virginia and Georgia." What made the hot-tempered Louisianian angriest was the contrast between this and the situation that might have obtained if his chief had not rejected his advice on how to go about disposing of the invaders, which he was certain would have led to their destruction and the reversal of the tide of war. "The roads to St. Louis and New Orleans should now be open to us. Your strategy has riveted the fetters on both." The more he wrote, and he wrote at length, including a full critique of the campaign with emphasis on the mismanagement of events beyond his reach, both here and in Arkansas, the angrier he grew, until finally, as he drew to a close, his wrath approached incandescence. "The same regard for duty which led me to throw myself between you and popular indignation and quietly take the blame for your errors," he wound up, "compels me to tell you the truth, however objectionable to you. The grave errors you have committed in the recent campaign may be repeated if the unhappy consequences are not kept before you, After the desire to serve my country, I have none more ardent than to be relieved from longer serving under your command." Thus Taylor, whose rage had made him as blind to the virtues of others as he was perceptive of their faults. To refer to the just-ended campaign as a hideous failure, simply because it had not yielded all that he had hoped for, was to overlook its fruits, which in fact were far from slight. Inflicting more than 8,000 casualties on Steele and Banks at a cost to Price and Taylor of 6,500, Smith had captured or caused the destruction of 57 pieces of artillery, nearly half of them naval, along with about 1,000 wagons, most of them loaded with valuable supplies, and more than 3,500 mules and horses. This was a considerable tactical haul by almost any standards. And yet the strategic gains were even greater. Despite the hot-tempered Louisianians' claim to the contrary, the campaign had cost Sherman the use of 10,000 veterans in North Georgia, which meant that he moved with that many fewer against Joe Johnston, while Johnston's own army was enlarged by nearly twice that number because the upset of Banks's schedule had ruled out an early movement against Mobile, leaving Polk free to shift from Demopolis toward Dalton with some 20,000 troops, who otherwise would have been drawn in the opposite direction by the threat to coastal Alabama. The greatest effect of the campaign up Red River thus was felt in northern Georgia, where a net difference of 30,000 men was registered in favor of the defenders of Atlanta. If the South was going to lose the war, then this would no doubt prolong the conflict. On the other hand, this might just narrow the long odds enough for the South to win it. That, of course, remained to be seen. In the meantime, there was nothing Kirby Smith could do, despite his disinclination in such matters, but act on Taylor's insubordinate letter. Appointing Walker as his successor, he ordered him to Natchitoches, there to await instructions from their superiors, and forwarded the correspondence to Richmond with a covering letter to his friend the President. The good of the service required that he or Taylor be removed from command, the mild-mannered Floridian declared, adding that if Davis thought it best, as he well might do, Smith freely acknowledged the Louisianian's merits as a soldier, "I will willingly, with no feeling of envy or abatement of interest in the service of my country, turn over my arduous duties and responsibilities to a successor." It made a sorry end, this falling out by the victors, after all the glory that had been garnered up the Red and on the Saline. Dick Taylor was afterwards far from proud of his conduct in the quarrel, and set it down as the result of overwork and nervous strain. For the present, though, he was not unhappy to be reunited with his wife and children in Natchitoches, the lovely old French-Spanish town he recently had saved from Sherman's burners, there to await the judgment of his presidential brother-in-law. 3. Davis had troubles enough by then, and differences enough to attempt to compose, without the added problem of trying to heal this latest split between two of his friends, one of whom was among the nation's ranking field commanders, responsible for the conduct of affairs in the largest of all its military departments, while the other was his first wife's younger brother. Down in Georgia, for example, on March 10th, the day A.J. Smith's guerrillas left Vicksburg, beginning the 10-week campaign that would take them up and down Red River, and the day before Grant left Washington for the meeting with Sherman in Nashville, where they would begin to plan the campaign designed to bring Georgia to its knees and the Confederacy to extinction, Governor Joseph E. Brown addressed the state legislature, which he had called into special session, to hear some things he had to say on the subject of the war. What he had to say, in essence, was that the war had been a failure. This was not only because it was now to be waged on his doorstep, so to speak, but also because, as he saw it, the authorities in Richmond had abandoned the principles embodied in the Declaration of Independence, including all self-government and the sovereignty of the states. Brown's solution, as set forth in his address, was for the Confederacy to dissolve itself into its components, thus calling a halt to discord and bloodshed, after which, in an atmosphere of peace and fellowship, a convention of northern and southern governors would assemble at Baltimore or Memphis, Montreal or the Bermuda Islands, and each state, north as well as south, would determine for herself what shall be her future connection and who her future allies. In other words, he would stop and start anew, this time without taking so many wrong turnings in the pursuit of happiness along the path that led to independence. Brown was careful in the course of his speech not to propose that Georgia rejoin the Union. That would have amounted to outright treason. He proposed rather that the Union rejoin Georgia, and he favored negotiation as the means of achieving this end. In a crisis like the present, he maintained, statesmanship is ever more important than generalship. Generals can never stop a war, though it may last 20 years till one has been able to conquer the other. Statesmen terminate wars by negotiation. Praised for its acumen or condemned as disloyal, the address pleased some of its hearers and outraged others, depending largely on their predilections. Politically, an observer remarked, Georgia was rent asunder. Among the governor's firmest supporters, though he was not in Milledgeville to hear him, was Alexander H. Stephens, vice president of the Confederacy. Stephens not only gave the speech his full approval, as well he might. I advised it from stem to stern, he admitted privately, but arrived in person 6 days later from Liberty Hall, his estate at nearby Crawfordville, to reinforce it with one of his own, twice as long and twice as bitter, in which he lashed out at the national authorities for their betrayal of the secessionist cause by adopting conscription and suspending the writ of habeas corpus. Better, in my judgment, he declared, that Richmond should fall and that the enemy's armies should sweep our whole country from the Potomac to the Gulf than that our people should submissively yield to one of these edicts. A small, pale-faced man with burning eyes and a shrill voice, weighing less than 100 pounds in the voluminous overcoat he wore against the chill he felt in all but the hottest weather. He spoke for 3 full hours, in the course of which he sustained at several points a critic's charge that his alarm had long ago vaulted into the hysterical. Where personal freedom was concerned, Stephens rejected all arguments as to expediency. Away with the idea of getting our independence first and looking after liberty afterward, he cried. Our liberties, once lost, may be lost forever. If he had to be ruled by a despot, he said darkly, he preferred that it be a northern one, and he closed on a dramatic note, quite as if he expected to be clapped in arrest by government agents as soon as he came down off the rostrum. I do not know that I shall ever address you again or see you again, he told the legislators filling the chamber, row on row, from wall to wall. As for myself, he added by way of farewell, though he knew, as Patrick Henry had not known before him, that the authority he assailed would not dare call him to account, give me liberty as secured in the Constitution, amongst which is the sovereignty of Georgia, or give me death. He proceeded not to the dungeon he had seemed to predict, but back to Liberty Hall, where he continued to fulminate in letters and interviews against the government of which he was nominally a part, and the man whose place he would take in case of death or the impeachment he appeared to recommend. Reproached by a constituent for having allowed your antipathy to Davis to mislead your judgment, Stephens denied that he harbored any such enmity in his bosom. I have regarded him as a man of good intentions, he replied, weak and vacillating, petulant, peevish, obstinate but not firm. Having gone so far, however, he then revoked the disclaimer by adding, am now beginning to doubt his good intentions. Meantime, back in Milledgeville, Brown's managers were steering through the legislature a double set of resolutions introduced by little Alec's younger brother Linton, one condemning the Richmond authorities for having overridden the Constitution, the other defining Georgia's terms for peace as a return, North and South, to the principles of 1776. This took 3 days. The governor had to threaten to hold the legislators in special session indefinitely in order to ram the resolutions through. Then on March 19th, they passed them and were permitted to adjourn. Brown had his and the vice president's addresses printed in full, together with Linton Stevens's resolutions, and distributed copies to all the Georgia soldiers in the armies of Lee and Johnston. Stevens and Brown were two of the more unpleasant facts of Confederate life that had to be faced in Richmond by officials trying to get on with a long-odds war amid runaway inflation and spreading disaffection. Others were nearer at hand. In North Carolina, for example, that Vale of Humility, a native called the state, nestled between two humps of pride, Virginia and South Carolina. The yearning for peace had grown in ratio to a general disenchantment with glory, of which the war, according to Governor Zebulon Vance, had afforded the old North state too meager a share. Less bitter than Joe Brown, of whom a fellow Georgian was saying this spring, "Wherever you meet a growling, complaining, sore-headed man hostile to the government and denunciatory of its measures and policy, or a croaking, despondent dyspeptic who sees no hope for the country but, whipped himself, is trying to make everybody else feel as badly as himself, you will invariably find a friend, admirer, and defender of Governor Brown." Vance was an unrelenting critic of the ways things were done or left undone at Richmond, and his correspondence was heavy with complaints made directly to the president that Carolinians were constantly being slighted in the distribution of promotions and appointments. Late in March, Davis lost patience and sought to break off the exchange, protesting that Vance had so far infringed the proprieties of official intercourse as to preclude the possibility of reply. "In order that I may not again be subjected to the necessity of making so unpleasant a remark, I must beg that a correspondence so unprofitable in its character, and which was not initiated by me, may here end, and that your future communications be restricted to such matters as may require official action." But Vance, a self-made man from old Buncombe County, had long since learned the political value of persistence. He was not so easily restrained. Scarcely a mail arrived from Raleigh that did not include a protest by the governor that some worthy Tar Heel had been snubbed or overlooked in the passing out of favors, military as well as civil. Davis could only read and sigh, thankful at least that Vance kept his distance, even though it was not so great as the distance Brown and Stevens kept. That was by no means the case with Edward A. Pollard, who was not only very much at hand as associate editor of the Richmond Examiner, but also took the trouble to let the authorities know it daily. He often seemed to despise the Confederacy to its roots, and seldom relaxed in his efforts to impale its chief executive on what was agreed to be the sharpest pen in the journalistic South. Invective was his specialty, and when he got on his favorite subject, Jefferson Davis, he sometimes raised this specialty to an art. Serene upon the frigid heights of infallible egotism, the Kentucky-born Mississippian was affable, kind, and subservient to his enemies, but haughty, austere, and unbending to his friends. And though he assumed the superior dignity of a satrap, he was, in fact, behind the rigid mask, an amalgam of malice and mediocrity. Future historians of various persuasions were to take their cue from this carving up of a man on his wrong side. It was small wonder that Pollard, who spoke with the gadfly rancor of Thersites, found many who nodded in gleeful agreement as they read his jabs and jibes. They read him in this fourth and gloomiest spring of a war they had begun to believe they could not win, to find relief from a frustration which grew like his own in ratio to the dwindling of their hopes. Thoroughly familiar with the American proclivity for blaming national woes on the national leader, Davis had engaged in the practice too often himself not to expect it to be turned against him. He viewed it as an occupational hazard, one that more or less went with his job, and he spoke of it as a man might speak of any natural phenomenon, gravity, say, or atmospheric pressure, which could not be abolished simply because it bore within it the seeds of possible disaster. Opposition in any form can only disturb me inasmuch as it may endanger the public welfare, he had said. Moreover, no one could sympathize more with the people who felt this fourth spring frustration, for no one was in a position to know as well how soundly based the feeling was. Such blame as he attached to men like Stevens and Brown and Pollard was not for entertaining, but rather for giving vent to their defeatist conclusions, since by so doing they betrayed their high positions, converting them to rostrums for the spreading of despair, and did indeed endanger the public welfare. As for the frustration itself, Davis not only sympathized with, he shared it. However much he might condemn those who gave way under pressure, he knew only too well how great that pressure was, especially for those who saw the problem, as he did, from within. Wherever he looked, he perceived that the Confederacy's efforts to conquer a peace were doomed to failure, and this applied most obviously to the three most obvious fields for aggressive endeavor, whereby the South might attempt to force its will upon its mortal adversary. 1, by entering upon negotiations with representatives from the North to obtain acceptable peace terms. 2, by mounting and sustaining a military offensive which would end with the imposition of such terms. Or 3, by securing the foreign recognition and assistance which would afford the moral and physical strength now lacking to achieve the other two. As for the first of these, Davis had pointed out the difficulty, if not the impossibility, of pursuing this line of endeavor 3 months ago in response to a letter from Governor Vance, in which the Carolinian urged that attempts be made to negotiate with the enemy, not only because such an expression of willingness on the part of the South to stop shooting and start talking would convince the humblest of our citizens that the government is tender of their lives and happiness and would not prolong their sufferings unnecessarily one moment, but also because the rejection by the North of such an offer would tend greatly to strengthen and intensify the war feeling of our people and will rally all classes to a more cordial support of the government. Davis replied that while such results were highly desirable, insuperable objections stood in the way of their being achieved. One was that, by the simple Northern device of refusing to confer with rebel envoys, all such offers, except to the extent that they were received as proof that we are ready for submission, had been rejected out of hand. He himself had seldom neglected an opportunity in his public addresses and messages to Congress to inform the enemy and the world that all we ask is to be let alone. Nothing had come of this in or out of official channels, and it was becoming increasingly clear that to continue such efforts was to invite insult and contumely, and to subject ourselves to indignity without the slightest chance of being listened to. Suppose, though, that they did somehow manage to break through the barrier of silence. What would that do, Davis asked, but confront them with another barrier, still more insuperable than the first? It is with Lincoln alone that we could confer, he reminded Vance, and his own partisans at the North avow unequivocally that his purpose in his message and proclamation of amnesty and reconstruction was to shut out all hope that he would ever treat with us on any terms. The Northern president himself had made this clear and certain, according to Davis. Have we not been apprised by that despot that we can only expect his gracious pardon by emancipating all our slaves, swearing obedience to him and his proclamation, and becoming in point of fact the slaves of our own Negroes? In the light of this, he asked further, can there be in North Carolina one citizen so fallen beneath the dignity of his ancestors as to accept or enter into conference on the basis of these terms? That there are a few traitors in the state who would be willing to betray their fellow citizens to such a degraded condition in hope of being rewarded for their treachery by an escape from the common doom may be true, but I do not believe that the vilest wretch would accept such terms for himself." Having gone so far, for the letter was a long one, written in the days before he sought to break off corresponding with the Tar Heel governor, Davis then proceeded to the inevitable conclusion that peace, if it was to come at all, would have to be won by force of arms. "To obtain the sole terms to which you or I could listen," he told Vance, "this struggle must continue until the enemy is beaten out of his vain confidence in our subjugation. Then, and not till then, will it be possible to treat of peace." That brought him to the second and much the bloodiest of his three aggressive choices: the launching of an offensive that would not stop short of the table across which peace terms would be dictated to an enemy obliged to accept them as a condition of survival and defeat. Pleasant though this was to contemplate as a fitting end to slaughter and privation, it amounted to little more than an exercise in the realm of fantasy. If 3 blood-drenched years of war and 3 aborted invasions of the North had taught anything, they had taught that however the conflict was going to end, it was not going to end this way. Davis, for one, never stopped hoping that it might, and even now was urging a course of action on Joe Johnston down in Georgia, designed to bring about just such a closing scene. That the general declined to march all out against the Union center was not surprising. Johnston had always bridled at cut-and-slash urgings or suggestions, and in this case, outnumbered and outgunned as he was, he protested with ample cause. Nor was he the only one to demonstrate reluctance. "Our role must be a defensive policy," Kirby Smith was warning his impetuous lieutenants out in the Trans-Mississippi. While nearer at hand and weightiest by far in that regard, the nation's ranking field commander was tendering much the same advice to his superior in Richmond. The most aggressive of all the Confederate military chieftains, indeed one of the most aggressive soldiers of all time, of whom a subordinate had declared, quite accurately on the occasion of his appointment to head the Virginia Army just under 2 years ago, "His name might be Audacity. He will take more chances and take them quicker than any other general in this country, North or South." R.E. Lee had taken care, well before the occasion could arise, to forestall even the suggestion that he attempt another large-scale offensive when the present mud truce ended in the East. Back in early February, in response to a presidential request for counsel, he said flatly, "We are not in a condition, and never have been in my opinion, to invade the enemy's country with a prospect of permanent benefit." There Davis had it, for though Lee added characteristically that he hoped, by a limited show of force, to alarm and embarrass the enemy to some extent and thus prevent his undertaking anything of magnitude against us, this was no real modification of his implied opinion that past efforts to end the war on northern soil, his own too, which had broken in blood along Sharpsburg Ridge and across the stony fields of Gettysburg, as well as Bragg's, which had gone into reverse at Perryville, had been errors of judgment, serving, if for nothing else, to demonstrate the folly of any attempt at repetition of them. Such a statement from such a source was practically irrefutable, especially since it was echoed by the commanders of the other 2 major theaters, Smith and Johnston. The war, if it was to be won at all by Southern arms, would have to be won on Southern ground. Third and last of these choices, the securing of foreign recognition and assistance, had long been the cherished hope of Confederate statesmen, especially Davis, who had uttered scarcely a public word through the first 20 months of the war that did not look toward intervention by one or another of the European powers. However, as time wore on, it became clearer that nothing was going to come of such efforts and expectations. Russia had been pro-Union from the start, and France, whatever her true desires might be, could not act without England, where the liberals in power took their cue from voters who were predominantly anti-slavery, and therefore, in accordance with Lincoln's persuasions, anti-Confederate. The Southern president, smarting under the snubs his unacknowledged envoys suffered, grew increasingly petulant and less guarded in his reaction. 15 months ago, addressing his home state legislature on the first of his Western journeys to revive confidence and bolster morale, he lost patience for the first time in public. "Put not your trust in princes," he advised, "and rest not your hopes on foreign nations. This war is ours. We must fight it out ourselves." The applause this drew, plus the growing conviction that nothing any Confederate said or did had any effect whatever on the outcome in Europe, encouraged further remarks along this line. Nor was his reaction limited to remarks. In June of 1863, with Lee on the march for Gettysburg and Vicksburg soon to fall, the exequatur of the British consul at Richmond was revoked. The presence of such consuls had long been irksome, not only because they sought to interfere in such matters as the conscription of British nationals and the collection of British debts, but also because they were accredited to a foreign power, the United States, rather than to the country in which they operated, the Confederate States, whose very existence their government denied except as a belligerent. The strain increased. In August, James M. Mason, the still unreceived ambassador to England, was told to consider his mission at an end, and before the following month was out, he gave up his London residence and removed the diplomatic archives to Paris. In October, the final strings were cut, declaring their continued presence at Charleston, Savannah, and Mobile an unwarranted assumption of jurisdiction, as well as an offensive encroachment. Davis expelled all British consular agents from the South. In Paris, Mason found the position of his fellow ambassador, John Slidell, highly enviable at first glance. Fluent in New Orleans French, the urbane Louisianian had practically free, though alas unofficial, access to Napoleon and Eugenie, both of whom were sympathetic to his cause, or so they kept assuring him, although nothing tangible in the way of help had so far proceeded from their concern. In many ways, the situation in Paris was more frustrating than the one in London, where Mason's non-reception at least had not built up hopes that came to nothing every time. By now, as a result of such recurrent disappointments, Slidell had become convinced that he was being led along for some purpose he could not fathom, but which he suspected would be of little benefit in the end either to him personally or to the government he represented. Disenchanted with the postcard emperor, he was turning bitter in his attitude toward his job. "I find it very difficult to keep my temper amidst all this double-dealing," he informed his friend and chief, Secretary of State Judah P. Benjamin. In point of fact, his experiences at court seemed to have jaundiced him entirely, for he added, by way of general observation, "This is a rascally world, and it is most hard to say who can be trusted." What it came down to in the end, as in the beginning, whether Slidell was right or wrong about Napoleon and his motives, was that France could not act without England. And now, as the war moved into its fourth critical spring, Davis could not resist lodging a protest which, in effect, burned the last bridge that might have led to a rapprochement with that all-important power. The trouble stemmed from British acceptance of evidence supplied by U.S. Ambassador Charles Francis Adams that certain warships under construction by the Lairds of Liverpool, ostensibly for the Viceroy of Egypt, were in fact to be sold to the Confederacy, which intended to use these powerful steam rams to shatter the Union blockade. "It would be superfluous in me to point out to your lordship that this is war," Adams informed Foreign Secretary Lord John Russell. It was indeed superfluous, since Russell, already alarmed by Seward's tail-twisting threats along that line, had previously taken steps to prevent delivery of the vessels by detaining them. That was in September, 6 months ago, and as if this was not enough to placate Seward, there arrived in Richmond on April 1st, not through regular diplomatic channels, but by special courier under a flag of truce, as between belligerents, a message for Jefferson Davis from Lord Richard Lyons, the British minister in Washington, containing an extract from a dispatch lately sent by Russell protesting against the efforts of the authorities of the so-called Confederate States to build war vessels within Her Majesty's dominions to be employed against the government of the United States. Davis bristled, hard as this governmental decision was to take, for the matter was still in litigation in the British courts and he hoped for a favorable outcome there. The phrase so-called cut deeper, adding insult to injury as it did. Never one to accept a slight, let alone a snub, the Mississippian summoned his secretary and dictated a third-person reply. The President desires me to say to your lordship that it would be inconsistent with the dignity of the position he fills as Chief Magistrate of a nation comprising a population of more than 12 millions, occupying a territory many times larger than the United Kingdom, to allow the attempt of Earl Russell to ignore the actual existence of the Confederate States and to contumeliously style them so-called, to pass without a protest and a remonstrance. The President therefore does protest and remonstrate against this studied insult, and he instructs me to say that in future, any document in which it may be repeated will be returned unanswered and unnoticed. Lyons had not used diplomatic channels for delivery of his message. Davis, stung in his national pride, did not use diplomacy at all in his response. Warming as he dictated, he termed British neutrality a cover for treacherous, malignant hostility, and closed with an icy pretense of indifference. As for the specious arguments on the subject of the rams, while those questions are still before the highest legal tribune of the kingdom, the President himself will not condescend to notice them. The signature read, Burton N. Harrison, Private Secretary. Such satisfaction as Davis got from thus berating the Foreign Secretary for his government's persistent persecution of the Confederate States at the beck and bidding of officers of the United States was small recompense for the knowledge that the South, engaged in what its people like to think of as the Second American Revolution, would have no help from Europe in its struggle for independence. And what made this especially bitter to accept was a general historical agreement that in the original revolution, with the colonists in much the same position the Confederates were in now, unable on the face of it either to enforce or to negotiate a peace, such help had made the difference between victory and defeat. This war is ours. We must fight it out ourselves, Davis had warned, by way of prelude to a year of hard reverses. And though the words were bravely spoken and loudly applauded at the time, there was sadness in the afterthought of what they meant in terms of the lengthening odds against success or even survival. Militarily, the handwriting on the wall was all too clear. In late November, within 5 months of the staggering midsummer news from Gettysburg and Vicksburg that Lee's army had been crippled and Pemberton's abolished, Bragg's army was flung bodily off Lookout Mountain and Missionary Ridge, impregnable though both positions had been said to be, and harried southward into Georgia. With these defeats in mind, it was no wonder that every Sunday at St. Paul's in Richmond, the obvious goal of the huge offensive the North was about to launch as a follow-up of its triumphs east and west over the three main armies on which the Confederacy had depended for existence, the congregation recited the litany with special fervor when it reached the words, "From battle and murder and from sudden death, good Lord, deliver us." The good Lord might at that, for though military logic showed that the South could not win an offensive war fought beyond the Potomac or the Ohio, there was still a chance that it could win a defensive one fought on its own territory. It could win, in short, because the North could lose. In his letter to Vance, defining the conditions for peace under the sole terms to which you or I could listen, Davis had not simply declared that the enemy must be beaten, period. He had said that the enemy must be beaten out of his vain confidence in our subjugation, which was quite another thing. What he was saying was that for the North, committed by necessity to achieving an unconditional surrender, to settle for anything less than total conquest would amount to giving the South the victory by default. Lincoln knew this as well as Davis did, of course, and was not likely to cooperate in the dismemberment he had pledged himself to prevent. Yet the whole say-so would not be Lincoln's. Beyond the looming figure of the Northern leader were the Northern soldiers, and behind them were the Northern people. If either became discouraged enough, soldiers or civilians, the war would end on terms not only acceptable but welcome to the South. The problem was how to get at them, beyond the loom of their leader, in order to influence their outlook and their choice. Davis saw cause for hope in both directions, tactical on one hand, political on the other, if certain requirements could be met. Paradoxically, the tactical hope resulted from past Confederate defeats. Davis saw in every loss of mere territory, Nashville and Middle Tennessee, New Orleans, even Vicksburg and the Mississippi and the amputation of all that lay beyond, a corresponding gain, not only because what had been lost no longer required a dispersal of the country's limited strength for its protection, but also because the resultant contraction allowed a more compact defense of what remained. What remained now was the heartland, an 800-mile-wide triangle roughly defined by lines connecting Richmond, Savannah, and Mobile. Agriculturally and industrially, as well as geographically, this was the irreducible hard core of the nation, containing within it the resources and facilities to support a war of infinite length and intensity, so long as it and its people's will to fight remained intact. How long that would have to be, not in theory but in fact, depended on the validity of the companion political hope, according to which it would only be until November, specifically the first Tuesday after the first Monday in that month, or at worst until early the following March, specifically Inauguration Day. For this was a presidential election year in the North. The Northern people, restrained by an iron hand these past 3 years, would finally have the chance to speak their minds on the question of war or peace. And the Southern leader did not doubt that if his tactical hope was fulfilled, if no great Union victory, worth the agony to the Army and the sorrow on the home front, was scored within that 8-month span by the blue drive on the heartland, his political hope would be fulfilled in turn. Weary of profitless bloodshed, the Northern people would vote to end the war by turning Lincoln out of office and replacing him with a man who preferred to see half the nation depart in peace, as the saying went, rather than to continue the aimless destruction the two halves would have been visiting on each other for nearly 3 years. That was the prospect Davis had referred to 4 months ago when he declared in his State of the Nation address, opening the 4th session of Congress, "We now know that the only reliable hope for peace is in the vigor of our resistance, while the cessation of hostility, on the part of our adversaries, is only to be expected from the pressure of their necessities." In brief, the problem between now and November was how to add to the North's war weariness, already believed to be substantial in certain regions where copperheads were rampant, without at the same time increasing the South's disconsolation beyond the point of no return. This might or might not be possible in light of the long odds, but in any case the prerequisite was that the Northern people were to be denied the tonic of a large-scale victory within the triangular confines of the secessionist heartland, especially a tonic of the spirit-lifting kind that had come with the celebration of such victories as Vicksburg and Missionary Ridge, which had seemed to show beyond denial that a blue army could rout or capture a gray one as the result of a confrontation wherein federal generalship was up to the standard set by the Confederates in the first 2 years of the war. Moreover, the general who had designed and directed both of those triumphs was now in overall command of the Union forces, presumably chafing for the mud truce to end so he could get his armies headed south. Given the conditions that obtained in regard to numbers and equipment, plus the lightweight boxer's need for yielding ground in order to stay free to bob and weave, and thus avoid a slugging match with his heavyweight opponent, there were bound to be Southern losses and Northern gains in the months immediately ahead. But that was not in itself a ruinous concession by the South, provided the losses and gains could be kept respectively minor and high-priced. In fact, such losses would serve admirably to drive home to the North the point that the prize was by no means worth the effort. The object was to make each gain so costly in blood and tears that the expense would be clearly disproportionate to the profit, if not in the judgment of the Federal High Command, whose political or professional survival depended on continuing the conflict, then at any rate in the minds of those who would be casting their ballots in November, many of whom had an intensely personal interest in the casualty lists, future as well as past, and who might therefore be persuaded that their survival, unlike their leaders, depended on bringing the conflict to a close. Thus, the South would be waging war not only on its own terrain, an advantage from which it had profited largely in the past, but also in the minds of Northern voters who would be going to the polls under what Davis termed the pressure of their necessities some 7 months from now to register a decision as to whether sustaining Lincoln's resolution that the rebels not be allowed to depart in peace was worth the continuing loss of their blue-clad sons and brothers and nephews and grandsons down in Georgia and Virginia. Time and time alone would provide the answer to the question of survival. Patrick Henry's liberty or death applied quite literally to Confederate hopes and fears, which had between them no middle ground a man could stand on, patriot or traitor. Give or take a week or two, depending on the weather, the 6 months that would follow the end of large-scale inactivity in Georgia and Virginia, where the major forces lay mud-bound in their camps, would decide the issue, since Lincoln's appeal on that all-important Tuesday in November was likely to be in ratio to the progress of his soldiers in the field. Meantime, though, while the outsized armies on both sides took their ease and prepared as best they could for the shock to come, lesser forces had not been idle east or west. And for the most part, when the military balance sheet was struck, the result of these out-of-season confrontations was encouraging to the hopes of the South for continuing its resistance to the superior weight the North could bring to bear. Of these several upbeat Confederate successes, for though it was by far the most remote, Shreveport and Richmond were 1,000 airline miles apart, communication between them was necessarily slow and at best uncertain. It was not only the largest in numbers engaged, it was also achieved against the longest odds. The most encouraging was Kirby Smith's frustration of the double-pronged offensive designed by the Federals for completion of their conquest of the Trans-Mississippi. All through the last half of March and the first half of April, the news from Louisiana and Arkansas had been gloomy. Banks and Steele appeared unstoppable in their respective penetrations across the width and down the length of those two states, with Texas obviously next on the inexorable blue list. Then came word of Mansfield and Pleasant Hill, of Prairie du Chien and Poison Spring. Steele and Banks were in full retreat from Price and Taylor, and Porter's dreaded ironclads were in flight from probable capture or destruction, bumping their bottoms as they scurried down the Red. It was incredible, and Camden and Jenkins Ferry, like Mansoura and Yellow Bayou, only added to the glory and the uplift when news of them reached Richmond across those 1,000 embattled airline miles. Other successes had preceded this, and others were to follow. Down in Florida, for example, an all-out Union effort to return that scantily defended state to its old allegiance, in accordance with Lincoln's recent proclamation, had been thrown into sudden reverse by Brigadier General Joseph Finnegan's decisive late February victory at Olustee, which drove the disarrayed invaders all the way back to the banks of the St. Johns River. About the same time, westward in Mississippi, Sherman was slogging practically unopposed from Vicksburg to Meridian, where he was to be joined by a heavy cavalry column from Memphis for a 100-mile extension of the march to Selma, a major industrial center whose destruction would do much to weaken the South's ability to sustain its armies in the field. This went by the board, however, when he learned that no cavalry column was any longer moving toward him. Nathan Bedford Forrest, lately promoted to Major General with authority to raise a cavalry force of his own in the region the Blue Troopers would traverse, had whipped them soundly at Okolona, despite their 2-to-1 numerical advantage, and sent them staggering back to Memphis, part afoot and the rest on mounts so winded that 2/3 of them were presently judged unfit for service. Sherman, left marking time, had to be content with wrecking what he held. Meridian, with its depots, storehouses, arsenals, hospitals, offices, hotels, and cantonments, no longer exists, he reported as his wreckers, having done their worst, fell in for the march back to Vicksburg. But Selma still existed, together with all that Sherman listed and still more, including its vital cannon foundry, which, thanks to Forrest and his Green Command, continued to forge the heavy-caliber guns that would tear the ranks of other columns of invasion in other quarters of the South. Similarly, the following week, as March came in, a raid by 3,500 horsemen under Brigadier General Judson Kilpatrick, intended to achieve the liberation of an equal number of prisoners held in Richmond, was turned back at the city limits by old men and boys, home guardsmen serving worn-out artillery pieces long since replaced by new ones, captured or manufactured, in the batteries with Lee on the Rapidan. Soon, regular graybacks arrived from there, overtaking the raiders who had slipped past them 2 nights ago and harried the survivors into the Union lines, well down the York-James Peninsula. Like March itself, Kilpatrick, called Kill Cavalry now, had come in like a lion and gone out like a lamb, and Richmonders were proud of their scratch resistance in the emergency that prevailed until the regulars came up. Olustee and Okolona, like the improvised action that marked the limit of Kilpatrick's penetration, were primarily defensive victories. Counterpunches landed solidly in response to federal leads. But now, between mid-March and mid-April, there followed 2 exploits that were even more encouraging to Confederate hopes, though admittedly on a limited scale, because they proved that the South could still defy the lengthening odds by mounting and being successful in offensive operations. One was eastern, necessarily amphibious, since it occurred in the region giving down upon the North Carolina Sounds, while the other was western, staged throughout the length of the critical geographical corridor that lay between the Tennessee River and the Mississippi, and extended all the way north to Kentucky's upper border, the Ohio, whose waters no uniformed Confederate had gazed upon since John Morgan's troopers crossed it 10 months ago on the ill-fated raid from which the colorful brigadier himself had returned only by breaking out of prison. Forrest, in command of what he called the Cavalry Department of West Tennessee and North Mississippi, had never stopped thinking of this river-bound, 100-mile-wide, 200-mile-long stretch of land as belonging to him, particularly as a recruiting area, although all of it lay well beyond the Union lines and had done so, in fact, for nearly 2 years now. For him, as for most of his men, North Mississippians, West Tennesseans, and Kentuckians, the region was home, and he and they looked forward to returning there, if only on a visit. Indeed, he had already done so twice since it passed into Northern hands, once at the beginning and once at the end of the year just past, and now he was going back for the 3rd time. Accordingly, after disposing of Sherman's troopers by chasing them pell-mell into Memphis, he reorganized his own, grown to a strength of about 5,000 and seasoned by their recent victory, into 2 divisions, commanded by Brigadier Generals Abraham Buford and James R. Chalmers, and set out northward with one of them, Buford's, on March 15th from his headquarters at Columbus, Mississippi. There were, he said, some 3,000 recruits still available in West Tennessee, and he intended to have them, along with much else that was there in the way of horses and equipment, which now were U.S. Army property. The alarm went out at once to federal garrisons in all 3 states bordering the Mississippi south of the Ohio. Forrest was much feared, His unorthodox methods and slashing attacks, often delivered in utter disregard of the odds and the tactics manuals, having led one blue opponent to protest that he was constantly doing the unexpected at all times and places. Nor did all the complaints have their origin beyond the enemy lines. Some Southerners had their objections too, although these were primarily social. A former Memphis alderman and planter, a self-made millionaire before the war, the 42-year-old Forrest had not only been in trade, the trade had been in slaves. And though some Southerners might fight for the peculiar institution or send their sons to fight for its preservation, they would not willingly associate with others who made or once had made a living from it. "The dog's dead," a young Mississippi aristocrat wrote in his diary this winter. "Finally, we are under N. Bedford Forrest. I must express my distaste to being commanded by a man having no pretension to gentility, a Negro trader, gambler, an ambitious man, careless of the lives of his men so long as preferment be en prospectu. Forrest may be, and no doubt is, the best cavalry officer in the West, but I object to a tyrannical, hot-headed vulgarian's commanding me." In Jackson, Tennessee, on March 20th, presumably with the disgruntled young grandee in tow, Forrest sent word for Chalmers to take up the march, feinting at Memphis en route to add to the confusion in his rear, and detached a regiment to move against Union City up in the northwest corner of the state. This was the 7th Tennessee Cavalry Confederate, and by coincidence the town was garrisoned by the 7th Tennessee Cavalry Union, whose surrender was accomplished in short order 4 days later, March 24th, by a pretense of overwhelming strength, including the use of wheeled logs in place of guns. Actually, there were fewer troops outside than there were inside, while the outer 7th had no guns at all, and a blood-curdling note sent forward under a flag of truce, which ended, "If you persist in defense, you must take the consequences. N.B. Forrest, Major General commanding." The Union colonel decided not to persist. Instead, he surrendered his 481 men, together with 300 horses and a quantity of arms and stores. All, as the colonel who had signed the general's name declared, almost without the loss of blood or the smell of powder. Sending his prisoners south where Chalmers was bristling as if on the verge of clattering into Memphis, he rode hard to catch up with the main column, which Forrest had led northward through Trenton 2 days ago, then across the Kentucky line near Fulton to descend on Paducah in the early afternoon of the following day, March 25th, having covered the final muddy 100 miles in 50 hours. Paducah, strategically located at the confluence of the Tennessee and the Ohio, was an important Union supply base, and it was supplies the general was after, not the garrison, which retired post-haste into a stoutly fortified earthwork supported by 2 gunboats patrolling the river in its rear. While sending in his usual demand for an unconditional surrender, "If you surrender, you shall be treated as prisoners of war, but if I have to storm your works, you may expect no quarter," Forrest put his troopers to work on the unprotected depot, gleaning what he later reported to be a large amount of clothing, several hundred horses, and a large lot of medical stores, along with about 50 prisoners who had not made it into the fort before the gates were shut. Inside, the Blue commander declined to capitulate despite continued threats and demonstrations, including one all-out attack that was launched by a Kentucky regiment whose colonel, a native of Paducah, disobeyed restraining orders, apparently in an excess of pride and joy at being home again, and led a charge in which he and some 24 of his men were killed or wounded. These were the only Confederate casualties, although the town itself was badly damaged by shells thrown into it from the gunboats and the fort. At midnight, having gathered up everything portable and destroyed much that was not, a government steamboat found in dry dock, for example, and a number of bales of precious cotton awaiting shipment on the landing, Forrest withdrew in the direction from which he had appeared 8 hours before. At Mayfield, a dozen miles southwest, he halted to give his captives a head start south and to furlough his 3 Kentucky regiments, with instructions to go to their nearby homes for a week, there to secure new clothes and mounts, at the end of which time they would reassemble at Trenton, 50 miles south of the Tennessee line. This they did on schedule and to a man, many of them accompanied by recruits, fellow Kentuckians anxious for service under the Wizard of the Saddle, as Forrest was beginning to be called. He was by then in Jackson, planning another strike before he ended what was afterward referred to as his occupation of West Tennessee. His losses so far, including those of Chalmers, who had been skirmishing much of the time near Memphis, amounted to 15 killed and 42 wounded, as compared to Federal losses of 79 killed, 102 wounded, and 612 captured. This was a clear gain, but there was more. While planning a sudden enlargement of these figures, he did not neglect the normal intelligence-gathering duties of cavalry on the prowl. In fact, from his vantage point well within the enemy lines, even as Grant was at work on the details in Washington, Cincinnati, Culpeper, and elsewhere, Forrest not only saw through the latest Union grand design for the conquest of the South, he also recommended a method by which he believed it could be frustrated, if not shattered, at least in the Western theater. "I am of the opinion," he wrote Joe Johnston on April 6th, "that everything available is being concentrated against General Lee and yourself. Am also of opinion that if all the cavalry in this and your own department could be moved against Nashville, that the enemy's communication could be broken up." What would come of this plea that he be turned loose on Sherman's lifeline remained to be seen. For the present, however, he had a lesser blow in mind, one that he had mentioned 2 days earlier in a report to Polk, whereby he intended to mount and equip his growing number of recruits. "There is a Federal force of 500 or 600 at Fort Pillow, which I shall attend to in a day or two, as they have horses and supplies which we need." Fort Pillow, established originally by the Confederates atop a bluff overlooking the Mississippi 40 miles above Memphis, had been in enemy hands for nearly 2 years, ever since the evacuation of Corinth following Shiloh, and was garrisoned by a force of about 550. Half were Negroes, former slaves who had volunteered for service in the army that freed them in the course of its occupation of the plantations they had worked on, while the other half were Union-loyal whites. Tennessee Tories and homemade Yankees, their since-departed neighbors, many of whom now rode with Forrest, contemptuously styled the latter. This was the place and these were the men Forrest had said he would attend to, and accordingly, by way of creating a diversion, he sent Buford with 1 brigade to menace Columbus and ride back into Paducah, where newspapers were boasting that he had overlooked 140 fine government horses kept hidden in an old rolling mill throughout the recent raid. Buford's instructions were to get those horses and, in the process, draw the enemy's attention northward, away from Pillow, which would be attacked by his other brigade and one from Chalmers, who was told to come along and take command of both, 1,500 men in all, for the march, which got underway on April 10th, and the investment, which began at daylight 2 days later. Northward on the Mississippi and the Ohio, Buford carried out his assignment to the letter, detaching a couple of companies to menace Columbus while he rode with the main body into Paducah at noon on April 14th. There, as before, the defenders fell back to their fortified position, and the raiders gathered up the horses they had missed 3 weeks ago. Returning south across the Tennessee line next day, they found that Chalmers too had carried out his assignment to the letter. So zealously so, in fact, that he and his men and Forrest, who was in overall command, were already being widely accused of having committed the atrocity of the war. The Fort Pillow Massacre, it was called, then and thereafter in the North. Arriving at dawn of April 12th, Chalmers had the fort invested by the time Forrest came up at mid-morning and took over. Pillow's original trace, some 2 miles long and an average 600 yards in depth, had been reduced to about half that by the Confederates before their evacuation, and now the Federals had contracted it still farther into a single earthwork, 125 yards in length, perched on the lip of the bluff and surrounded on 3 sides by a ditch 6 feet deep and 12 feet wide. parapets 4 feet thick at the top and 8 feet tall added greatly to the sense of security when the defenders were driven in from their outer line of rifle pits, although they presently found a drawback to this massiveness which the attackers were quick to exploit. The width or thickness of the works across the top, a rebel captain afterwards explained, prevented the garrison from firing down on us, as it could only be done by mounting and exposing themselves to the unerring fire of our sharpshooters, posted behind stumps and logs on all the neighboring hills. Their 6 guns were similarly disadvantaged, since the cannoneers could not depress them enough to fire at the attackers at close range. So far as safety was concerned, the captain summed up, we were as well fortified as they were. The only difference was that they were on one side and we were on the other side of the same fortification. In partial compensation, the Federals had a gunboat in support, which flung a total of 282 rounds of shell, shrapnel, and canister at the dodging graybacks in the course of the fight. Also, there was the reassuring thought of what half a dozen double-shotted guns could do in the way of execution if any mass of rebels tried to scale those high dirt walls and poke their heads above that flat-topped parapet. Forrest was thinking of that too, of course, but he did not let it deter him any more than he did the loss of 3 horses shot from under him in the course of the 5 hours he spent maneuvering for a closer hug and waiting for the arrival of his ammunition train to refill the nearly empty cartridge boxes of his rapid-firing troopers. Shortly after 3 o'clock, the train arrived and the general sent forward under a flag of truce his usual grisly ultimatum. Should my demand be refused, the note closed, I cannot be responsible for the fate of your command. By way of reply, the Union commander requested 1 hour for consultation with my officers and the officers of the gunboat. But Forrest by now had spotted a steamer apparently crowded with troops approaching, as well as the smoke of 3 other boats ascending the river. Believing that the Federals were stalling for time in which to gain reinforcements and additional naval support, he replied that he would give them 20 minutes and no more. If at the expiration of that time the fort is not surrendered, I shall assault it. Either because he considered this a bluff or else because he believed an assault was bound to fail, his soldiers, white and black, apparently were of the same conviction, for they had been taunting the rebels gleefully and profanely from the parapets throughout the ceasefire that attended the exchange. The Union commander replied succinctly, I will not surrender. Forrest had no sooner read the note than he turned to his bugler and had him sound the charge. The assault was brief and furious, practically bloodless up to a point, and proceeded according to plan. While the sharpshooters back on the hillsides kept up a harassing fire that skimmed the parapet, the first wave of attackers rushed forward, leaped into the slippery 6-foot ditch, and crouched in the mud at the bottom, presenting their backs to the men of the second wave, who thus were able to use them as stepping blocks to gain the narrow ledge between the ditch and the embankment just beyond, then lean down and hoist their first wave comrades up beside them. It was as neatly done as if it had been rehearsed for weeks, and in all this time not a shot had been fired except from the hillsides and around on the flanks, where Forrest had other marksmen at work on the gunboat. Shoot at everything blue betwixt wind and water, he had told them, with the result that the vessel, which had closed to canister range, kept its ports tight shut to protect its gunners, and took no part in attempting a repulse. By now, the attackers were all on the narrow ledge, holding their unfired weapons at the ready and keeping their heads well down while the hillside snipers continued to kick dirt on the parapet, across whose width, although the graybacks were only a few feet away, flattened against the opposite side of the earthwork, no member of the garrison could fire without exposing 2/3 of his body to instant perforation. At a signal, the sharpshooters held their fire, and the men on the ledge went up and over the embankment, emptying their pistols and rifles into the blue mass of defenders, who fought briefly against panic, then broke rearward for a race to the landing at the foot of the bluff, where they had been told that the gunboat, in the unlikely event of a rebel breakthrough, would cover their withdrawal by pumping grape and canister into the ranks of their pursuers. It did not work out that way. not only because the gunboat was shut up turtle-tight and took no part in the action, but also because the graybacks were too close on their heels for the naval gunners to have been able to fire without hitting their own men, even if they had tried. Flailed from the rear by heavy downhill volleys, the running bluecoats next were struck in the flanks by the troopers who had been shooting at the gunboat. Some kept going right on into the river, where a number drowned and the swimmers became targets for marksmen on the bluff. Others, dropping their guns in terror, ran back toward the Confederates with their hands up. And of these, some were spared as prisoners, while others were shot down in the act of surrender. "No quarter, no quarter," was being shouted at several points, and this was thought by some to be at Forrest's command, since he had predicted and even threatened that what was happening would happen. But the fact was he had done and was doing all he could to end it, having ordered the firing stopped as soon as he saw his troopers swarm into the fort, even though its flag was still flying and a good part of the garrison was still trying to get away. He and others managed to put an end to the killing and sort out the captives, wounded and unwounded. Out of a total federal force of 557, no less than 63% had been killed or wounded, and of these about two-thirds, 221 or 40% of the whole, had been killed. Forrest himself lost 14 killed and 86 wounded. Before nightfall, having seen to the burial of the dead by the survivors, he gathered up his spoils, including the 6 pieces of artillery, and moved off with 226 prisoners, 20 of whom were men so lightly wounded they could walk. Next morning, he sent his adjutant, accompanied by a captured Union captain, back to signal another gunboat, which had resumed the shelling of the woods around the fort, unaware that there was no longer anything Confederate there to shoot at, only Federals, to put in under a flag of truce and take the more seriously wounded aboard for treatment downriver in Memphis. That ended the Fort Pillow operation. But not the talk, the cultivated reaction which quickly mounted to a pitch of outraged intensity, unsurpassed until the rape of Belgium 50 years later, when propaganda methods were much improved by wider and faster means of disseminating eyewitness accounts of such atrocities, true or false. Within 6 days, a congressional committee, strictly speaking a subcommittee of the feared and ruthless Joint Committee on the Conduct of the War, left Washington for Tennessee, having been appointed to gather testimony in regard to the massacre at Fort Pillow, and within another 3 days was taking depositions from survivors along with other interested parties, which resulted in a voluminous printed report that the rebels had engaged in indiscriminate slaughter of men, women, and children, white and black, and afterwards had not only set barracks and tents afire, roasting the wounded in their beds, but had also buried some of the living with the dead, despite their piteous cries for mercy while dirt was being shoveled on their faces. Many other instances of equally atrocious cruelty might be enumerated, the report concluded, but your committee feels compelled to refrain from giving here more of the heart-sickening details. Southerners might protest that the document was a tissue of lies from end to end, as indeed it largely was, but they could scarcely argue with the casualty figures, which indicated strongly that unnecessary killing had occurred, although it was in fact the opposite of indiscriminate. For example, of the 262 Negro members of the garrison, only 58, just over 20%, were marched away as prisoners, while of the 295 whites, 168, just under 60%, were taken. The rest were either dead or in no shape for walking. Here was discrimination with a vengeance, as well as support for a Confederate sergeant's testimony given in a letter written home within a week of the affair, describing how the poor deluded Negroes would run up to our men, fall upon their knees, and with uplifted hands scream for mercy, but were ordered to their feet and then shot down. This was not to say that Forrest himself had not done all he could, first to prevent and then to end the unnecessary bloodshed. He had, and perhaps the strongest evidence of his forbearance came not from his friends, but from his enemies of the highest rank, Within 3 days of the fall of the fort, when news of the massacre reached Washington, Lincoln told Stanton to investigate without delay the alleged butchery of our troops. Stanton passed the word to Grant, who wired Sherman that same day, "If our men have been murdered after capture, retaliation must be resorted to promptly." Sherman undertook the investigation as ordered, but made no such recommendation, proof in itself that none was justified, since no one doubted that otherwise, with Sherman in charge, retaliation would have been as prompt as even Grant could have desired. As for Forrest, his mind was soon on other things, including the removal of his spoils and a stepped-up enforcement of the conscription laws throughout West Tennessee. His recruiting methods were as rigorous as they were thorough. "Sweep the country, bringing in every man between the ages of 18 and 45, he told his agents. "Take no excuse, neither allow conscripts to go home for clothes or anything else. Their friends can send them." Haste was required, for before he got back to Jackson, 2 days after Pillow fell, he received a dispatch from Polk directing him to return promptly to Okolona, where his 2 divisions would combine with those under Major General Stephen D. Lee, Polk's chief of cavalry in the Department of Mississippi, Alabama, and East Louisiana, to meet an anticipated raid in force from Middle Tennessee southward through Decatur, Alabama. Forrest replied that the order would of course be complied with, though in his opinion, no such raid will be made from Decatur or any point west of there. Events were to prove him right in this, but even if such a raid had been intended, he believed that the best way to turn it back was by striking deep in its rear. He still had his eye on Sherman's lifeline. He wanted to hit it, and he wanted to hit it hard. This time, however, he presented his views not only to Polk and Johnston, who seemed unwilling or unable to act on them, but also to Jefferson Davis, addressing him directly. Stephen Lee had about 7,000 cavalry, and he himself was approaching that strength by now. "With our forces united," he wrote Davis on April 15th, "a move could be made into Middle Tennessee and Kentucky, which would create a diversion of the enemy's forces and enable us to break up his plans." It was Sherman he meant, specifically the long rail supply line reaching down from Louisville on the Ohio through Nashville on the Cumberland to Chattanooga on the Tennessee. That was a lot of track, and Forrest had long since shown what he could do to a railroad when he turned his troopers loose on one in earnest. Moreover, he assured the commander-in-chief, lest the plan be considered an impractical, hair-brained escapade like the one on which John Morgan had come to grief last summer, such an expedition managed with prudence and executed with rapidity can be safely made. Whatever merit there was in the proposal, for the present at least, the authorities in Richmond were more interested in a project closer at hand, involving an attempt to recover the North Carolina coastal region, which got underway in earnest that same week, 2 days after Forrest wrote his letter. A Tar Heel brigade under a native North Carolinian, Brigadier General Robert Hoke, had been detached from the Army of Northern Virginia to undertake the job in cooperation with an ironclad ram that had been under construction for the past year in a cornfield at Edwards Ferry, 2/3 of the way up the Roanoke River to Weldon. General Braxton Bragg, assigned as the President's chief military advisor after his removal from command of the Army of Tennessee, had conceived the plan, secured the troops, and worked out the details, beginning with an amphibious assault on Plymouth at the point where the Roanoke flowed into Albemarle Sound. Occupied for more than 2 years by the Federals, who had fortified it stoutly, the town would have to be attacked by water as well as by land, since otherwise the heavy guns of the Union fleet on station in support of the place would drive the attackers out about as soon as they got in. Bragg had much confidence in Hoke, who was given large discretion after a detailed briefing on this opening phase of the campaign. A veteran, though not yet 27, he had fought with distinction in all the major Eastern engagements from Big Bethel through Chancellorsville, where he was severely wounded, as well as in the ironclad successor to the Virginia and the Arkansas, both of glorious memory. Christened Albemarle, she was launched from the riverside cornfield in which she had been built, mostly by local carpenters and blacksmiths, and set off downstream on the day she was commissioned, April 17th, en route to her maiden engagement. Sheathed in 2 layers of 2-inch iron and mounting a pair of 6.4-inch Brook rifles pivoted fore and aft to fire through alternate portholes, she was just over 150 feet in length, 34 feet in the beam, and drew 9 feet of water. Because of the numerous twists and turns in the river this far up, which incidentally had served to protect her from interference by federal gunboats during her construction, she set out stern foremost, dragging a heavy chain from her bow to steer by. Fitters were still at work on her armor and machinery, and portable forges were brought along for emergency repairs. They soon were needed, first when the main drive shaft wrenched loose from its coupling late that night, and next when the rudder head broke off early the following morning. 3 miles from Plymouth the second night and 10 hours behind schedule because of time out for repairs, she was stopped by reports that the river ahead was obstructed by hulks, which the enemy, hearing rumors that the Albemarle was approaching completion, had sunk in the channel to tear out her bottom in case she ventured down. Aboard, as a volunteer aide to her skipper, Commander James W. Cook, another Tar Heel and a veteran of more than 30 years in the Old Navy, was her builder, Gilbert Elliott, a native of nearby Elizabeth City, where he had learned his craft in his grandfather's shipyard. Elliott set out in the darkness in a small boat with a pilot and 2 men, taking a long pole for soundings, and presently returned to report that thanks to the unusually high stage of the river this spring, it was practicable to pass the obstructions provided the boat was kept in the middle of the stream. Cook by then had turned the ram around and cleared for action. He had no contact with Hoke ashore, but on being informed that a sporadic attack had been in progress against Plymouth most of the day and up until 9 o'clock that night, when the skirmishers withdrew, presumably because of the non-arrival of the Albemarle, without whose help the town could not be held under the frown of a quartet of gunboats just inside the mouth of the river, he weighed anchor and stood down to engage. It was close to 4 o'clock in the morning, April 19th, when he passed safely over the sunken hulks, taking a few harmless heavy-caliber shots from the fort as he went by, and came in sight of the 4 Union warships. Warned of his approach, they were prepared to receive him. The 2 largest, Miami and Southfield, big double-ended side-wheel steamers of a novel design, with rudders fore and aft for quick reversals, were lashed together but not too tightly in accordance with a plan to catch the Albemarle between them, thus making her useless as a ram while they tossed explosives down her stack. Cook avoided this by steering close to the south bank, then turning hard aport as he drew nearly abreast of the shackled gunboats, presenting his long tapered bow to the nearer of the 2. Both opened on him with solids at close range, bringing as many of their dozen guns into play as could be brought to bear, but with no more effect than if the shots had been tennis balls, except that they left spoon-shaped dents in the armor when they bounced. Closing fast with the force of the current added to her thrust, the ironclad put her snout 10 feet into Southfield's flank, penetrating all the way to her fire room, but then had trouble withdrawing it from so deep a wound. The 2 hung joined, the ram taking water into her forward port because of the weight of the rapidly sinking gunboat. Seeing which, the captain of the Miami ran to one of his 9-inch Dahlgrens, depressed it quickly, and fired 3 explosive shells point-blank at the rebel monster. All 3 shattered against the iron casement a scant 20 feet away. Pieces of the 3rd, which was fired with a short fuse, flew back from the target and knocked down most of the gun crew, including the captain, who lay dead with the jagged fragments stuck deep in his chest and face. Albemarle's captain was backing his engines hard to free the ram of the weight on her bow, but by the time he managed to do so, the Miami, called the Miasma by her crew, who had found duty aboard her boring up to now, cut loose from the sinking Southfield and ran with all her speed for open water. Followed out into Albemarle Sound by the other two gunboats, which had observed the action at long range, she wanted no more of a fight with an adversary impervious to shot and shell alike. Cook attempted a brief pursuit, then broke off when he saw that it was fruitless, mainly because his engines were getting almost no draft through his badly shot-up smokestack, and turned back to give his full attention to the fort. Now it was the Federals' turn to learn what it was like to try to hold the place while under attack from the river as well as the land. They found it hard indeed, delaying only long enough to patch up his riddled stack and get in touch with the Confederates ashore. Cook steamed back past Plymouth that afternoon and opened on the fort in conjunction with Hoke, whose batteries were skillfully disposed for converging fire and whose infantry returned to within small arms range of the Federal ramparts. The result was altogether harrowing for the defenders, caught thus as it were between the Devil and the deep blue sea, the landward attackers and the Albemarle, both of which kept up the pressure until well after sunset and resumed it at daylight with even greater fury. This terrible fire had to be endured without reply, as no man could live at the guns, the fort's commander was to report. The breast height was struck by solid shot on every side. Fragments of shell sought almost every interior angle of the work. The whole extent of the parapet was swept by musketry, and men were killed and wounded even on the banquette slope. This condition of affairs could not be long endured without a reckless sacrifice of life. No relief could be expected, and in compliance with the earnest desire of every officer, I consented to hoist a white flag, and at 10 a.m. of April 20th, I had the mortification of surrendering my post to the enemy with all it contained. This included 2,834 soldiers, 30 guns, and a large haul of supplies, all secured at a cost to the attackers of less than 300 casualties, only one of whom was naval, a seaman hit by a pistol ball while the Albemarle had her snout in the sinking Southfield. "Heaven has crowned our efforts with success," a presidential aid observer wired Davis, who replied directly to Hoke, "Accept my thanks and congratulations for the brilliant success which has attended your attack and capture of Plymouth. You are promoted to be a major general from that date." Young Hoke was the hero of the hour, together with Cook and the Albemarle, all down the eastern seaboard, and Bragg, though his basic planning went unnoticed amid the general praise for Hoke and Cook, was hard at work now that the ram had reversed the naval advantage, projecting exploits of a similar nature for the immediate future. It was this the Federals feared. Unable to get an ironclad through any of the shallow inlets into Pamlico Sound, and with no time left in which to build one there, they saw no way to stop the apparently invulnerable new-hatched monster before it returned the whole region to Confederate control. "The ram will probably come down to Roanoke Island, Washington, and New Bern," the district commander, Major General John J. Peck, informed his department chief, Ben Butler, on the day Plymouth fell. "Unless we are immediately and heavily reinforced, both by the Army and Navy, North Carolina is inevitably lost." Butler shared the alarm, although belatedly. 2 months earlier, when the Navy had asked him to send troops up the Roanoke to destroy the rebel vessel on its stocks, he had replied, "I don't believe in the ironclad." And even now, in passing on to Halleck the news that the fort had been reduced in part by the guns of the non-existent warship, he declined to accept a fraction of the blame, which he declared was all the Navy's for having left the garrison's water flank exposed. "Perhaps this is intended as a diversion," he ended blandly. "Any instructions?" In point of fact, New Bern was next on the Albemarle's list, once she finished off the gunboats skittishly awaiting her emergence into the Sound from which she took her name. and Hoke was told to prepare for this rather than for an early return to the Army of Northern Virginia, despite that army's commander's pleas that he and his brigade were needed to help meet the attack that was soon to be launched across the Rapidan. Whatever disappointment this might involve for Lee, outnumbered 2-1 by the Bluecoats on the north side of the river, Plymouth made a fine addition to the list of late winter and early spring victories, which the President was compiling for inclusion in the message he was preparing for delivery to Congress when it convened next week in Richmond. "Recent events of the war are highly creditable to our troops," he wrote, "exhibiting energy and vigilance combined with the habitual gallantry which they have taught us to expect on all occasions. We have been cheered by important and valuable successes in Florida, northern Mississippi, western Tennessee and Kentucky, western Louisiana, and eastern North Carolina, reflecting the highest honor on the skill and conduct of our commanders and on the incomparable soldiers whom it is their privilege to lead. The armies in northern Georgia and in northern Virginia," he added, by way of compensation for the fact that there had been no such recent gloom-dispelling triumphs in either of those regions, "still oppose with unshaken front a formidable barrier to the progress of the invader, and our generals, armies, and people are animated by cheerful confidence." So he would say, and so Congress would be pleased to hear. But there were things he left unmentioned because to air them, involving as they did plans untried and expectations unfulfilled, would serve to deepen rather than relieve the nation's gloom regarding one of the two main armies on which it depended for survival. Davis's disappointment was not in Lee, who was fairly immobilized by the fact that a solid third of the Army of Northern Virginia had been detached for the past 7 months. It was in Johnston, who had been given command of the Army of Tennessee with the understanding, at least on the part of the Richmond authorities, that he would go over to the offensive in an attempt to recover East and Middle Tennessee, lost by his predecessor in the course of the bloody, erratic, year-long retreat from Murfreesboro to Dalton. "You are desired to have all things in readiness at the earliest practicable moment for the movement indicated," the transplanted Virginian was reminded in early March. "The season is at hand and the time seems propitious." Plans for such an offensive were quite explicit. Union forces now preparing at Chattanooga and Knoxville for a spring advance were dependent on uninterrupted communication with Nashville. If this supply line could be severed, both would be obliged to abandon what they held, with much attendant disruption of their plans. In line with this, Richmond's proposal was that Johnston be reinforced by Polk for a shift northeast to Kingston, 40 miles west of Knoxville, where he would be joined by 2 divisions under Lieutenant General James Longstreet, detached from Lee and wintering near Greenville, for an advance across the Tennessee River with a combined strength of more than 70,000 men. By such a move, the authorities assured him, Knoxville would be isolated and Chattanooga threatened, with barely a possibility for the enemy to unite. Should he not then offer you battle outside of his entrenched lines, a rapid move across the mountains from Kingston to Sparta, a very practicable and easy route, would place you with a formidable army in a country full of resources, where it is supposed, with a good supply of ammunition, you may be entirely self-sustaining, and it is confidently believed that such a move would necessitate the withdrawal of the enemy to the line of the Cumberland. Bragg was the author of these suggestions, and he wrote from experience. In essence, they called for a repetition of the movement he himself had made soon after he assumed command of the army in the summer of 1862, whereby the western seat of war was shifted practically overnight and practically without bloodshed from Mississippi to North Georgia and from there all the way north to Kentucky. The Federals then had been obliged to give up, at least for a season, their designs on Chattanooga, and Bragg was of the opinion that if Johnston would only profit by his example, the same results could be obtained in regard to their designs on Atlanta, provided, of course, that he advanced before his adversaries did. To accomplish this, he was reminded in mid-March, It is proposed that you move as soon as your means and force can be collected." Johnston had many objections to the plan. Time had probably run out. He lacked supplies as well as the mules and wagons needed to haul them. The Federals, in greatly superior numbers, would combine and jump him as soon as he got started, obliging him to fight at a disadvantage and with nothing to do in case of defeat but scatter his troops in the mountains. What he preferred, he told Bragg on March 18th, was to stand where he was, letting the Bluecoats crack their skulls against his works, then follow them up when they retreated. Meantime, he urged, the proffered reinforcements under Longstreet should be sent to him at Dalton for a share in the defensive battle, rather than have them wait in idleness to join him on the march. Bragg's reply 3 days later was curt and stiff. "Your dispatch does not indicate an acceptance of the plan proposed. The troops can only be drawn from other points for an advance. Upon your decision of that point, further action must depend." Alarmed at this evidence that he would not be reinforced on his own terms, Johnston was quick to assert that he had been misunderstood. "I expressly accept taking offensive," he wired back. "Only differ with you as to details. I assume that the enemy will be prepared for an advance before we are and will make it to our advantage. Therefore, I propose as necessary both for offensive and defensive to assemble our troops here immediately. Other preparations for advance are going on." For 2 weeks there was no reply to this. The answer, when it came on April 7th, was in a dispatch addressed not to Johnston but to Longstreet, who was told to prepare his 2 divisions for an immediate return to Virginia. Johnston was depressed by this lack of confidence and outraged by reports that he had declined to move against the enemy. "I learn that it is given out," he wrote to a senator friend whose son was on his staff, "that it has been proposed to me to take the offensive with a large army and that I refused. Don't believe any such story." Besides, he said, after outlining his objections to the plan he had rejected, Lee's army, not his, was the one that should have been ordered to advance. "It would have been much easier to take the offensive, excuse such frequent use of that expression, in Virginia than here," he wrote, basing his statement on the erroneous double claim that Lee's army was not only larger than his, but also had a smaller blue army to its front. However, he was not greatly surprised at the way things had gone. The authorities in Richmond, Davis himself, Secretary of War James A. Seddon, and now Bragg, his erstwhile friend, had about as low an opinion of him, apparently, as he had of them, which was low indeed. His consolation was in his men. "If this army thought of me and felt toward me as some of our high civil functionaries do," he closed his letter, "it would be necessary for me to leave the military service, but thank heaven it is my true friend." It was true the army was his friend. No general on either side, not even R.E. Lee or George McClellan, had more affection from the soldiers he commanded. He was loved, respected, admired, yea, almost worshipped by his troops, a Tennessee veteran was to say. Richmond had taken this quality into account in sending him to Dalton to repair the shattered morale of an army which had recently been thrown off Missionary Ridge and chased southward into Georgia by the opponent it faced there now. And in this he had succeeded. He restored the soldier's pride. He brought the manhood back to the private's bosom, the same veteran declared. The drawback, according to those who had advised against his appointment, was that he was too defensive-minded for the tactical part of his assignment. He had only assumed the offensive once in the whole course of the war, and that had been at Seven Pines, which might well seem to him the exception that proved the unwisdom of attacking, since all it had got him was the wound that had cost him the command he most preferred, now held by Lee, and a subsequent transfer to the less congenial West. Those who had opposed his appointment in December on grounds that he would never go forward as intended were quick to point out now in April that their prediction had been fulfilled. In fact, they said, if he continued to follow his accustomed pattern of behavior, he would be likely to fall back from Dalton at the first bristly gesture by the Federals in his front. Davis and Seddon, who had favored his appointment, primarily it was true because no one could think of another candidate for the job, were obliged to admit the strength of this as evidence of what to expect, and so was Bragg after his exchanges with the general by letter and wire throughout the latter part of February and the first two-thirds of March. It was then, on the heels of this admission by Davis and Seddon and Bragg, that the summons went to Longstreet for a quick return to Lee. They had given up on Johnston, who would neither go forward nor refuse to go forward, and who they knew from past experience, in northern Virginia, down on the York-James Peninsula, outside beleaguered Vicksburg, and back in the piney woods of Mississippi, would wind up doing exactly as he pleased in any case. He always had, he always would. The only decision left was whether to keep him, and the fact was they had no one to put in his place, so they kept him. And in keeping him, however regretfully, they committed the Army of Tennessee to the defensive, and gave up all hope for a slash at the Union center as a means of disrupting at the outset the latest grand design for their subjugation. Lee was committed to the defensive too, though not by inclination or from choice. "At present my hands are tied," he confessed in a mid-April letter to Bragg. "If I was able to move, the enemy might be driven from the Rappahannock and obliged to look to the safety of his own capital instead of the assault upon ours. As it was," he added, writing from the stripped region about Orange where his infantry was camped, "I cannot even draw to me the cavalry or artillery of the army, and the season has arrived when I may be attacked any day." It was a question of subsistence for mounts and men. Scarcely a tree in the district wore its bark below the point to which a horse could lift its mouth, and few of the few animals on hand were fit for rigorous service. Fully one-half of them were incapable of getting up a gallop, a cavalry officer complained, a trembling trot being their fastest gait. Conditions were nearly as bad for the leaned-down soldiers, though Davis himself had managed to get hold of 90,000 pounds of meat for shipment to the Rapidan during a critical near-starvation period that winter. This did not go far with troops whose usual daily ration comprised 4 ounces of bacon or salt pork, often rancid, and a scant pint of rough-ground cornmeal. Sprouting grass was a help to the horses this rainy April, but hunger was still a condition of existence for the men. This pained Lee, who did not like to add to other people's troubles by recounting his own, into making a formal complaint to the president, coupled with the strongest warning he had given at any time in the 22 months since he assumed command. "My anxiety on the subject of provisions for the army is so great that I cannot refrain from expressing it to your excellency. I cannot see how we can operate with our present supplies. Any derangement in their arrival or disaster to the railroad would render it impossible for me to keep the army together, and might force a retreat into North Carolina." That, too, was in mid-April, April 12th, 1 week after he had alerted the army to prepare for a Union crossing, any day now, of the river to its front. On that same April 5th, having pored over information received from scouts, northern papers, and citizens beyond the Rapidan, he gave Davis his estimate of the situation. "The movements and reports of the enemy may be intended to mislead us and should therefore be carefully observed," he wrote. "But all the information that reaches me goes to strengthen the belief that General Grant is preparing to move against Richmond." This was as far as he went at the time. He said nothing of his new opponent's probable route, or routes, or schedule. 3 days later, however, he wrote of receiving 2 more reports from reliable scouts in which the general impression was that the great battle would take place on the Rapidan and that the Federal Army would advance as soon as the weather is settled. Continuing to study all the evidence he could gather, including much, of course, that was false or merely worthless, he arrived within another week at a considerably more detailed estimate, and he passed this too along to Davis, saying, "We shall have to glean troops from every quarter to oppose the apparent combination of the enemy." He expected 3 attacks, all to be delivered simultaneously from 3 directions. 1. A main assault across the Rapidan, more or less against his front. 2. A diversionary advance up the Shenandoah Valley off his western flank. And 3. A rear attack up the James to menace Richmond from the east and south. To meet this last, he proposed that General P.G.T. Beauregard be shifted from his present command at Charleston, which Lee believed was no longer on the list of Union objectives, and brought to Petersburg or Weldon to take charge of the defense of Southside Richmond. The Valley threat he would leave for the time being to Major General John C. Breckinridge, who had a small command in the Department of Southwest Virginia. As for the main effort, the Blue Lunge across the Rapidan, he kept that as the continuing exclusive concern of the Army of Northern Virginia. Recent news that Longstreet would soon be coming back with 2 of his 3 divisions after 7 months in Georgia and Tennessee made Lee yearn for a return to the old days and the old method of dealing with such a threat as he faced now. If Richmond could be held secure against the attack from the east, he told the president on April 15th, I would propose that I draw Longstreet to me and move right against the enemy on the Rappahannock. Should God give us a crowning victory there, all their plans would be dissipated, and their troops, now collecting on the waters of the Chesapeake, would be recalled to the defense of Washington. Having said as much, however, he returned to such realities as the scarcity of food for his men and horses, then closed on a note of ominous regret. But to make this move, I must have provisions and forage. I am not yet able to call to me the cavalry or artillery. If I am obliged to retire from this line, either by a flank movement of the enemy or the want of supplies, great injury will befall us. On April 18th, he ordered all surplus baggage sent to the rear, a sort of ultimate alert well understood by the troops to mean that fighting might begin at any time. Still, Grant did not move. Lee's impatience mounted during the following week, in the course of which Breckinridge was warned to brace for action in the Valley, and Beauregard, in compliance with orders from Richmond, reached Weldon to assume command of the region between the James and Cape Fear rivers. Though he acknowledged that the gain was worth the strain, if only because the half-starved horses thus were allowed more time to graze in peace on the new-sprung grass. The advance of the Army of the Potomac seems to be delayed for some reason, he wrote Davis on April 25th. It appears to be prepared for movement, but is probably waiting for its cooperative columns. He closed with an invitation for the President to visit the Army, if the enemy remains quiet and the weather favorable, by way of affording himself a diversion from the daily grind in Richmond. Davis declined under pressure of business. Congress would convene next week, for one thing, but 4 days later, Lee enjoyed a diversion of his own. Longstreet's 2 divisions had arrived at last from Tennessee and were in camp around Gordonsville, 9 miles south of Army headquarters at Orange. Lee did not know whether Meade would cross the Rapidan on his left or right, taking John Pope's intended route down the Orange and Alexandria Railroad, or Joe Hooker's through the wilderness. He rather thought, and certainly hoped, it would be the latter, but since he lacked solid evidence to that effect, he kept Longstreet's hard-hitting veterans off to his left rear, in case the Bluecoats came that way. On April 29th, he rode down to review them for the first time in nearly 8 months, which was how long it had been since they left the Old Dominion to supply Bragg's Sunday punch at Chickamauga. They were turned out in their ragged best, leather-patched, metal-polished, their shot-torn regimental colors newly stitched with the names of unfamiliar Western battles. And when Lee drew rein before them, removing his hat in salute, the color-bearers shook their flags like mad, and the troops responded with an all-out rebel yell that reverberated from all the surrounding hills, causing the gray-haired general's eyes to brim with tears. The effect was as of a military sacrament, an artillerist later wrote. Lee wept, another veteran explained, because he felt that we were again to do his bidding. Deep Southerners or Westerners to a man, South Carolinians and Georgians, Alabamians and Mississippians, Arkansans and Texans, There was not a Virginian among them, and yet it was as if they had come home. A First Corps chaplain riding with the staff turned to a colonel as the yell went up, and Lee sat there astride his gray-horsed traveler, uncovered in salute, and asked, "Does it not make the general proud to see how these men love him?" The colonel shook his head. "Not proud," he said. "It awes him." Awed or proud, no doubt with something of both, despite the staffer's protest, Lee felt his impatience mount still faster next day back at Orange when he got word that a 4-division corps under Ambrose Burnside, formerly encamped at Annapolis and thought to be intended for service down the coast, had passed through Centerville 2 days ago and had by now reached Rappahannock Station, from which position it could move in direct support of the Army of the Potomac. Perhaps it was for this that Grant had been waiting to put his 3-pronged war machine in motion. As for Meade, Lee informed Davis on this final day in April, "Our scouts report that the engineer troops, pontoon trains, and all the cavalry of Meade's army have been advanced south of the Rappahannock. Everything indicates a concentrated attack on this front." His faith was in God and in the incomparable infantry of the Army of Northern Virginia, but now as he awaited the onslaught of the blue juggernaut whose numbers were roughly twice his own, he displayed more urgency of manner than those closest to him had ever seen him show on his own ground. Evidence of an early assault continued to accumulate, and still the Federal tents remained unstruck beyond the Rapidan. Lee's aggressive instinct, held in check by hard necessity, broke its bounds at last. "Colonel," he told a member of his staff, "we have got to whip them. We must whip them." Apparently that was the high point of his impatience, for having said as much he paused, then added with a smile of amused relief, "It has already made me better to think of it." Lee's confidence was based on past performance, against odds as long and sometimes longer, and Davis too drew reassurance from that source, having just completed his 3rd full year of playing Hezekiah to Lincoln's Sennacherib. Whatever frets he had about developments out in Georgia, here in the Old Dominion at least, the Confederacy had won for itself the military admiration of the world. 6 blue commanders in all their majesty and might, Irvin McDowell and George McClellan, John Pope and Ambrose Burnside, Joseph Hooker and George Meade, had mounted half a dozen well-sustained offensives, each designed to achieve the reduction of Richmond in short order. And all 6 had been turned back in various states of disarray. Now there was Grant, who seemed to many only a 7th name to be added to the list of discomfited Eastern opponents. "If I mistake not," a young officer on Lee's staff wrote home on hearing of the elevation of this latest transfer from an inferior Western school, "Grant will shortly come to grief if he attempts to repeat the tactics in Virginia which proved so successful in Mississippi." There were dissenters, Longstreet, for example, who had been Grant's friend at the academy and a groomsman at his wedding, and who had fought, moreover, in a theater where Grant was in command. "We must make up our minds to get into line of battle and to stay there," old Peter had told his visitors at Gordonsville the day before, "for that man will fight us every day and every hour till the end of the war." But for the most part there was general agreement that what had been done 6 times before, 4 of them, and the last 4 at that, more or less on this same Rapidan-Rappahannock line, could be done again by Lee, whose army was a rapier in his hand. If Grant was a fighter, as Longstreet said, there would be nothing unusual in that. One of the worst defeated of the 6 had been known as Fighting Joe, and the one who had been given the soundest drubbing of them all, the miscreant Pope, had also arrived with Western laurels on his brow and a reputation for coming to savage grips with whatever tried to stand in his path of conquest. Besides, what was called for now was not necessarily the outright defeat or even repulse of the invaders, east or west. What was called for, Davis could remind himself, was a 6-month holding action which would allow them no appreciable gain except at a price that would be regarded as prohibitive in money and blood by voters who would be making their early November choice between peace and war. In light of this, a head-down fighter like Grant might serve the South's purpose far better than would an overall commander who was inclined to count his casualties and take counsel of his fears. Not that Davis abandoned all hope for a repetition of what had happened in the past to opponents who had come in roaring and gone out bleating. He hoped for it profoundly, and not without cause. Don Carlos Buell and William S. Rosecrans were Western examples to match the six discomfited in Virginia. And Sherman had shown himself to have many of the qualities that made Grant an ideal opponent at this juncture. In some ways, now that the notion of an offensive against the Union center had been abandoned as a gambit, Joe Johnston seemed an excellent choice as a foil for the red-haired Ohioan, whose impulsiveness might expose him to the kind of damage his government could least afford on the eve of its quadrennial election. By way of further encouragement, Davis had only to consider more recent successes scored east and west by Kirby Smith, Finnegan, Forrest, and Hoke, for proof that the South could still stand up to combinations designed for its destruction, and could also carry the war to the enemy when the opportunity came. Just as Banks and Steele had been driven back across the Atchafalaya and the Saline, not only against the numerical odds, but also, as it were, against the tactics manuals, so might Sherman and Grant be driven back across the Tennessee and the Rappahannock. Like many brave men before and since, Davis had found that when a difficulty amounted to an impossibility, the best course to pursue was one that did not take the impossibility into account. That was what he had meant all along when he said, "I cultivate hope and patience and trust to the blunders of our enemy and the gallantry of our troops for ultimate success." For the most part, this attitude was shared by the people of Richmond. In fact, among the party-goers and the well-to-do, they had to be that. $1 in gold was worth more than 30 in Confederate paper, while calico and coffee were $10 a yard and pound, eggs $2 a dozen, and cornfield beans were selling at $60 a bushel. There had never been a social season as lively as the one now drawing to a close. Starvation parties were all the rage, along with charades and taffy pulls, although they seemed to one diarist to have a quality of desperation about them, as if the guests were aware that these revels honoring Major this or Colonel that or Captain t'other would be the last. In February, Lincoln had issued a draft call for 500,000 men, more than the Confederacy could muster in all its camps between the Rappahannock and the Rio Grande, and then in March had upped the ante by calling for 200,000 more. All the South could do by way of response was lower and raise the conscription age limits to 17 and 50, robbing thus the cradle and the grave, as some complained, or as Davis put it, in regard to the half-grown boys about to be drafted and thrown into the line, grinding the seed corn of the nation. Meanwhile, U.S. Grant, a bull-headed Suvaroff, was poised on the semicircular horizon, about to lurch into motion from 3 directions, and in Richmond, his known goal, the revelry continued. There seems to be, for the first time, the diarist noted, a resolute determination to enjoy the brief hour and never look beyond the day. Elsewhere about the country, it was apparently much the same. A young man just back from Mobile reported that he had attended 16 weddings and 27 teas within the brief span of his visit. He did not add that he had found the gaiety forced in that direction, but to a Richmond belle, looking back a decade later on this fourth and liveliest of the capital's wartime springs, the underlying sense of doom had been altogether inescapable. In all our parties and pleasurings, she would recall, there seemed to lurk a foreshadowing, as in the Greek plays, where the gloomy end is ever kept in sight. 4. Grant was angered throughout April by increasingly glum reports of developments out in the Trans-Mississippi, which in effect snapped off one prong of his spiky offensive, before it could even be launched. Banks, by his failure, he complained to Halleck, has absorbed 10,000 veteran troops that should now be with Sherman, and 30,000 of his own that should have been moving toward Mobile, and this without accomplishing any good result. Nor was that the worst of it. Even more exasperating, from a somewhat different point of view, was the knowledge that Johnston now would not only have no worries about his rear and his supply lines to the Gulf, but would also be able to summon to the defense of North Georgia reinforcements who otherwise would have been occupied with the defense of South Alabama. Banks and Steele, as co-directors of the Louisiana-Arkansas fiasco, had disarranged the grand design at the outset, or as a friend of Grant's, after repeating his complaint that 30,000 men were rendered useless during 6 of the most important months of the military year, was to put it in a later appraisal of the situation. The great combination of campaigns was inaugurated with disaster. By way of ensuring against such blunders here in the East, Grant contented himself with sending explicit and detailed instructions to Franz Sigel, who had received a military education in his native Germany, regarding the projected movement up the Shenandoah Valley and down the Virginia Central Railroad. But he went in person soon after his return from Tennessee to confer with the altogether non-professional Ben Butler, whom he had never met and with whom he had had no correspondence as to his share in the three-pronged convergence on Lee and Richmond. Arriving on April 1st at Fortress Monroe, the Massachusetts General's headquarters at the tip of the York-James Peninsula, he decided that a good way to size up the former Bay State politician would be to invite his views on the part he thought he ought to play in the campaign scheduled to open within 4 weeks. Butler promptly gave them, and Grant was pleased, as he said later, to find that they were very much such as I intended to direct. That is, an amphibious movement up James River for a landing at City Point, 8 miles northeast of Petersburg, the hub of Virginia's life-sustaining rail connections with the Carolinas and Georgia, and a fast northward march of 20 miles for a knock at the back door of the Confederate capital, while Meade, so to speak, was climbing the front steps and Sigel was coming in through the side yard. This augured well. Still, gratifying as it was to find his military judgment confirmed in advance by the man who was charged with carrying out this portion of the plan it had produced, Grant did not neglect to give Butler, before he got back aboard the boat next morning for the return up Chesapeake Bay, written instructions as to what would be expected of him when jump-off time came round. "When you are notified to move," he told him, "take City Point with as much force as possible. Fortify, or rather entrench at once, and concentrate all your troops for the field there as rapidly as you can." He added that, though from City Point directions cannot be given at this time for your future movements, Butler was to bear in mind that Richmond is to be your objective point, and that there is to be cooperation between your force and the Army of the Potomac. The latter, being charged with the main effort, was of course Grant's main concern, and when he returned to Culpeper next day, he found it in the throes of an unwelcome top-to-bottom reorganization. Designed to achieve the double purpose of tightening the chain of command and of weeding out certain generals who had proved themselves incompetent or unlucky, the shake-up involved the consolidation of a number of large units. Indeed, there was no unit above the size of a brigade that was unaffected by the change. 2 of the 5 corps were broken up and distributed among the remaining 3, while the same was done with 4 of the 15 infantry divisions, leaving 11. The result was painful to men in outfits which thus were abolished or in any case lost their identity in the shuffle. Cast among strangers, they felt rejected, disowned, orphaned. They felt resentful at having been cannibalized, stung in their unit pride that theirs had been the organizations selected for such a fate, and they voiced their resentment to all who would listen. "The enemies of our country have in times past assailed this division in vain," one dispossessed commander protested, "and now it dissolves by action of our own friends." Although the recommendation had been made by Meade before Grant left Tennessee, the soldiers put the blame on the new general-in-chief, since the order of approval came down from Washington just 2 weeks after his arrival. By way of registering their complaint at the first large-scale review Grant held after his return from Fortress Monroe in early April, the men of one absorbed outfit wore their old corps badge on the crown of their caps, as usual, and, as he could see as soon as they swung past him, pinned the new one to the seat of their trousers. He took no apparent offense at this, having other more pressing matters on his mind. One was numbers. However well the chain of command was tightened, however ruthlessly high-ranking incompetents were purged, the Army would be able to do little effective fighting, especially of the steamroller kind Grant favored, unless its ranks were full and reserves were ample. And there was the rub. As spring advanced, the Army moved closer to the time when it might lose the very cream of its membership. The men who had come forward on hearing that Sumter had been fired on back in the pre-draft spring of 1861, and had learned since then in what Sherman termed the dearest school on earth, what it meant and what it took to be a soldier. Such veterans, survivors of many a hard-fought field, were scarcely replaceable. They were, in fact, not only the backbone, they were the body of the Army, constituting roughly half the total combat force. Now their 3-year enlistments were about to expire, and if they did not re-enlist, the Army was apt to melt away like the snow on the crest of the Blue Ridge, along with the volunteer organizations whose roles they filled. Nor was this true only of the Army of the Potomac. Of the 956 volunteer infantry regiments in all the armies of the Union, 455, nearly half, were scheduled to leave the service before the end of summer, while of the 158 volunteer batteries of artillery, 81, more than half, would presently be free to head for home, unless, that is, enough of their members re-enlisted to justify continuing their existence. By way of encouraging such commitments, the government offered certain inducements designed to make a combined appeal to greed and pride. These included, in the former category, a $400 bounty to be increased by the amount his hometown and county, or rather the civilians who had remained there for whatever reasons, were willing to put up, and a 30-day furlough. As for pride, a man who re-enlisted was to be classified as a volunteer veteran and was authorized to wear on his sleeve a special identifying chevron, a certificate of undeniable cold-blood valor. To these was added, as an appeal to unit pride, the guarantee that any regiment in which as many as 3/4 of the troops shipped over would retain its numerical designation and its organizational status. This last was perhaps the most effective of the lot, especially when regimental commanders, anxious to hold their outfits together as a prerequisite for holding on to their rank, carried the process down to the company level, where a man's deepest loyalties lay. Any company that attained its quota was encouraged to parade through the regimental camps, fifes shrieking and drums throbbing, while onlookers cheered and tossed their caps. Such enthusiasm was contagious, and the pressure grew heavier on holdouts in ratio to the nearness of the goal, until at last reluctance amounted to disloyalty, not only to comrades already committed who stood in danger of being scattered among strangers, but also to the regiment, which would die a shameful death without its quota of re-enlisted volunteers. "So you see, I am sold again," one such wrote home, explaining that he had been swept off his feet by a fervor as strong as the spirit that makes a man be born again at a church revival. Not that the bounty and the prospect of a trip home, sporting the just-earned chevron, were not attractive. They were indeed, and especially together. $400, a tempted veteran pointed out, seemed to be about the right amount for spending money while on a furlough. Besides, regional supplements often raised the sum to more than $1,000, a respectable nest egg and enough for the down payment on a farm or a small business once the fighting ended. Until then, after 3 years of life in the service, home was likely to be no great fun anyhow, except on a visit. And even that had its limitations, according to some who had been there and found that it fell considerably short of their expectations. "I almost wish myself back in the Army," a furloughed soldier, barely a week after his departure, wrote to a comrade still in camp. "Everything seems to be so lonesome here. There is nothing going on that is new." In any case, as a result of these several attractions and persuasions, by mid-April no less than 136,000 veterans had signed on for another 3 years or the duration of the war. Most of these were in the West, where the troops expected an early victory and were determined to be in on the kill. "Fierce fighting Western men," one of their generals called them, "in for work and in for the war." In the Army of the Potomac, the result was less spectacular. 26,767 veterans re-enlisted, about half as many as signed up for another 3 years under Sherman, and also about half as many as were up for discharge. This meant that about the same number would soon be going home, dropped as emphatically from the Army roster as if each man had stopped a rebel bullet. They would have to be replaced, and mainly this would be done by the conscripts and substitutes who now were arriving as a result of Lincoln's February call. Whatever they meant to Grant and Meade, for whom they were merely numbers on a fatted strength report, to the men they joined, they were a mixed blessing at best. At worst, they were considerably less. Such another depraved, vice-hardened, and desperate set of human beings never before disgraced an army, an outraged New Englander complained. Partly this was the result of rising wages, which made enlistment a greater sacrifice than ever, and partly it was because the outsized bounties had created a new breed of soldier, the bounty jumper. "Thieves, pickpockets, and vagabonds would enlist," a later observer remarked, "take whatever bounty was paid in cash, desert when opportunity offered, change their names, go to another district or state, re-enlist, collect another bounty, desert again, and go on playing the same trick until they were caught." One nimble New Yorker confessed to having made 32 such jumps before he wound up in the Albany Penitentiary, while another New England veteran recorded that no less than half the recruits in his regiment received in one large draft had so quickly forgotten their assumed names on the trip down to the Rappahannock that they could not answer roll call when they got there. What was more, the delivery system was far from efficient. Out of a shipment of 625 recruits intended for a distinguished New Hampshire regiment, 137 deserted en route, and another 118 managed to do the same within a week of their arrival, 36 to the rear, 82 into the Confederate lines, leaving a residue of 370, who were either the most patriotic or else the least resourceful of the lot. Across the way, on the south bank of the Rapidan, rebel pickets put up a placard. "Headquarters, 5th New Hampshire Volunteers. Recruits wanted." In much the same vein, they sent over a mock formal message inquiring when they could expect to receive the regimental colors. Something else this latest influx of draftees brought into the Rappahannock camps that was more disturbing than the rising desertion rate. Though few in numbers compared to the men already there, the newcomers affected a disproportionate influence on certain aspects of soldier life. They never tired of relating the mysterious uses to which a jimmy could be put by a man of nerve, a startled veteran would recall, and how easy it was to crack a bank or filch a purse. Such talents did not go unexercised, so far at least as the limited field allowed. Nothing anyone owned was safe that was not nailed down, and there were more ways than one to skin a cat or fleece a sheep. With all that crisp new bounty money injected into the economy, gambling increased hugely, and so did the stakes. According to one awed observer, thousands of dollars would change hands in one day's playing, and there were many ugly fights engaged in caused by their cheating each other at cards. Outraged by what he called this business of filling up a decent regiment with the outscourings of humanity, another veteran infantryman recorded that the more we thought of it, the more discontented we became. We longed for a quiet night, and when day came, we longed to be away from these ruffians. The result was a necessary tightening of restrictions, in and out of drill hours, and applicable to all. That came hard. No pleasure or privilege for the boys in camp anymore, a volunteer lamented, for the hard lines and severe military discipline apply with a rigidness never before applied. Old-timers yearned for a return to the easy-going life they once had groused about, and they blamed its loss, illogically or not, on Grant, whom they saw as a newcomer like all those unwelcome others, though in fact the change had begun before he had any notion, let alone intention, of coming east to assume command of all the armies. More logically, quite accurately, in fact, they put the blame on him for another change which was going to have an even more baleful effect on the lives of thousands of men now in his charge. In mid-April, in a further attempt to lengthen his numerical advantage over the forces in rebellion, Grant put an official end to the 3-year-old practice of exchanging Federal and Confederate prisoners of war. Whatever its shortcomings from a humanitarian point of view, militarily the decision was a sound one. Not only did a man-for-man exchange favor the side on which a man was a larger fraction of the whole, but in this case there was also the added dividend that, in ending such a disadvantageous arrangement, the Union would be burdening its food-poor adversary with a mounting number of hungry mouths to feed. Just how much prolonged misery this was likely to cause, Grant's own troops knew only too well, either from having been captured in the days when they could be exchanged, or from awareness of what the daily food allowance consisted in the camps across the river. It was hard enough on the rebels, whose stomachs had long since shrunk to fit their rations, but for men accustomed to eating all they could hold, our men are generally overloaded, fed, and clad, their chief quartermaster was protesting even now, which detracts from their marching capacity and induces straggling. Such deprivation would amount to downright torture. Moreover, the prospect was further clouded by the knowledge that it had been devised by their own commander, the same man they accused of having foisted the detested reorganization upon them, as well as of having polluted their camps with rowdy gangs of thugs. One further thing Grant did, however, that went far toward making up for the unpopularity of those other changes that followed hard on his arrival. This was to reach into the back areas of the war, especially into the fortifications around the capital, and pluck thousands of easy-living soldiers from their cushy jobs for reassignment to duty in the field. Individually and in groups, stripped of their plumes and fire-gilt buttons, they came down to the Rappahannock in a somewhat bewildered condition, if not in a state of downright shock, and the troops already there were glad to welcome them with cheers and jeers. The warmest welcome went to regiments of heavy artillery, prized out of their snug barracks, issued Springfields, and converted overnight into congeries of unblooded rifle companies. Heavy infantry, the veterans called them, or just heavies. The shocking thing about such regiments, aside from their greenness, was their size. Popular with volunteers in search of easy duty and security from wounds, several of them had as many as 1,800 men apiece. "What division is this?" a Massachusetts soldier asked when one of them marched in, his own regiment being down to 207 effectives at the time. Other conversions were applauded about as lustily. Parade ground cavalry units, for example, were suddenly unhorsed, handed muskets in place of carbines, and told that they would henceforth go afoot. "Where are your horses?" a heavy infantryman inquired of a dismounted cavalry outfit that came slogging into camp soon after his own regiment arrived. "Gone to fetch your heavy guns," one of the former troopers snapped. Teamsters, too, were subject to such abrupt indignity, and many of them were similarly converted and accoutered as a result of an order reducing transportation to 1 wagon per brigade. "You needn't laugh at me," a transmuted teamster called to a braying mule in a passing train. "You may be in the ranks yourself before Grant gets through with the Army." In point of fact, now that they had time to look him over and examine the results of some of the changes he introduced, the men had begun to see that whatever else he might do in or out of combat, he clearly meant business, and they found they liked the notion of this. Some high-ranking officers, particularly the starch-collared regulars among them, might have doubts about the new general-in-chief. An old-line colonel of artillery, for instance, wrote home that he found him stumpy, unmilitary, slouchy, and Western-looking, very ordinary, in fact. But the troops themselves, according to an enlisted diarist, would look with awe at Grant's silent figure whenever he rode out on inspection, which was often. They liked his reticence, his disregard of mere trappings, his eye for the essential. He was seldom cheered except by greenhorn outfits trying to make points, but he seemed not to care or even notice. "Grant wants soldiers, not yawpers," a veteran observed approvingly. What was more, his success in prizing the heavies out of the Washington fortifications was good evidence that he had the confidence of the authorities there, something most of his predecessors had lacked, to their discomfort and the resultant discomfort of the Army in their charge. This was seen as an excellent sign, as well as a source of present satisfaction. There was also a solidity about him that was welcome after service under a series of commanders who had shown a tendency, and sometimes more than a tendency, to fly asunder under pressure. A New Englander put it simplest: "We all felt at last that the boss had arrived." Grant returned the compliment in kind. "The Army of the Potomac is in splendid condition and evidently feels like whipping somebody," he informed Halleck on April 26th, 1 month after establishing headquarters at Culpeper, adding, "I feel much better with this command than I did before seeing it." He had good cause to feel so, even though by now he was already 1 day past the date he had set for the simultaneous jump-off, east and west. Numerically, as a result of those various recruitment stratagems in the Army and on the home front, he was in better shape than anyone had dared to hope, particularly on the Rappahannock. After Burnside shifted his corps into position for close-up support of Meade, Grant had 122,146 infantry, cavalry, and artillery effectives on hand for the main effort crossing of the Rapidan. This figure included only the troops who were present for duty equipped. Another 24,602 were on extra duty, sick, or in arrest, bringing the total to just under 147,000. Even at the lower figure, and leaving Butler and Sigel out of account, he had about twice as many effectives as Lee, who had 61,953 of all arms. In Georgia, moreover, the ratio was roughly the same. Sherman had 119,898, including men on reenlistment furloughs, while Johnston had 63,949, including Polk, who would be free to join him once the pressure was on and the Union strategy was disclosed. Just when that would be, east and west, depended in part on the method by which this pressure was to be applied. That is, on the tactical details of the strategy Grant and Sherman had worked out between them 6 weeks ago in the Cincinnati hotel room. Grant was willing to leave the working out of such details to his red-haired friend as far as they were to be applied in the West. In the East, however, he had made the matter his prime concern ever since he had set up headquarters in the field. From Culpeper, there in the toppled V of the rivers, and from the peak of nearby Stony Mountain, where an observation post had been established for surveillance of the landscape roundabout, he could give the problem informed attention. South of the V, disposed on a front of nearly 20 miles along the right bank of the river, from Mine Run upstream to Rapidan Station and beyond, Lee and his army lay in wait under cover of entrenchments they had spent the past 6 months improving. The problem was how to get at him, or more precisely how to get around him and then at him, since a frontal assault across the river and against those earthworks would amount to downright folly, if not suicide en masse. Once the Blue Army was on his flank or in his rear, however, with nothing substantial between itself and Richmond, Lee would be obliged to come out of his works for the showdown battle Meade had been told to seek. This being so, the question was reduced to whether to move around his right flank or his left, east or west of that 20-mile line of entrenchments. Much could be said for the latter course. The country was more open in that direction, affording the attackers plenty of room for bringing all of their superior force to bear, and there was also the prospect of gobbling up what was left of the Orange and Alexandria Railroad down to Gordonsville, and then moving onto the Virginia Central, converting them into a supply line leading back to the Potomac while denying their use to the defenders. All this was good so far as it went, but there were two considerable drawbacks. One was that the rebels would wreck the railroad as they withdrew, requiring the pursuers to rebuild it and then keep it rebuilt despite attempts by regular and irregular grayback cavalry to re-wreck it. To guard against this would require the crippling detachment of fighting men from the front to the rear in ever-increasing numbers all the way back to the Rappahannock, since even a temporary break might prove disastrous, dependent as the army would be on that single line for everything it needed, including food for 56,500 horses and mules, and better than twice that many soldiers. The other drawback was that a movement around Lee's west flank would uncover the direct approach to Washington. In some ways, this was a greater disadvantage than the other. Lincoln was notoriously touchy in regard to the safety of his capital, and every commander who had neglected to remember this had found himself in trouble as a result. So far, since the advent of the new general-in-chief, the president had maintained a hands-off attitude toward all things military, for which Grant was altogether thankful, but that attitude might not extend to the point of seeing Washington endangered, even in theory, especially now that the surrounding fortifications had been stripped of their outsized regiments. Between them, these two drawbacks, one having to do with supply difficulties, the other having to do with Lincoln, fairly well ruled out a movement around the Confederate left. Grant shifted his attention to the region beyond Lee's right, more specifically to the country between Mine Run and the confluence of the rivers, 15 miles east of Stony Mountain and about 10 miles this side of Fredericksburg. That way, the march would be shorter, Washington would be covered from dead ahead, and the supply problem would be solved by ready access to navigable streams on the outer flank, affording rapid all-weather connection with well-stocked depots in the rear and requiring no more than minimal protection. Here, too, there was a drawback, however, one that was personally familiar to every soldier who had served for as long as half a year in the Eastern Theater. The Wilderness, it was called, a forbidding region some dozen miles wide and 8 miles deep, which the army would enter as soon as it crossed that stretch of the Rapidan immediately east of Lee's right flank. A leafy tangle extending from just beyond Mine Run to just beyond Chancellorsville. Joe Hooker, for one, could testify to the pitfalls hidden in that jungle of stunted oak and pine, and so could the present commander of the army that had come to grief in its depths, chief among them being that the force on the defensive had the advantage of silent concealment, an advantage the butternut veterans had used so well 5 months ago that Meade still considered himself lucky to have got back out of there alive. Conversely, the Blue Army's main advantage, its preponderance in men and guns, would scarcely matter if it was brought to battle there. Numbers counted for little in those thickets, except to increase the claustrophobia and the panic that came from being shot at from close quarters by a foe you could not see, and artillery had to fire blind or not at all. As a drawback, this could hardly be overrated, but Grant believed he saw a way to avoid it. The answer was speed. If the troops moved fast enough and began their march after nightfall screened the crossing from the rebel lookout station on Clark's Mountain across the way, they could get through the wilderness and gain the open country just beyond it, where there was plenty of room for maneuver, before Lee had time to interfere. Moreover, this belief was founded on experience. Both Meade and Hooker, who had crossed by the same fords Grant intended to use now, Ely's and Germanna, had spent 2 full days on the far side of the river before they came to grips with anything substantial. And in both cases, what was more, they had done so as part of their plans. Meade by moving directly against the enemy at Mine Run, Hooker by calling a halt at Chancellorsville and inviting the enemy to attack him. Grant had no intention of doing either of these things. He intended to bull right through, covering those 8 vine-choked miles in the shortest possible time, certainly less than 2 full days, and thus be out in the open where Lee would have nothing better than a choice between attacking or being attacked. Either would suit Grant's purpose admirably once he had his troops on ground where their superior numbers and equipment could be brought to bear, and thus decide the issue in accordance with the odds. By way of assuring speed on the projected march, or in any case a touch of the hard-driving ruthlessness that would be needed to obtain it, he had already made one important change in the makeup of the arm of the service that would lead the way across the Rapidan and down the roads beyond. In conference with Lincoln and Halleck soon after his return from Tennessee and before he established headquarters in the field, he had expressed his dissatisfaction with cavalry operations in the Eastern Theater. What was needed, he said, was a thorough leader. Various candidates for the post were mentioned and discarded until Halleck came up with the answer. How would Sheridan do, he asked. This was Major General Philip H. Sheridan, then in command of an infantry division under Thomas near Chattanooga. His only experience with cavalry had been a 5-week term as colonel of a Michigan regiment after Shiloh nearly 2 years ago, and he had not only never served in Virginia, he had never even been over the ground in peacetime, so great was his dislike of all things Southern. But Grant thought he would do just fine in command of the Eastern Army's 3 divisions of 13,000 troopers. The very man I want, he said, and Sheridan was sent for. He arrived in early April, checked into Willard's, and went at once to the White House, much as Grant had done the month before. The interview was marred, however, when the president brought up the familiar jest, "Who ever saw a dead cavalryman?" Sheridan was not amused. If he had his way, there were going to be a great many dead cavalrymen lying around, Union as well as Confederate. Back at Willard's with friends, he said as much, and more. "I'm going to take the cavalry away from the bob-tailed brigadier generals," he vowed. "They must do without their escorts. I intend to make the cavalry an arm of the service." He was different, and he brought something different and hard into the army he now joined. "Smash 'em up, smash 'em up," he would say as he toured the camps, smacking his palm with his fist for emphasis, and then ride off on his big, hard-galloping horse. A bullet-headed little man with close-cropped hair and a black mustache and imperial, bandy-legged, long in the arms, all Irish but with a Mongol look to his face and form, as if something had gone strangely wrong somewhere down the line in Ireland. Just turned 33, he was 5 feet 5 inches tall, and he weighed 115 pounds with his spurs on. One of those long-armed fellows with short legs, Lincoln remarked of him, that can scratch his shins without having to stoop over. Mounted, he looked about as tall and burly as the next man, so that when he got down from his horse, his slightness came as a shock. "The officer you brought on from the west is rather a little fellow to handle your cavalry," someone observed at headquarters soon after Sheridan reported for duty. Grant took a pull at his cigar, perhaps remembering Missionary Ridge. "You'll find him big enough for the purpose before we get through with him," he said. And in point of fact, the undersized, Ohio-raised West Pointer held much the same views on war as his chief, who was Ohio-born and had finished West Point 10 years earlier, also standing about two-thirds of the way down in his class. Those views, complementing Sheridan's even more succinct smash 'em up, could be stated quite briefly, a staff physician found out about this time. They were sitting around idle after a hard day's work, and the doctor asked the general-in-chief for a definition of the art of war. Grant turned the matter over in his mind, no doubt preparing to quote Jomini or some other highly regarded authority, his listeners thought, and then replied as if in confirmation of what his friend Longstreet was telling Lee's staff about now across the way. "Find out where your enemy is. Get at him as soon as you can and strike him as hard as you can, and keep moving on." That was to be the method, and by now he had also arrived at the date on which it would begin to be applied. April 27th, the day after he told Halleck, "I feel much better with this command," was his 42nd birthday. A year ago today, at Hard Times, Louisiana, he had braced his Western Army for the crossing of the greatest river of them all, the Mississippi, and the opening of the final stage in the campaign that took Vicksburg. It was therefore a fitting day for fixing the date for what would be the greatest jump-off of them all, east or west, east and west. Burnside, by now, was in motion from Annapolis, charged with replacing Meade's troops on guard along the railroad between Manassas and the Rappahannock, and Meade was free to concentrate his whole force in the V of the two rivers. Today was Wednesday, allowing a full week for the completion of all this, together with final preparations for crossing the Rapidan at designated fords. Grant set the date for Wednesday next, May 4th. Notice of this was sent at once to Meade and Burnside, as well as to Sigel and Butler at Winchester and Fort Monroe, and to Sherman in North Georgia, who had passed the word to subordinates already poised for the leap at Dalton. This was 9 days later than the tentative date Grant had set in early April, but he saw in the delay a double gain. Not only would it afford more time for preparation, which should help to eliminate oversights and confusion, it would also allow the wilderness roads just that much additional time to dry, an important factor in consideration of the need for speed in getting out of that briary snare in the shortest possible time. As for getting out of Washington, also a highly desirable thing from a personal point of view, Grant had done that for good the previous Sunday. Except for the chance they gave him to be with his wife, his brief visits there had brought him little pleasure and much strain. The public adulation had increased, and with it the discomfort, including a flood of letters requesting his autograph. He had found a way to cut down on these, however. "I don't get as many as I did when I answered them," he said dryly. And a great deal of staring whenever he ventured out, which he seldom did unless it was unavoidable, as it was, for example, in getting from the station to Willard's and back. Observing his peculiar aloofness, a protective garment he wore against the stairs, one witness remarked that he walked through a crowd as though solitary. On his last morning there, having taken breakfast in the hotel dining room before leaving to catch the train for Virginia, he was spotted by a reporter as he came out into the lobby. "He gets over the ground queerly," the journalist informed a friend that night. "He does not march nor quite walk, but pitches along as if the next step would bring him on his nose. But his face looks firm and hard, and his eye is clear and resolute, and he is certainly natural and clear of all appearance of self-consciousness." On the theory that this might be his last chance for some time, the reporter presumed to intercept him with a question. "I suppose, General, you don't mean to breakfast again until the war is over?" "Not here, I don't," Grant said. and went on out. Nothing he had said or written in conference or in correspondence with Lincoln or Halleck or anyone else had given any estimate as to how much time the campaign about to open would require before it achieved what he called the first great object, which was to get possession of Lee's army. His preliminary instructions to Meade, for instance, "Lee's army will be your objective point. Wherever Lee goes, there you will go also," had been dated April 9th, but whether the results so much desired would be attained within a year, or more, or considerably less, or not at all, remained to be seen. No one was more concerned with the specific timing than Lincoln, who would face a fight for survival in November, a fight he had good cause to believe he would lose unless the voters' confidence was lifted within the next 6 months by a substantial military accomplishment, rather than lowered by the lack of one to compensate for the lengthening casualty lists. And yet, despite the anxiety and strain, so well had he learned his lesson in the course of having shared in the planning and often in the prosecution of half a dozen failed offensives here in the East in the past 3 bloody years, he maintained his hands-off attitude even to the extent of not asking his new general-in-chief for an informal guess at the schedule, east or west. It was as if, having tried interference to the limit of his ability, he now was determined to try abstention to the same extent. He had learned patience and something more. He had learned submission. "I attempt no compliment to my own sagacity," he recently had told a Kentucky friend in a letter he knew would be published. "I claim not to have controlled events, but confess plainly that events have controlled me." In line with this, as if to underscore his hands-off intention while at the same time giving assurance of continuing support, he sent Grant a farewell note on the last day of April, 4 days before the big offensive was to begin. "Lieutenant General Grant, not expecting to see you again before the spring campaign opens, I wish to express in this way my entire satisfaction with what you have done up to this time, so far as I understand it. The particulars of your plan I neither know nor seek to know. You are vigilant and self-reliant, and pleased with this, I wish not to obtrude any constraints or restraints upon you. While I am very anxious that any great disaster or capture of our men in great numbers shall be avoided, I know these points are less likely to escape your attention than they would be mine. If there is anything wanting which is within my power to give, do not fail to let me know it. And now, with a brave army and a just cause, may God sustain you. Yours very truly, A. Lincoln." Next day, May Day, Grant acknowledged with pride the President's very kind letter as soon as it reached him at Culpeper. "It will be my earnest endeavor that you and the country shall not be disappointed," he wrote, and added by way of returning the compliments paid him, "Since the promotion which placed me in command of all the armies and in view of the great responsibility and importance of success, I've been astonished at the readiness with which everything asked for has been yielded without even an explanation being asked. Should my success be less than I desire and expect, the least I can say is the fault is not with you." And having said as much, he turned his attention back to matters at hand. 2 nights from now, in the small hours of Wednesday morning, the army would be moving down to the river for a crossing. Braced as best he could manage for the blow he knew was coming, though he did not know just when or where it would land, Jefferson Davis had cause to be grateful for the apparent delay beyond the final day of April, which arrived without bringing word to Richmond that the Union drive had opened from any direction, east or west. Not only did this afford him time for additional preparations, such as getting a few more soldiers up to Lee or down to Beauregard, it also seemed to mean that he and his country would emerge unscathed from what had been in the past, for them, the cruelest month. Although he was by no means superstitious, the pattern was too plain to be denied. In April of 1861, the war itself had begun when Lincoln maneuvered him into opening fire on Sumter. Next year it had brought the death of his friend and idol, Albert Sidney Johnston, together with defeat in the half-won Battle of Shiloh. Last year, in that same unlucky month, Grant and Hooker had launched the two offensives that cost the Confederacy the knee-buckling double loss of Vicksburg and Stonewall Jackson. However, this 4th April seemed about to be proved the exception to the rule. Militarily, so far as actual contact was concerned, the news from all three major theaters, from Louisiana and Arkansas out in the Trans-Mississippi, from Fort Pillow in the west, and from Plymouth here in the east, had been nothing but good all month. If Davis, on the last morning in April, having walked the 4 blocks from the White House to his office adjoining Capitol Square and found no unduly woeful dispatch on his desk, paused to congratulate himself and his country on their delivery from the Jinx, it would not have been without apparent justification, yet he would have been wrong, horribly wrong. Before the day was over, he would be struck the heaviest personal blow of the war. Just such a blow as his adversary Lincoln had been struck 26 months ago in that other White House up in Washington. He worked all morning, partly on administrative matters, which critics saw as consuming a disproportionate share of his time, and partly on intelligence reports. They made for difficult sifting, since different commanders predicted different objectives for the overdue Union offensive, generally in hair-raising proximity to their headquarters. Then broke for lunch, which his wife brought on a tray from home to tempt his meager appetite. Before the dishes could be set in front of him, however, a house servant came running with news that Joe, their 5-year-old, third of the 4 children who ranged in age from 9 to 3, had fallen from a high rear balcony onto the brick-paved courtyard 30 feet below. They hurried there to find him unconscious. Both legs were broken and his skull was fractured, apparently the result of having climbed a plank some carpenters had left resting against the balustrade when they quit for the noonday meal. He died soon after his mother reached him, and the house was filled with the screams of his Irish nurse, hysterical with sorrow and guilt from having let him out of her sight. His brother Jeff, 2 years older, had been the one to find him lying crumpled on the bricks. "I have said all the prayers I know how," he told a neighbor who came upon him kneeling there beside his dying brother, "but God will not wake Joe." Under the first shock of her loss, the emotional impact of which was all the greater because she was 7 months pregnant, Verena Davis was nearly as bad off as the nurse. But the most heartbreaking sight of all, Burton Harrison thought, was the father's terrible self-control, which denied him the relief of tears. Little Joe had been his favorite, the child on whom he had set his hope, according to his wife. Each night the boy had said his prayers at his father's knee, and often he had come in the early morning to be taken up into the big bed. Davis retired to his White House study, determined to go on with his work as an antidote to thinking of these things, and Mrs. Davis joined him there as soon as she recovered from her initial shock. Presently a courier arrived with a dispatch from Lee. Davis took it, stared at it for a long minute, then turned to his wife with a stricken expression on his face. "Did you tell me what was in it?" he asked. Grief had paralyzed his mind, she saw, and her husband realized this too when he tried to compose his answer. "I must have this day with my little son," he cried, and moved blindly out of the room and up the stairs. Visitors heard him up there in the bedroom, pacing back and forth and saying over and over as he did so, "Not mine, O Lord, but thine." Meantime, the boy was laid out in a casket, also in one of the upper rooms. His nurse lay flat on the floor alongside him, keening, while across the hall the father paced and paced the night away. "Not mine, O Lord, but thine," he kept saying, distracted by his grief. All night the mourners came and went, cabinet members, high-ranking Army and Navy officers, dignitaries in town for the convening of Congress 2 days later, and yet the tall gray stucco house had an aspect of desolation, at once eerie and garish. Every room was brightly lighted, gas jets flaring, and the windows stood open on all 3 stories, their curtains moving in and out as the night breeze rose and fell. Next afternoon, May Day, Sunday, the funeral procession wound its way up the steep flank of Oregon Hill to Hollywood Cemetery, where many illustrious Confederates lay buried. Although Joe had been too young for school, having just turned 5 in April, more than 1,000 school children followed the hearse, each bearing a sprig of evergreen or a spray of early flowers, which they let fall on the hillside plot as they filed past. Standing by the open grave, Davis and his wife were a study in contrast. Heavy with the child she would bear in June, she wore black, including a veil, and her tall figure drooped beneath the burden of her grief, while her husband, 20 years her senior at 55, yet lithe of form and erect as one of the monuments stark against the sky behind him, wore his accustomed suit of homespun gray. Down below, the swollen James purled and foamed around its rocks and islands, and now for the first time, as they watched him stand uncovered in the sunlight beside the grave of the son on whom he had set his hope, people saw that Davis, acquainted increasingly with sorrow in his private as in his public life, had begun to look his age and more. The words vibrant and boyish, so often used by journalists and others to describe their impression of him, no longer applied. Streaks of gray were in his hair, unnoticed until now, and the blind left eye looked blinder in this light. There was no evidence of this, however, in his message of greeting to the newly elected Second Congress when it convened the following day on Capitol Hill. Though the words were read by the clerk in accordance with custom, their tone of quiet reliance and not so quiet defiance was altogether characteristic of their author. When our independence, by the valor and fortitude of our people, shall have been won against all the hostile influences combined against us, and can no longer be ignored by open foes or professed neutrals, this war will have left with its proud memories a record of many wrongs which it may not misbecome us to forgive, as well as some for which we may not properly forbear from demanding redress. In the meantime, it is enough for us to know that every avenue of negotiation is closed against us, that our enemy is making renewed and strenuous efforts for our destruction, and that the sole resource for us as a people secure in the justice of our cause and holding our liberties to be more precious than all other earthly possessions is to combine and apply every available element of power for their defense and preservation. By way of proof that such a course of action could be effective against the odds, he was pleased to review the triumphs scored in all 3 major theaters since the previous Congress adjourned, after which he passed at once to the expected peroration, assuring his hearers that just as they were on God's side, so was God on theirs. Let us then, while resolute in devoting all our energies to securing the realization of the bright auspices which encourage us, not forget that our humble and most grateful thanks are due to Him without whose guidance and protecting care all human efforts are of no avail, and to whose interposition are due the manifold successes with which we have been cheered. Just over 60 airline miles northwest of the chamber in which the clerk droned through the presidential message, Lee was meeting with his chief infantry lieutenants atop Clark's Mountain, immediately northeast of the point where the railroad crossed the Rapidan north of Orange. He had called them together, his 3 corps and 8 division commanders, to make certain that each had a good inclusive look at the terrain for which they would be fighting, as soon as Grant made the move that Lee by now was convinced he had in mind. Not that most of them had not fought there before, They had, except for Longstreet and his two subordinates, who had missed both Chancellorsville and Mine Run. But the panoramic view from here, some 600 or 700 feet above the low-lying country roundabout, presented all the advantages of a living map unrolled at their feet for their inspection and instruction, and as such, lovely, even breathtaking in its sweep and grandeur, a never-ending carpet with all the vivid greens of advancing spring commingled in its texture, would serve as nothing else could do to fix the overall character of the landscape in their minds. For the most part, though their youth was disguised, in all but two heavily mustached cases, by beards in a variety of styles, from full shovel to Van Dyke, they were men in their prime, early middle-aged at worst. Longstreet was 43, and the other two corps commanders, Lieutenant Generals Richard S. Ewell and A.P. Hill, were respectively 4 years older and 5 years younger, while the division commanders averaged barely 40, including one who was 48. Old Allegheny, he was called, as if he vied in ancientness with the mountains beyond the Blue Ridge. Aside from him, Lee, at 57, was 10 years older than any other general on the hilltop, and like Davis, despite the vigor of his movements, the quick brown eyes in his high-colored face, and the stalwart resolution of his bearing, he had begun to show his age. His hair, which had gone from brown to iron gray in the first year of the war, was now quite white along his temples, and the same was true of his beard, which he wore clipped somewhat closer now than formerly, as if in preparation for long-term fighting. The past winter had been a hard one for him, racking his body with frequent attacks that were diagnosed as lumbago, and though his health improved with warming weather, the opening months of spring had been even harder to endure, not only because they brought much rain, which tended to oppress him, but also because it galled his aggressive nature to be obliged to wait, as he fretfully complained, on the time and place of the enemy's choosing for battle. Just over 20 months ago, after less than 3 months in command of the newly assembled army with which he had whipped McClellan back from the outskirts of Richmond, he had stood on this same mountaintop and watched Pope's blue host file northward out of the trap he had laid for it there in the V of the rivers. And he had said to Longstreet then, "General, we little thought that the enemy would turn his back upon us thus early in the campaign." It was different now. Grant, he knew, would move, not north across the Rappahannock, but south across the Rapidan. And all Lee could do was prepare to meet him with whatever skill and savagery were required to drive him back. Which in part was why he had brought his ranking subordinates up here for a detailed look at the terrain on which he planned to do just that. Believing as he did that an outnumbered army should be light on its feet and supple in the hands of its commander, his custom was to give lieutenants a great deal of latitude in combat, and he wanted to make certain that they were equipped, geographically at least, to exercise with judgment the initiative he encouraged them to seize whenever they were on their own, as in fact every unit commander, gray or blue, was likely to be in that tangled country down below, especially in the thickets that lay like pale green smoke over that portion called the Wilderness, stretching eastward beyond Mine Run. The Rapidan flowed to their right, practically at their feet as they stood looking north toward Culpeper, the hilltop town 10 miles away, where A.P. Hill had been born and raised and where Grant now had his headquarters. Another 10 miles farther on, hazy in the distance, the dark green line of the Rappahannock crooked southeast to its junction with the nearer river, 20 miles due east of the domed crest of Clark's Mountain, and then on out of sight toward Fredericksburg, still another 10 miles beyond the roll of the horizon. All this lay before and below the assembled Confederates, who could also see the conical tents and white-topped wagons clustered and scattered in and about the camps Meade's army had pitched in the arms of the stream-bound V, whose open end was crossed by the twin threads of the railroad, glinting silver in the sunlight. There was a good deal of activity in those camps today, as indeed there had been the day before, a Sunday, But the generals on the mountain gave their closest attention to the gray-green expanse of the wilderness, particularly its northern rim, as defined by the meandering Rapidan. Hooker and Meade had both crossed there in launching the two most recent Union offensives, and Lee believed that Grant would do the same, even to the extent of using the same fords, Ely's and Germanna, 4 and 10 miles respectively from the junction of the rivers. He not only believed it, he said it. Apparently that was another reason he had brought his lieutenants up here, to say it and to show them as he spoke. Suddenly, without preamble or explanation, he raised one gauntleted hand and pointed specifically at the 6-mile stretch of the Rapidan that flowed between the 2 points where the Federals twice had thrown their pontoon bridges in preparation for all-out assaults on the Army of Northern Virginia. "Grant will cross by one of these fords," he said. Deliberately spoken, the words had the sound of a divination, now and even more so in the future when they were fulfilled, and his hearers passed them down as an instance of Lee's ability to read an opponent's mind. However, though this faculty was real enough on the face of it, having been demonstrated repeatedly in most of his campaigns, it was based on nothing occult or extrasensory, as many of his admirers liked to claim, but rather on a careful analysis of such information as came to hand in the normal course of events, from enemy newspapers closely scanned, from scouts and spies and friendly civilians who made it through the Yankee lines, from loquacious deserters and tight-mouthed prisoners tripped by skillful interrogation, plus a highly developed intelligence procedure by which he was able not only to put himself in the other man's position, but also to become that man, so to speak, in making a choice among the opportunities the situation seemed to afford him for accomplishing the destruction of the Army of Northern Virginia. Like other artists in other lines of endeavor, Lee produced by hard labor, midnight oil, and infinite pains what seemed possible only by uncluttered inspiration. Quite the opposite of uncanny, his method was in fact so canny that it frequently produced results which only an apparent wizard could achieve. The Clark's Mountain prediction was a case in point. Lee had spent a major part of his time for the past 2 months, ever since Grant's arrival and elevation in early March, at work on the problem of just what his new adversary was going to do. And for the past 2 weeks, ever since April 18th, when he ordered all surplus baggage sent to the rear, he had given the matter his practically undivided attention, with the result that after a process of selection and rejection, much like Grant's across the way, he had come up with what he believed was the answer. Grant would cross the Rapidan by Ely's Ford or Germanna Ford, and having done so, he either would turn west for an attack on the Confederate right flank, as Meade had done in November, or else he would do as Hooker had intended to do a year ago this week, and maneuver for a battle in the open where he could bring his superior numbers to bear. Which of these two courses the Federal commander meant to adopt once he was across the river did not really matter to Lee, since he did not intend to give him a chance to do either. Lee's plan was to let him cross, then hit him there in the wilderness with everything he had, taking advantage of every equalizing impediment the terrain afforded, in order to whip him as thoroughly as possible in the shortest possible time, and thus drive him, badly cut up, back across the Rapidan. He did not say all this today, however. He merely said that Grant would cross by one of those fords on the rim of the wilderness, and then he mounted Traveler and led the way back down the mountain. Nor did he act just yet on the contingent decision he had reached. Only today, in fact, he had instructed Longstreet to shift one of his 2 divisions northwest of Gordonsville in order to have it in a better position to meet the challenge Grant would pose if he attempted a move around the Confederate left, in the opposite direction from the one predicted. Lacking definite confirmation of what was, after all, no more than a theoretical opinion, an educated guess, Lee could not commit his army to a large-scale counteraction of a movement which there was even an outside chance the enemy might not make. He had to leave a sizable margin for error, including total error. That night, however, the signal station on Clark's Mountain reported observing moving lights in the Federal camps, and next morning, May 3rd, Tuesday, there were reports of heavy clouds of dust, stirred up by columns marching here and there, and smoke in unusual volume, as if the Bluecoats were engaged in the last-minute destruction of camp equipment and personal belongings for which they would have no use when they moved out. All day this heightened activity continued, past sundown and into the night. Presently the signalman blinked a message to Army headquarters that long columns of troops were passing in front of campfires down there on the far bank of the Rapidan. Headquarters responded with a question: was the movement west or east, upstream in Hill's direction on the left or downstream in Ewell's direction on the right? The signal station was in visual communication with both corps commanders, as well as with Lee, but it could find no answer to the question. All that could be seen across the way was the winking of campfires as files of men passed in front of them. There was no way of telling from this whether the troops were moving upstream or down, to the left or to the right. By now it was close to midnight. May 4th would be dawning within 5 hours. Lee decided to act at last on yesterday's prediction and sent word accordingly for the signalman to flash a message to the corps on the right, down toward Mine Run. General Ewell, have your command ready to move at daylight.